Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2702, 2702. Translator, 549690339. No, I don't have a clone, the Mercury Man replied. You don't have a clone? Jiang Fei was shocked. No, you're wrong. There's only one legacy space, the Mercury Man said. What? Jiang Fei was stunned. After all, this news was too shocking. Your train of thought is completely wrong. It does not mean that whose legacy space is real or whose legacy space is fake. There is only one legacy space. You different people only have a certain entrance to this space, said the Mercury Man. Only have a certain entrance? Jiang Fei was completely stunned because the information from the Mercury Man had overturned his understanding of the legacy space. All this while, Jiang Fei had thought that the inheritance space was his own. Even Yu Ting had thought so. No one had expected that this space did not belong to them. It had only opened up an entrance to this space. No wonder everyone said that all the secrets are in this space. It seems that I still lack a basic understanding of this space, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Yes, all you have is an entrance to this space. Moreover, you're only using the space near the entrance, said the Mercury Man. Jiang Fei asked. He felt that the Mercury Man should know all the secrets of this space. I can tell you part of the information, but more than that, I need you to ask her directly, said the Mercury Man. Jiang Fei immediately asked. Sorry, the access is limited. This question cannot be answered, said the Mercury Man. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Although the Mercury Man did not say anything, his way of speaking was too strange. This was definitely not the way a person spoke. He was more like an artificial intelligence that was restricted by a ban. When Jiang Fei first came into contact with 0541, the conversation between the two always appeared in this way. Jiang Fei asked, Yes, I was created by someone. The Mercury Man replied. Jiang Fei asked, Do you remember what I told you? There is only one inheritance space, but there are many exits, said the Mercury Man. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Moreover, the owner of these exits is not limited to the people in your three-dimensional universe, said the Mercury Man. Jiang Fei's mind flashed. That's right. Find the exit that belongs to the gamma space, said the Mercury Man. Jiang Fei asked. Of course not. If you find the exit of the cord of you, you can indeed use your physical body to pass through and teleport in time, warned the Mercury Man. Although this exit could indeed allow Jiang Fei to go from the three-dimensional space to the gamma dimension, there was something strange about the two-dimensional space. When Jiang Fei's three-dimensional body entered the four-dimensional gamma dimension, it would be pulled out of shape and collapse. Similarly, people in the four-dimensional space could also enter the three-dimensional world through the legacy space. However, if they entered it with their physical bodies, their bodies would be instantly reduced in dimension, and they would lose their vitality. Jiang Fei asked. That's right. It's like this, said the Mercury Man. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although he had not really solved all the difficulties yet, the information provided by the Mercury Man gave him a clear direction to enter the gamma space. Although he needed to borrow the power of the carrier to make Jiang Fei lose his super immortal power in the three-dimensional world, at least after his soul entered, his spiritual power was still there. In the gamma space, where almost everyone was an ordinary person, Jiang Fei already had absolute power. Therefore, he could not enter the gamma space with his physical body. This was not a big obstacle for Jiang Fei. Moreover, he had already expected it. After all, the two dimensions were different. It was impossible to enter directly. Jiang Fei asked. It did not matter who the entrance belonged to now. Anyway, with Jiang Fei's spiritual power, it was not difficult to control the other party. I can't help you with that, but she might be able to, said the Mercury Man. Her. Jiang Fei asked. I don't know about that. The Mercury Man shook his head. He really did not know the answer. Jiang Fei asked. Maybe she is, or maybe she isn't. This dimension was created by her. She can definitely enter. However, I don't know if she is here or when she is here, said the Mercury Man. Zhang Fei sighed. The person that the Mercury Man mentioned was obviously a key person. However, the Mercury Man did not want to tell Zhang Fei who she was. However, Zhang Fei had a guess. She must be someone he knew. Otherwise, there was no point in keeping it a secret. Who exactly are you? Could it be Natasha? The image of a little girl suddenly flashed in Zhang Fei's mind. Just as Zhang Fei was about to ask more questions, he suddenly had a premonition in his mind. Hubby! Bella's voice rang in Zhang Fei's subconscious. Her voice was sad and desolate. Something happened to Bella. Zhang Fei was shocked. He could not care about anything else and immediately left the inheritance space. As soon as Zhang Fei's spiritual power returned to his body, he felt a wave of spiritual power enter his body. The spiritual power in his body immediately made a counterattack. Zhang Fei also reacted. This wave of invading spiritual power belonged to Bella. Although Zhang Fei hurriedly stopped the automatic counterattack of the spiritual power, Bella was still sent flying. Honey, Bella's mouth was still bleeding, but her face was full of joy. She really thought that Zhang Fei had died just now. Silly girl, what are you doing? Zhang Fei rushed over and hugged Bella in his arms. Chapter 2703, 2703. Translator, 549690339. You're okay? Bella forced a smile and passed out. Zhang Fei immediately used his spiritual power to probe into Bella's body. Fortunately, he had just retracted his strength in time. Bella was only knocked out by the spiritual power impact and did not suffer much damage. Zhang Fei sighed and picked Bella up. Although Zhang Fei had met the Mercury Man in the inheritance space, he had too many things to ask. However, now that something like this had happened to Bella, how could he just let it go? Therefore, Zhang Fei temporarily put aside exploring the inheritance space and asked about the Mercury Man's plans. Then, he carried Bella out of the time house. As Bella did not have time to speak, she was knocked out by the shock. Therefore, Zhang Fei did not know that Han Tianyu had come. He also did not know that Bella had risked coming over to wake him up because Han Tianyu wanted to see him. After carrying Bella back to her room, Zhang Fei carefully placed Bella on the bed and covered her with a blanket. As Bella had only fainted from the shock, the damage that she received was not very serious. Therefore, there was no need to treat her injuries. Zhang Fei quietly stayed by Bella's side and waited for her to wake up. Time passed by slowly. Han Tianyu was very pleased with himself. As he drank his tea, he chatted with Hua Mulan and the others. However, Lena, who was beside him, was a little anxious. Bella had never returned. It was unknown what had happened. Did she not wake Zhang Fei up? Or did Zhang Fei not want to see them after he woke up? Can you hurry up? We really have something urgent to look for Zhang Fei, said Lena. What's the hurry? Sylvie said sarcastically. Like Bella, she was unhappy that Zhang Fei had given Lena to Han Tianyu. In their eyes, even if Yuanxio was not the same person as before, her body was still the same person as before. He had to lock her up and imprison her for life. Han Tianyu pulled Lena to the side. Lena said in a low voice, "What are you afraid of? Zhang Fei is my brother. If I knew that I was here, I would definitely meet him," Han Tianyu said confidently. Lena said, I don't think so. With my brother's strength, even if he is not the strongest in the universe, he is still one of the top few. Han Tianyu said, HMPH, there are many people who can hurt him. Lena suddenly shut up. Han Tianyu asked. Lena smiled awkwardly. Han Tianyu shrugged and said to Sylvie, Sister-in-law, Bella has been out for half a day. Did she not find Ah Fei? Why don't you go and take a look? All right, I'll go and take a look for you. Sylvie looked at Lena warily. Then she whispered to Hua Mulan, keep an eye on them. That woman is not simple. The one with the surname Han might have been bewitched. I'll keep an eye on her. Hua Mulan nodded. Actually, Sylvie had agreed to Han Tianyu so easily. The main reason was that she and the other girls were also quite worried. After all, Bella had gone out for almost 3 hours. However, she had not returned until now. Although the space in the time house was quite large, it had already been 90 hours, including the time flow deficit. That was a few days' time. Even if Jiang Fei was hiding in a corner, he should have been found long ago. After coming out of the living room, Sylvie went straight to the time house. Before she entered the time house, she saw a servant running past her in a hurry. Sylvie instinctively felt that something was wrong, so she called out to the attendant. Sylvie called out. The attendant asked. Sylvie asked, Miss Bella is injured. The Grand Marshal asked us to prepare some medication to calm her nerves, the attendant said. Sylvie was stunned. Although she didn't usually get along well with Bella and often quarreled with her, there was still an internal conflict within the class. She was actually quite worried. Yes, Miss Bella is injured, but it's not serious. She was just knocked out by the shock, the attendant replied. Sylvie asked, I think when I woke up the Grand Marshal, I was accidentally knocked out by the Grand Marshal's spiritual force, the attendant said. Sylvie thought to herself. Then, she said to the attendant, Take me there. Where are they? They're in Miss Bella's room, said the servant. Before Sylvie could finish her sentence, she had already disappeared. She had mastered the power of time. Her speed was very shocking. How could an ordinary servant possibly keep up with her? Bella's door opened and Sylvie walked in. Jiang Fei had already noticed Sylvie's aura from afar. Therefore, he was not surprised that she had appeared. I heard that Bella was injured, said Sylvie. I accidentally injured her when I was awakened. Jiang Fei nodded and said. Sylvie asked, It's nothing. I just need to sleep for a while. Jiang Fei said. That's good. I'll take care of it here. If you're free, go to the living room. Han Tianyu has brought that woman to look for you, said Sylvie. Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei was stunned. He immediately understood why Bella was in such a hurry to wake him up. They won't tell me the details. Just say that it concerns your life, Sylvie said. Jiang Fei nodded and stood up. However, his feet did not move. He turned around and looked at Bella, who was sleeping soundly. All right, leave this to me. Isn't Bella all right? I'll call you when she wakes up, Sylvie said. All right, take good care of her. I'll go take a look at what happened, Jiang Fei said before walking out of Bella's room. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the door of the living room. At that moment, Han Tianyu was chatting with Huang Mulan and the rest. Jiang Fei pushed the door open and said, I'm finally here. Han Tianyu stood up and said, What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. Things are a little special. Lena walked up and said. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not think that there was anything that he needed to hide from these girls. Chapter 2704. Translator 549690339. This is a special matter. If they knew about it, it would only make them more worried, said Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei nodded. After instructing Huang Mulan and the others, he brought Han Tianyu and Lena to the room next door. All right, brother you. Jiang Fei waved his hand and set up a barrier. Han Tianyu nodded. Then, he said to Lena, You can say it. Lena walked forward and said to Jiang Fei, You should know my identity, right? Jiang Fei nodded and said, Other than that, I have another identity. It was not a coincidence that I used Yu Wanchio's body as a carrier. My purpose was to get close to you. However, there was a little accident midway. Lena said truthfully. Oh, Jiang Fei looked at Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu's expression was normal. It was obvious that he already knew about it. My purpose in getting close to you is very simple. I hope to recruit you, said Lena. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, said Lena as she nodded. Jiang Fei asked, We hope that you can join us. For that, we will provide you with a few resurrected seats, said Lena. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Yes, we can provide you with a few carriers in the gamma space so that you and your family can be transferred over, said Lena. Jiang Fei asked, I'm sorry. I actually wanted to lie to you and say that it's okay. However, for the sake of Han Tianyu, I don't want to lie. Technically speaking, it's impossible for us to transfer souls with memories, said Lena. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not believe what Lena said at all. Then, how did these players come to the three-dimensional world through the carriers? Moreover, how did they complete it when they returned? These people could only play a game. They cannot just go back and become idiots, right? The reason why Lena dared to lie to Jiang Fei was because she had already planned out a complete set of lies. No matter how much Jiang Fei asked, she would be able to complete it. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei did not ask at all. He trusted his instincts more. Although I cannot allow you to bring your memories into the gamma space, the destruction of this world is only a matter of time. Lena continued to say. All right. Jiang Fei did not wait for Lena to persuade him further and agreed immediately. What? Lena was stunned. On the way here, she had thought of many ways to persuade Jiang Fei. In the end, she did not use any of them. Jiang Fei actually agreed so easily. I can't just think about myself. I still have my family. Therefore, I need more carriers, Jiang Fei said. Lena immediately said. Initially, Jiang Fei had agreed so easily that she had some doubts in her heart. However, now that Jiang Fei had proposed a condition, she was actually relieved. In fact, Jiang Fei had his own plans for agreeing to Lena so easily. Of course, he would not really listen to Lena's suggestion. After his memory was erased, he would enter the gamma space. That would be no different from death to him. If it was in the past, Jiang Fei would just laugh after hearing Lena's words. He would definitely not agree. However, it was different now. Jiang Fei knew how to bring his memories into the gamma space. What he needed now was a carrier. Lena and the others could provide Jiang Fei with a carrier. This was the key to Jiang Fei agreeing to it. Jiang Fei asked with a smile, "Just make a verbal agreement." "We believe in your character," said Lena, as she pretended to be relaxed. In fact, she wanted to use the loophole in the spatial compensation mechanism to bind Jiang Fei. They would have a reason to kill Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, "It's very simple. We will provide you with a certain amount of carriers. You will do something for us. You just have to agree," said Lena in a deliberately vague manner. "You are too hasty." Jiang Fei smiled. He did not agree rashly. It was not because he understood the principle of the spatial compensation mechanism and knew that Lena wanted to trick him. Instead, he simply felt that it was too hasty. He was afraid that the forces behind Lena would go back on their word. Lena was stunned. Han Tianyu opened his mouth at this time. He had been watching the conversation between Lena and Jiang Fei, but he did not interrupt. During this time, Han Tianyu was thinking. He had gathered all the information that he had gotten from Lena. Although he could not come up with the principles of the spatial compensation mechanism, Han Tianyu was a smart person. He quickly guessed that Lena must have the ability to restrict Jiang Fei through a verbal agreement. Therefore, he was afraid that Jiang Fei would be fooled at this time. So he stood up personally. Jiang Fei still had a lot of trust in Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu took out a pen and paper. After pondering for a while, he wrote on the paper, "I, Jiang Fei, am willing to pay a price for the services of a special organization in the gamma space in exchange for a number of gamma space carriers. The exact number would depend on the situation. In principle, there would not be more than 50 of them. The service content would be limited to my abilities. In principle, I would not be allowed to go against my views on right and wrong. Therefore, this was the agreement. What do you think?" Han Tianyu handed the paper to Lena and Jiang Fei to have a look. "Okay, I have no problem with that," Jiang Fei said after taking a look. Han Tianyu's simple agreement was actually very biased toward Jiang Fei. This was because the two key terms in the agreement were extremely subjective, whether it was the number of carriers that Lena's organization provided or the things that Jiang Fei had to do for them. It all depended on Jiang Fei's understanding. For example, although there was a limit to the number of carriers, as long as it did not exceed that limit, Lena and the others would have to provide as much as Jiang Fei wanted. Moreover, the limit was set very high. However, he had to use his sense of right and wrong as the standard. This was difficult to measure. A person's sense of right and wrong was not fixed. Moreover, this thing could not be measured with a fixed standard. For example, killing and arson were definitely wrong. However, for a bandit who robbed for a living, this was actually not a big deal. Therefore, when Lena and the others completed their quest, Jiang Fei wanted to find an excuse to not do it. That was too easy because his sense of right and wrong could be extremely selfish. Laziness could be a reasonable reason. Chapter 2705. Translator. 549690339. I have no objections. As long as you can provide me with enough carriers and guarantee that we can evacuate before the world is destroyed, I don't mind helping you do whatever you can. Jiang Fei said to Lena. I told you that my reputation is good. This is my brother. If I step in, he won't refuse, Han Tianyu chimed in. Moreover, he even hugged Lena's shoulder. It seemed like he was being intimate with her. In fact, he was trying to distract Lena from thinking about the details of the terms and conditions. Well, just now, Bella was injured when she woke me up. If you think it's okay, let's sign the agreement. I'm in a hurry to go back and see Bella. If you think it's not okay, let's talk about it later, Jiang Fei urged. What? Han Tianyu was shocked. However, in the blink of an eye, Han Tianyu had an idea. Brother, Bella's health is more important. You should go first. We'll talk about this later, Han Tianyu said to Jiang Fei. All right, I'll leave first, Jiang Fei said as he was about to leave. Lena shouted, Well, I'm really in a hurry to go back. Let's talk about this later, Jiang Fei said and left without turning his head. Wait, I've read it. Sign it. The time to write a name won't take too long, Lena said. Although she felt that there might be something fishy about this agreement, she felt that Han Tianyu would not lie to her. After all, the two of them were intimate. Moreover, Lena could also feel that Han Tianyu had feelings for her. Therefore, subconsciously, she felt that although Han Tianyu might not be sincere in helping her, at least he would not lie to her. Moreover, there was one more thing that Lena could not wait to complete the quest. After all, she had already obtained Yu Wanchio's carrier for a few months, but she had not made any progress in the quest. Today, she finally had a major breakthrough. How could she let Jiang Fei leave just like that? After all, things would change if Jiang Fei left now. If he left now, he might be affected the next time they talked. However, there was a high possibility that something would go wrong. That was not what Lena wanted to see. Therefore, Lena did not have the time to think about it. Although she had a vague feeling that there might be something wrong with the agreement, due to her trust in Han Tianyu and her desire to complete the quest, Lena gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. This was exactly what Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu wanted. After that, Jiang Fei and Lena signed the non-binding agreement. Due to the natural disadvantage of the low-dimensional space, if Lena and the others did not provide Jiang Fei with a carrier, he would not punish them. At most, he would terminate the cooperation. On the other hand, although Lena and the others from the Gamma space had the absolute advantage of the space dimension, because of the many loopholes in the agreement, it gave Jiang Fei 10,000 reasonable reasons to breach the contract. They were also helpless against Jiang Fei. In the end, this was a non-binding agreement. Its actual purpose was just a verbal agreement. This was exactly what Lena had said in the beginning. After the agreement was signed, Jiang Fei smiled and said to Lena. Lena smiled back. No matter what, her mission was completed. All right, I have to go back and see Bella. Brother Yu, I won't be accompanying you anymore, said Jiang Fei as he left. Go do your thing, said Han Tianyu with a smile. Phew, I'm finally done, said Lena with a relaxed smile. Asked Han Tianyu. I have to go back first to see what they have to say. Is there a second step of the operation? You can wait for me here for a few days, said Lena. Han Tianyu nodded. Then, Lena went offline in a flash of white light. Jiang Fei went back to Bella's room. At this time, Bella had not woken up yet. Sylvie was waiting by the bed, carefully. Asked Sylvie, there seems to be some changes within the development team, or rather, the higher-ups of the Gamma Dimension. Jiang Fei smiled and asked, Where's Aurelia? Just now, Jiang Fei realized that almost all the girls were there except for Aurelia. After all, she was one of Jiang Fei's important think tanks. Aurelia is in the Dominant Galaxy, Sylvie replied. Jiang Fei asked. Sylvie rolled her eyes and told Jiang Fei about Aurelia's plan. Sigh, it's been hard on all of you. After learning that Aurelia had once again led her troops in a battle to help him attract the attention of the development team, Jiang Fei sighed. Actually, it's a very happy thing that we can help you. Husband, do you know that? The thing that we're most afraid of is that you're out there risking your life alone while we can't do anything. That feeling of waiting and helplessness is simply maddening. Sylphie said as she looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei could not say anything else at this moment. Although the girls did not seem to be able to help him much, their existence was the greatest motivation for Jiang Fei to continue fighting. If it was not for the girls supporting him silently from behind, if it was not for the group of girls waiting quietly at home, Jiang Fei might not have been able to continue fighting. After all, Jiang Fei had experienced too many blows and despair. These creatures from the high-dimensional space were like gods to the three-dimensional space. How much faith would it take to defeat them? It was these girls who gave Jiang Fei such strong faith. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted outside the room. "Come in," Jiang Fei said. A messenger came in with a folder. At that moment, the news that Jiang Fei had returned to Skoda Planet had already spread. "Read it," Jiang Fei said. The messenger nodded and read the contents of the message. This message was sent by Aurelia. The main purpose of the message was to report the situation in Dominic Galaxy. At that moment, the Imperial Army and the Resistance had already exchanged fire. Moreover, both sides had suffered serious casualties. However, both sides were mainly engaged in the player fleet. Aurelia's fleet was not at the front line, so the casualties were not very high. "All right, call back the Dominic Galaxy and tell Aurelia to avoid casualties as much as possible. If the opportunity allows, we will end this war in one fell swoop," Jiang Fei said. "Yes." The messenger nodded and left. Chapter 2706, 2706. Translator, 549690339. After the signalman left, Sylvie asked, "Did you let Aurelia end the war because you were confident that you could solve the problem?" "More or less." Jiang Fei nodded. After a while, Bella let out a soft moan. Then, her finger moved slightly. "Bella is about to wake up," Sylvie said. Jiang Fei went straight to the bed. At that moment, Bella opened her eyes. After opening her eyes, the first thing that Bella cared about was Jiang Fei, who had been asleep for a long time. "I'm Fine. It's you, silly girl." Although Jiang Fei was blaming Bella, his eyes were filled with concern. After spending some time with Bella, Jiang Fei asked Sylvie to gather the other girls. Jiang Fei paused for a moment before continuing, "I have made a major discovery in the legacy space." "Really?" Sitine could not help but ask. "I have found a way to enter and exit the gamma dimension. However, this requires the cooperation of the locals," said Jiang Fei. "You need the cooperation of the locals?" Sitine asked. "Initially, I did not think too much about it. Now it's easy. Brother Yu has already prepared everything for me." Jiang Fei smiled and said. Bella and the others were stunned. Jiang Fei nodded and said, "Lena's original purpose might not have been like this. However, Brother Yu played a word game with her, so my problem has been solved." Then, Jiang Fei briefly mentioned the Mercury Man to the girls. Although he did not explain the details in detail, the girls had a general understanding of the matter. Sylvie asked, "You can say that. This is the biggest problem at the moment. The rest can wait," Jiang Fei said. Bella sighed. "Yeah, you'll have to figure it out yourself," Sylvie said. "That's what I plan to do. I was just asking the Mercury Man a crucial question. I could have asked Bella to interrupt me halfway. So, I have to go back and find him," Jiang Fei said. Bella asked. She was really afraid that she had done something wrong and Jiang Fei would never be able to find the Mercury Man again. It shouldn't be a big problem. I'll definitely find him. After all, he's in that space. It's just that it's hard to say how long it will take," Jiang Fei said. Bella blamed herself. "Silly girl. If you did not wake me up, how could I have cooperated with Brother Yu to trick those carriers? Although the Mercury Man was difficult to find, he was there. As long as he was found, everything would be fine. However, if I can't find the carriers now, it will not be easy to find them in the future." Jiang Fei comforted her. "You don't have to comfort me. Go and do your thing." "It was not easy for Aurelia to buy you this time," Bella said. Sylvie asked. Aurelia led the army to attract the attention of the development team. Now that Jiang Fei was still in closed-door cultivation, there was no reason for him to let Aurelia in the war earlier. "Don't I already have a new ally?" Jiang Fei laughed. It was impossible for Lena to come to him for no reason. Since they wanted Jiang Fei to be loyal to them, it meant that Jiang Fei had something worth using. Therefore, to Lena and the people behind her, since Jiang Fei was valuable, they could not die. Moreover, they had to satisfy his wishes under certain conditions so that he could cooperate. Therefore, this was the time for Jiang Fei to make unbridled requests. Bella asked, "Let's give it a try." Jiang Fei smiled. Han Tianyu did not leave. "Lena is missing. She must have gone back to report," Huang Milan said. "All right, I'll go talk to Brother Yu. You guys take good care of Bella," Jiang Fei said as he stood up and left. After leaving Bella's room, Jiang Fei went straight to a guest room. Huang Milan had arranged for Han Tianyu to stay there. Jiang Fei knocked on the door. The door opened. Han Tianyu smiled when he saw Jiang Fei. He said to Jiang Fei, "I knew you would come. Come in, let's talk." Hee Brother Yu. It was not convenient for me to ask in front of her just now. What exactly happened today? Jiang Fei closed the door after he entered the room. Sigh, speaking of which, Brother Yu, am a self-proclaimed lover. There are times when I have made eye contact with her. This Lena is actually not as simple as she appeared to be. Han Tianyu sighed. Then he told the whole story. Jiang Fei asked, "That woman is very tight-lipped. She should have received professional training. She did not let go when she was having fun. Therefore, I could not figure out her true purpose. So, in order to prevent you from being cheated, I made that kind of agreement," Han Tianyu said with a frown. I understand when I see the agreement. This woman and the forces behind her must have a purpose in looking for me. Moreover, they seem to be in a hurry. Otherwise, she would not have signed the agreement that was full of loopholes, Jiang Fei said with a nod. All right, there is another piece of information. It was given to me by Lena. However, it is hard to tell whether it is true or false. You can just refer to it, Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei immediately asked. He was currently lacking in information. Therefore, regardless of whether it was true or not, he hoped to get more information. Even if it was fake, it could still provide some useful information. Lena once said that she doesn't need you to do anything for the time being. As long as you can take the lead, it's fine, Han Tianyu said. Take the lead? Take what lead? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Han Tianyu shook his head. Jiang Fei asked, "It probably won't take long. When she signed the agreement, it was because we rushed her and did not give her time to think. However, there must be someone behind her who understands. This meaningless agreement will be exposed very soon," Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei asked, "It's okay. She will probably make a fuss with me, but not too much. Because she needs you and also need me to continue to convince you, so we are still useful to them. They won't dare to directly make a fuss with us," Han Tianyu analyzed. Chapter 2707. 2707. Translator. 549690339. Yesterday, I had to spend the night in the hospital, physically and mentally exhausted. Take a day off. Chapter 2708. 2708. Translator. 549690339. All right, let's discuss it before she comes back, Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu. We have to plan. After this woman fell for it once, I'm afraid she won't be so easy to fool anymore. Han Tianyu nodded and whispered to Jiang Fei. While Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were discussing how to trick Lena, in the distant Dominican galaxy, Aurelia finally received news from Skodastar. Fei has come out of seclusion. Aurelia saw the reply from the Grand Admiral of the Universe Empire. Her heart was filled with joy, especially when she saw Jiang Fei saying that she could end the war at any time. Aurelia's face immediately broke into a smile. Ever since she became a fleet commander, Aurelia's style had been very radical. Her motto was very simple, and that was attack, attack, attack. Now, she was playing defense in a very conservative style. This was not what Aurelia wanted. Previously, in order to help Jiang Fei attract the attention of the development team, she had to make a big deal out of it. She had to stall for as much time as possible. In the end, it resulted in the current situation. Although Aurelia was leading an unprecedentedly large fleet, she was only fishing in troubled waters in the Dominican galaxy. She was only playing guerrilla warfare at the side. The true main force was still the player legion under Eamon. But now Aurelia's combat objective had changed. She did not need to delay any longer, so her combat style had returned to the side she liked. Aurelia smiled. Taking the initiative to attack was her style. The adjutant immediately passed down Aurelia's orders. Send a message to Eamon. The Imperial Army is taking over the battlefield now. Aurelia continued to give orders. Yes. The adjutant immediately drafted a message and sent it to Eamon's flagship. What? Eamon was dumbfounded after receiving the message. Big brother, what does that NPC mean? Didn't she not want to be at the front line before? Such a large fleet was hiding in the Dominican galaxy to fight guerrilla warfare. One of Eamon's underlings asked, "How would I know?" Eamon's thinking mode was actually a little fixed. In his subconscious mind, this universe was just a game. The NPCs here all reacted according to a certain program. However, he didn't think that the NPCs here were actually people with flesh and blood, people with feelings. Therefore, the first thing Eamon thought of when these NPCs reacted was what kind of quest they triggered and what kind of storyline they lived through. He didn't think too deeply about it. One of Eamon's underlings asked, "Ignore them." Eamon said, "All right." One of Eamon's lackeys sneered. These few days, the players of the Resistance Army had been launching attacks on the dominant galaxy. With the support of the development team, they had built a huge fleet with extraordinary strength. Even if Eamon and his Players Theater Company had orbital defense facilities, they would still be under a lot of pressure. Olaria's adjutant told Olaria about Eamon's attitude. "It's fine. Don't worry about them. I don't need their cooperation. I'm just informing them as a matter of routine." Olaria's lips curled up into a smile. She was finally going to counterattack. She could not suppress the excitement in her heart. "Lord Commander, the fleet is now ready for battle." Very soon, all the ships of the superfleet were ready for battle. Yes, Aurelia began to give out orders in an orderly manner. On this side, the counterattack of the Imperial Army was on the verge of breaking out. Meanwhile, in a meeting room in the Gamma space, a group of people were also quarreling with each other. "Lena, what's wrong with you? What's the use of this agreement?" A middle-aged man slammed the table to express his dissatisfaction. "Father, time was of the essence at that time. That Jiang Fei had something to do and had to leave. I didn't have a chance to read this agreement carefully." Lena was like a child who had done something wrong. The middle-aged man was clearly Lena's father, the sheriff of the Gamma space. "What's the use of looking for them now? The agreement has been signed. Do you want to sign it again?" The sheriff frowned. Then he looked at Lena and asked, "Do they know our purpose?" "No, I did not tell them too much information," Lena said. The sheriff hesitated for a while. Then he said, "How about this? When you go back, give them some information and tell them the truth. Otherwise, they won't be willing to cooperate with US sincerely since they don't know anything." Lena asked, "You can tell them the purpose, but don't tell them the process in detail," the sheriff said. Lena nodded. "Okay." The sheriff nodded. Lena turned around and left. After Lena left, the screen in the room turned and a person walked out. The person behind the screen asked, "I've been planning for so long." The sheriff laughed. The man asked. The sheriff replied, "Okay." The man said. The sheriff asked, "The three of us are the best brothers. This situation is the last thing I want to see. I won't help either of you. If the situation is out of control, I will help you clean up your mess." The man didn't finish his words. "I know what to do at that time," the sheriff said confidently. The man sighed and turned to leave. After Lena left her father's place, she went straight to her room. Then, she entered a set of dedicated game equipment. Soon after, the indicator light on the game equipment lit up. At the same time, on Skoda's star in the three-dimensional space, a white light flashed and Lena appeared. Chapter 2709. 2709. Translator 549690339. A waiter noticed that Lena was looking around. They did not know that Yuanshio had changed. Lena asked. She did not explain to the waiter. "Mr. Han lives on the 7th floor, 7015, the waiter replied. Lena nodded and went straight to the elevator. Soon, Lena came to Han Tianyu's room and knocked on the door. Han Tianyu's voice came. Lena pushed the door open and walked in. Han Tianyu smiled. Lena took 2 steps in front of Han Tianyu, then threw her pink fist at Han Tianyu. Lena's pink fist landed on Han Tianyu's chest. The force was not very strong. It was obvious that she was acting coquettishly. In fact, in Lena's heart, she already hated Han Tianyu so much that her teeth were itching. However, she could not show it. If she fell out with Han Tianyu at this time, it would be even more impossible to convince Jiang Fei to sign a new agreement. Han Tianyu acted very well. As he avoided Lena's pink fist, he took advantage of the situation and pulled her into his arms. Then, he moved his hands up and down to take advantage of her. Although Lena was annoyed, she acted like she wanted to reject him. She and Han Tianyu were both well-versed in this. For the sake of their goals, their bodies, and even their emotions could be weapons. However, humans were emotional animals. Even a trained agent could not completely control their emotions. In a full-scale confrontation with an enemy agent of the opposite sex, even if they won, they would be covered in bruises. Those who lost would lose the entire game. At this moment, Han Tianyu and Lena were in the midst of such a confrontation. Moreover, the two of them were evenly matched, and they were both deeply involved. Lena panted as she stopped Han Tianyu's next move. Han Tianyu said with a cheeky smile. "You," Lena said in a coquettish tone. She had to let Han Tianyu know that she was dissatisfied, but she could not make things difficult for him. Han Tianyu looked hit. He did not care about Lena's resistance and directly carried her in his arms, heading straight for the bedroom in the inner room. Lena used her pink fist to hit Han Tianyu a few times and then stopped resisting. Then, the bedroom was filled with the sound of fierce collisions. After the pleasure, Lena lay in Han Tianyu's arms like a kitten. Her face was flushed after the pleasure. Han Tianyu asked with a smile. "HMPH, you only know how to bully me," Lena said coquettishly. "I know other things." Han Tianyu asked with a wicked smile. "Stop it. Tell me the truth now." Lena pushed Han Tianyu away. "How did I lie to you? Didn't you agree to the agreement? Besides, didn't you say that you don't need Jiang Fei to do anything?" Han Tianyu had already thought of an excuse. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lena finding fault with him. Lena glared at Han Tianyu. She could not say anything. Could it be that she told Han Tianyu that they planned to use the spatial compensation mechanism to control Jiang Fei? "All right, let's give it a try. Tell me your real purpose. Only then can I help you," Han Tianyu said. Lena pretended to hesitate for a moment. Then she said to Han Tianyu, "We have no problem with the previous agreement because we really do not need to plot against Jiang Fei. We can totally make a fair deal." Han Tianyu nodded and waited for Lena to continue with the main text. "For example, he can use his own charisma to provide us with some carriers," said Lena. Han Tianyu frowned. The carriers used by the players were all of high standards. To put it bluntly, a person with Han Tianyu's strength was not even qualified to be a carrier. Yes, we need a lot of carriers this time. Ordinary people will do. However, the number is a little big. We need at least 100,000. Therefore, we need to make use of Jiang Fei's influence in the Universe Empire, said Lena. After all, Jiang Fei, the Grand Marshal, was a legendary existence in the Universe Empire and even the entire three-dimensional universe. His legend spread throughout the entire universe. He had countless admirers and loyal fans. There was no lack of people who were willing to sacrifice their lives for Jiang Fei. These people were exactly what Lena and the others needed. However, this kind of soul transfer required a memory wipe as the price. Therefore, there was no difference in being reincarnated. Being in a hurry to be reincarnated was never a good thing. This was a curse everywhere, because being reincarnated meant that one had to die. No one would be willing to die if they were alive and well. If only a small number of people were persuaded to sacrifice their bodies and go to the gamma space to be reincarnated, it would be easier. It would be better to cast a wide net. There would always be people who would agree for various reasons, especially those experts who were close to their lifespans. However, there were hundreds of thousands of people. If they were to rely on one-on-one persuasion, how long would it take to persuade them? Therefore, Nina and the others wanted to use Zhang Fei's influence to encourage their admirers and fans to give up their bodies. After Han Tianyu heard what Lena said, he looked straight into her eyes and asked. Lena nodded. No matter if it was her eyes or her expression, there was nothing strange. Then why do you need so many carriers? Don't tell me that you suddenly have hundreds of thousands of players wanting to join the game, Han Tianyu asked. Lena smiled slightly and stood up to kiss Han Tianyu's mouth. She used her actions to tell Han Tianyu that she would not answer this question. After the kiss, Han Tianyu nodded. He also knew that if Lena was not willing to tell him, he would not be able to ask her. After all, Lena was not as innocent as Aisha and the others. She had gone through professional training. How about it? This small request is not high, right? Go and talk to Zhang Fei. As long as he agrees to this, we will fulfill some of his small wishes. Lena threw out the bait again. All right, I will go and talk to him. But why don't you go and talk to him yourself? Han Tianyu asked. Of course. But this time, we have a win-win cooperation. I did not plot against him. If he does not agree, then forget it. Lena shrugged. Han Tianyu asked. Lena rolled her eyes, then turned over and pressed Han Tianyu under her body. Chapter 2710, 2710. Translator, 549690339. 2 hours later, Han Tianyu appeared in Zhang Fei's room. Zhang Fei asked. He had already received the news from the attendant. Han Tianyu nodded. Zhang Fei asked. Yes, she has made a new request, Han Tianyu said. Zhang Fei asked. She hopes to use your influence to send a large number of people to the gamma space and give them their physical bodies as carriers, Han Tianyu said. Zhang Fei asked. At least 100,000, Han Tianyu said. Zhang Fei was shocked. Han Tianyu nodded and continued. The number is shocking, right? Yes, more than 100,000 people. What do they need so many carriers for? Zhang Fei asked. I don't know what they want to do. However, she said that they don't need to be experts. Ordinary people are also fine. Therefore, she hopes that she can use your fame to let you help promote them. After all, you have quite a number of loyal fans, Han Tianyu said. Zhang Fei was stunned. He really did not know that he had such a loyal fan. At least that's what she told me, Han Tianyu said. Zhang Fei asked. It's hard to say. She has gone through professional training. She is different from Aisha and the others. I cannot ask her about things that she does not want me to know, Han Tianyu said. Zhang Fei asked again. My feelings. It's hard to say. This woman is not ordinary. It's hard to deduce with common sense. However, one thing is certain. They definitely did not come up with this request just to test you, Han Tianyu said. Zhang Fei frowned. He did not know what Lena and the forces behind her were trying to do. Han Tianyu said with a frown. Zhang Fei asked. That's true, Han Tianyu said with a frown. Zhang Fei seemed to have thought of something. The next second, Zhang Fei and Han Tianyu said in unison. That's right. These guys definitely do not want hundreds of thousands of ordinary people as carriers. Han Tianyu said. Zhang Fei asked. Han Tianyu suddenly asked. Zhang Fei's mind was instantly pulled back to the past. Bella, Hua Milan, and the others were all resurrected by him from the game world. That's right. Bella and the others were just a group of programs in the beginning. Later, they awakened their consciousness and became artificial intelligence. For the people of the gamma space, we are creatures of the three-dimensional world. Han Tianyu paused for a moment. Then he continued, to the people of the gamma space, we are just a bunch of NPCs. To them, our souls are just a bunch of data. Moreover, they can provide us with a carrier. What is the difference between this and you resurrecting Bella and the others? Zhang Fei suddenly understood. Don't forget, these guys are not like what you did to Bella and the others. They did not resurrect these people into the gamma space to transfer their memories. Instead, they wanted to erase their memories. If they were reincarnated into the body of a newborn, they might be able to start a new life. Han Tianyu asked, clones? Zhang Fei was stunned. That's right. Han Tianyu asked, a clone army that completely obeys orders and is not afraid of death. Zhang Fei cried out. Lena's father, is the public security officer of the Gamma Dimension. Although I do not know much about this position, I know that this is a real power position. He is not the ruler of the highest level. Han Tianyu asked with a smile. Zhang Fei's eyes widened. From the information that he had obtained previously, the number of people in the Gamma Dimension was not very large. More than 100,000 clone soldiers were definitely an invincible army that could wipe out any faction. In addition, the public security officer himself had the power. If Lena's father were to launch a coup, it would be a piece of cake for him to ascend to the throne and become the emperor. Han Tianyu was also shocked by his own analysis. Zhang Fei asked, "No, but as the saying goes, one does not get up early without benefits. Moreover, being in such a position, I think that Lena's father definitely does not lack further ambition." Han Tianyu said, "I believe in your analysis." Zhang Fei nodded. Han Tianyu asked. Zhang Fei frowned. Although Lena's father had plotted a coup d'etat and tried to form an invincible clone army, it did not conflict with his interests. Zhang Fei had never thought of dominating the Gamma space or bringing his family there to settle down. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Fei only wanted to get rid of the Gamma space's control over the three-dimensional universe. He only wanted to live freely in the three-dimensional universe. Therefore, whether Lena's father rebelled or not, whether or not he could overturn the current ruler and become the new emperor, it did not matter much to Zhang Fei. "I feel that there is room for us to cooperate with her," Han Tianyu said. Zhang Fei asked, "If he has desires and ambitions, he will need something from us. This way, we can also get more benefits and help from them. For example, the carrier needed to go to the Gamma space. You cannot get it from the development team, but they might not," Han Tianyu said with a smile. He loved to work with ambitious people. Zhang Fei asked, "I have to think about it slowly. However, since we understand their intentions, we will be in a position to take the initiative. After all, the current you is in a state where they have no desires or desires. As the saying goes, if you have no desires, you are strong. You are invincible now, and if they need something from you, they will be on the passive side," Han Tianyu said. Although Zhang Fei needed a carrier to go to the Gamma space, he had not yet found an exit to the Gamma space from the Legacy space, so he would not need those carriers for the time being. Chapter 2711. 2711. Translator 549690339. That's true. For the time being, I can't ask them for anything. On the contrary, if they really want to start a coup d'etat, this matter cannot be delayed for too long. Zhang Fei nodded and said, although the rebellion did not know the urgency of the matter, it needed to be slowly planned. However, once it entered the execution phase, it would be a race against time. After the plan was carried out, there would definitely be traces left behind. If it was dragged out for a long time, it would definitely be discovered by others. Therefore, it had to be decided before the other party could react. If Han Tianyu's analysis was correct, then Lena and her father would not be able to drag things out for too long. They would definitely be eager to get their hands on the clone army. They had even prepared a carrier for this. As long as Zhang Fei provided the soul in place, their coup could be carried out immediately. For Zhang Fei, working with Lena this time was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. He had to take a huge risk. Once Lena and her father, the sheriff, failed in their coup, the father and daughter would definitely not end well. And when it comes down to it, in order to prevent anyone from recreating the clone army, it is imperative to eliminate the hidden danger of the three-dimensional world. So, the ruler above the sheriff's head would immediately order the destruction of Zhang Fei's three-dimensional universe. At that time, Zhang Fei and the others would be completely destroyed along with the three-dimensional universe. However, after Lena and her father, the magistrate, succeeded in the coup d'etat, Zhang Fei would be able to reap the benefits? The answer was obviously no. If the magistrate successfully completed the coup d'etat and succeeded in becoming the ruler, then he would definitely know how he overthrew the previous ruler. If he did not allow others to follow his path and overturn him, it was necessary to destroy the three-dimensional world. Therefore, once the coup d'etat was initiated, regardless of whether it was successful or not, Zhang Fei and the three-dimensional world would definitely be sacrificed. to allow the souls of some three-dimensional creatures to enter the gamma space. Moreover, it was the kind that did not carry soul memories. Zhang Fei and Han Tianyu looked at each other. They could not stop the sheriff from staging a coup. The sheriff had already prepared so many clones. Even if he did not launch a coup, this matter would be exposed sooner or later. When that time came, he would not have a good ending. A rebellion was something that could not be undone. Once it started, there was no turning back. Therefore, even if Zhang Fei did not provide them with a source of souls, they would still think of other ways. After all, Zhang Fei was not the only person in the entire universe who had the power to rally the masses. They only thought that it would be easier for the Grand Marshal to do this. Moreover, Lina had Han Tianyu's connections. That was why they would give priority to Zhang Fei. Once Zhang Fei explicitly rejected them, they would definitely choose someone else without hesitation. Even if they chose Zhang Fei, they might have already made contact with someone else. Therefore, at this moment, the magistrate's coup had objectively accelerated the countdown to the end of the three-dimensional universe. Once he launched a coup, or the matter was exposed, the end of the three-dimensional world would come. However, before that, this was Zhang Fei's golden period. He could use the excuse of providing a soul as an excuse to ask Lina and her father for a sky-high price. The sheriff would probably agree to it. Han Tianyu asked, "Let's delay Lina first and let them be anxious. I have to hurry as well." Zhang Fei said. The main reason he held Lina and the sheriff was to increase his bargaining chip during the negotiation. At the same time, Zhang Fei also needed time to find the entrance to the gamma space. Once he found the entrance, he could really negotiate with the sheriff. It was useless even if he made a condition. HMM, that's what I thought. Han Tianyu nodded. Then, brother you can reply to her. Zhang Fei said. Han Tianyu nodded. Zhang Fei smiled. Han Tianyu nodded. He also knew about the war in the dominant galaxy. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Fei was in closed-door cultivation, it was not difficult to guess Aurelia's purpose. Then, I'll leave it to you, Zhang Fei said. Han Tianyu waved his hand. On the other hand, Zhang Fei disappeared into thin air and teleported in front of the girls. How was it? Bella asked. No, I'll leave them alone for now. I have to go back to my seclusion. Please treat them well. However, when they ask about me, just say that you don't know, Zhang Fei said. Tisk. Sitang rolled her eyes and said. Zhang Fei smiled. After a few more words of advice, he returned to the time house. He was in a hurry to find the Mercury Man. He had to find a way to find the exit from the Mercury Man otherwise. It would not be easy for him to find a specific exit in the endless inheritance space. On the other hand, Zhang Fei went into seclusion. Han Tianyu also turned around and returned to his room. At this time, Lina was already dressed. She was sitting in the living room drinking tea. How is it? Lina asked. Cooperation is fine, but he wants you to show him some sincerity. Han Tianyu shrugged and said. Sincerity? Lina asked. He wants to play a game with you guys, Han Tianyu said. Lina was stunned. Yes, he will hide for a period of time. However, during this period of time, no one can disturb him, whether it is the apostles or the development team's various methods. Otherwise, he will feel that you guys are not sincere and will refuse to cooperate, Han Tianyu said. Hide? Is he trying to do something secretly? Lina was not stupid. Although Han Tianyu lied, she could still sense Zhang Fei's true intentions. Who knows? Anyway, that's what he told me, said Han Tianyu with a shrug. All right, if he wants us to stop the development team from interfering with him, that's fine. However, there must be a time limit. I will only give him a week's time. If it is more than a week, if he cannot solve his little secret, then it is not my fault, said Lina as she spoke. She stared into Han Tianyu's eyes, trying to read his expression. Chapter 2712, 2712. Translator, 549690339. Today, my daughter-in-law and my child were discharged from the hospital. After a long day, I will update my reply tomorrow. Please forgive me. Chapter 2713, 2713. Translator, 549690339. Just a week? That's too little. Why don't you tell him? It's just a few days. Han Tianyu frovnid. Lena frowned. At least a month. Han Tianyu said. No. Lena refused. Han Tianyu was very determined. Lena glared at Han Tianyu. What do you mean? Han Tianyu frovnid. No way. Lena rolled her eyes. Han Tianyu asked, how about this? Let's compromise for 3 weeks. You tell him, Lena said. The reason why she compromised so much was that she was afraid that Jiang Fei would not trust her. Han Tianyu was Jiang Fei's best brother. If he told her, it would be much more effective, the effect will be much better. Moreover, this time, Lena had already set the conditions. She was not afraid that Han Tianyu would interfere again. Jiang Fei's side was just agreeing or not agreeing. All right, 3 weeks then. However, it's too late today. I won't go. I'll go and talk to him tomorrow. Han Tianyu bought 2 more days for Jiang Fei without a trace. Lena nodded. She was too lazy to argue with Han Tianyu about this. The next day around noon, Han Tianyu went out of the house. Then, he found a random place to rest. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already started his closed-door cultivation. He had nowhere to go. Moreover, there was no need for him to go and look for him now. All he could do was to buy more time for Jiang Fei. That evening, Han Tianyu returned to his room calmly. At that moment, Lena was already waiting anxiously. She was pacing back and forth in her room. When she saw Han Tianyu push the door open and enter, she suddenly woke up. Lena asked, "It's done," Han Tianyu said proudly. "That's good. But if we show our sincerity, he can't go back on his word," Lena said. "Don't worry. My brother is a man of his word," Han Tianyu promised. "That's good. You wait here for a while. I'll go back for a while," Lena said and disappeared into the white light. Lena went offline to report Jiang Fei's conditions to her father. At that moment, Aurelia's counterattack was about to begin. Sent a message to Amon's fleet. Today, Aurelia said to his adjutant. The adjutant immediately accepted the order and sent the message to Amon's flagship. F***CK. Amon was stunned after receiving the message. In the past few days, the Imperial Army's player fleet did not fight as smoothly as they had imagined. Hence, Amon's fleet had no choice but to fight against the rebel army's fleet alone. One had to know that at this moment, under the balance of the development team, the rebel army's fleet had obtained a large amount of superior equipment. Although their combat experience was far inferior to Amon and the other old players, the advantage in equipment was too obvious. As a result, Amon's fleet fought exceptionally hard in the defensive battle. And today, the Imperial Army's NPC fleet finally sent a message. It seemed that they wanted to participate in the battle, which made Amon both happy and worried. Amon was happy that once the Imperial Army's massive NPC fleet joined the battle, their strength would greatly increase, dragging the situation that could still be supported into the abyss. Call back and ask the commander of the Imperial Army's fleet what strategy and tactics they want to adopt, Elman said to one of his subordinates. Yes, that subordinate immediately sent a reply to Aurelia. Soon, Aurelia's reply came, but this reply made Elman curse out loud. Damn it, that idiotic commander is here again. She will kill us sooner or later. Amon cursed in his flagship, because Aurelia's reply was very simple. You do not need to care about the tactical core. You just need to cooperate with the allied fleet to attack. Clearly, Aurelia did not care about Amon at all. Previously, she had only treated the commander of the player fleet as cannon fodder. Aurelia was confident that she could end this war alone. Therefore, she did not care whether Amon would cooperate or not. It is said that Aurelia is the lover of the Imperial Army's Grand Marshal Jiang Fei, said one of Amon's underlings. This kind of gossip about NPCs was actually very popular in the player circle. Amon immediately found a reasonable explanation for his judgment. Now, he even thought that Aurelia was just a facade. In fact, she did not understand the command of the fleet at all. One of the underlings asked, "Forget it. Let's fight with those NPCs first. If they kneel down, we will continue with the original fighting method." Amon said after thinking for a moment. The underlings nodded. A few hours passed quickly. It was very convenient for the player fleet to gather. As for the fleet under Aurelia's command, They had never been scattered. She had always kept the fleet in a state where they could attack at any time. Aurelia's sharp blade could be unsheathed. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Aurelia's flagship sent a message to Aemon's fleet. He ordered his fleet to prepare for battle and move toward Area D9. Region D9? Aemon and his subordinates were all stunned. Region D9 was relatively far from the battlefield. One of his subordinates guessed. Another player asked, "That's impossible. My informant didn't even send a message back." Aemon frowned. A player asked, "Let's do it first. If they can't hold on, we'll rush back." "It's not that far," Aemon said after thinking for a moment. After all, Aurelia was the commander of the Empire's fleet. Although he commanded the player fleet, he could not openly disobey orders. After Aemon nodded, the players below immediately took action. They piloted their warships and moved towards Area D9. Chapter 2714, 2714. Translator, 549690339. One of the captains under Ilaria asked through the communication. "It's almost impossible for enemy reinforcements to appear there, or in other words, it's impossible for the enemy to have reinforcements," Ilaria said with a smile. The captain asked. Aurelia's lips curled into a smile. She wanted to let Aemon see what the art of commanding was. Almost all the captains in the communication channel were stunned. They did not expect their commander to be so willful. Of course, from another perspective, they also understood Aurelia's confidence. If victory was not in their hands, how could Aurelia not use such a powerful fleet? Therefore, when Aurelia explained why she moved Aemon's fleet to Zone D9, the captains and officers of the Imperial fleet immediately put down their apprehensions and became confident and calm. The morale of the entire fleet also rose by a notch. 80% of the captains of the Imperial fleet were Aurelia's old subordinates. During the days when the tip of the blade danced, Aurelia had won the trust of the captains with her amazing commanding ability. Therefore, when Aurelia showed great confidence this time, these captains were naturally filled with confidence. They trusted their commanders very much. Even though the enemy's fleet was also huge, their equipment and technology were also more advanced, but Aurelia's presence still filled the entire Imperial fleet with confidence of victory. This was perhaps the charm of a powerful commander. Even if she was only commanding a patrol fleet, you would believe that she could easily defeat the enemy's main fleet. There was no scientific reason for that. You could not even think of a way for her to win, but you just believed that she could do it. 15 a.m., Aurelia's second order was issued. However, it was not to the fleet, but to a certain resource star in the Dominant Galaxy. Load a slaughtering warhead and aim at Area C4. Aurelia personally sent the most confidential communication. At this moment, including most of the captains in the fleet, they did not know when Aurelia had completed the deployment on that resource planet. A slaughtering cannon had already been quietly built there. During the time when Aemon was dealing with the Resistance fleet, Aurelia was not simply watching from the sidelines. She had been quietly deploying her own plan. Aurelia had talked about how a large number of players from the rebel army would definitely attack them. When that time came, Aemon's fleet would not be able to stand against this super fleet that had been strengthened by the development team. Therefore, Aurelia had no choice but to make a plan. She activated the ultimate weapon plan that Zhang Fei had already prepared. This plan had been formulated a long time ago. However, almost everyone who knew about it, including Zhang Fei and Aurelia, did not think that this plan would be implemented one day. Zhang Fei had never thought of ending the game and completely destroying the Vizari army. Moreover, the Vizari army, which had always been in a weak position, was unlikely to force the Imperial army into a desperate situation. However, this time, in order to avoid too many casualties, Aurelia directly activated the ultimate weapon plan. Then, she built a super weapon in the Dominican Galaxy, the Slaughtering Cannon. The Slaughtering Cannon was one of the super weapons that Zhang Fei had reverse-engineered based on the Titan's blueprint that he had obtained from the players previously. This was because the construction of the Titan required the star core as the power source. It was impossible for Zhang Fei to obtain this thing. Therefore, it was destined that he could only have one Titan in his possession. However, Zhang Fei was clearly unwilling to have only one Titan battleship. However, he could not get Second Star Corps. Therefore, he took a different path and led a group of engineers to give up on developing more Titan battleships. Instead, he focused on the Titan battleship's superweapon and enhanced it extremely. Hence, two superweapon blueprints were born. The slaughtering cannon and the Death Star cannon were the results of Zhang Fei and the engineers' research. This kind of cannon could not be built on a planet because not only did it consume a lot of energy, but the reaction force was too strong. When it fired, there would be a strong earthquake near the cannon. When that happened, all the infrastructure around the cannon would be destroyed. The cannon itself would also be destroyed by the impact. Therefore, this kind of cannon could only be fixed in the planet's orbital space. Moreover, a large number of support equipment had to be built to ensure its smooth operation. There was almost no room for other buildings. The built Death Star cannon or slaughtering cannon could only be protected by the nearby fleets and could not enjoy the protection of the orbital defense facilities. Other than that, the energy consumption of this superweapon was also very terrifying. A normal planet could not support it all. Only high-quality resource stars with rich antimatter resources were qualified to build such a superweapon in orbit space. And there happened to be a planet like that in the dominant galaxy. Therefore, Aurelia did not hesitate to dock her fleet there. It seemed that she was afraid of the battle and let Aemon take the lead, but in fact, she was quietly building the slaughtering cannon. About half an hour later, the slaughtering warhead of the slaughtering cannon was fully loaded. Furthermore, it adjusted its muzzle and aimed at Area C4, which was the focus of the Resistance's player fleet. Just as Aurelia was getting ready for the final battle, the players of the Resistance were also having a meeting. What's going on with Aemon and his gang? Why did they suddenly go to D9? I don't know. They must have fallen out with the Imperial Army's NPCs. I think so too. He's a classic quitter. Then should we go over and kill them? These damn turtles are lying behind the orbital defense facilities. Now that they've finally appeared, it's a good opportunity for us. What if it's a trap? They suddenly ran over there for no reason. No matter how you look at it, it looks like they're trying to set us up. What if we go over and they ambush us? The player leaders of the Resistance were debating nonstop. Even the professional players among them did not have the rallying and commanding power that Aemon had. Therefore, the other guild leaders would not submit to the leadership of a single person. This caused the players of the rebel army to be like a pile of loose sand. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 2715, 2715. Translator 549690339. Don't worry about Aemon and the others. Even if we destroy those guys, they can still buy new ships and make a comeback. If it is a trap, we will suffer even more losses. A young player said. He was a professional player in the Resistance. Although he was not as famous as Aemon, as a rising star, he was known as the person who had the best chance to replace Aemon. Ryan, another player leader, looked at him. Although the Resistance did not have someone like Aemon who could control the overall situation, Ryan, a newly risen professional player, was undoubtedly someone that everyone thought highly of. And instead of arguing over whether Aemon's retreat is a trap or not, we might as well play along. We should ignore those guys and directly take down the enemy NPC's fortress. Once the dominant galaxy is broken through, we can march straight in. Even if we can't destroy the universe empire in one fell swoop, we can still cause a large number of losses within them. Ryan analyzed. Even though the development team had been leaning towards the rebel army recently, Ryan knew that this was definitely not normal. They would be able to recover very quickly. As for the Vizari army, they could not be counted on anymore. They had been completely crippled by the previous attacks. Moreover, with the weak economic system of the Vasily Legion, it would take decades for them to recover. Hence, it was already impossible for the Vasily Legion to catch up to the Universe Empire in terms of strength. What Ryan and the other Resistance players could do was to drag the Universe Empire down with them. Then both sides would be able to return to the same level again. All right, I agree with Ryan's plan. I agree too. I don't think this is reliable. It's more practical to chase after Aemon and the others. Nonsense. What if we get ambushed? I agree with Ryan's plan too. After unifying their targets, the Resistance player fleet quickly gathered. They crossed the Stargate, formed a formation in front of the Imperial Army's position, and then slowly advanced forward. Reporting. An intelligence officer in charge of monitoring the Resistance Army fleets immediately reported to Aurelia. Aurelia nodded, and then continued to quietly close his eyes to rest. Reporting. Commander, the enemy advance fleet has arrived at Area C4. Aurelia was still unmoved. Reporting. The intelligence officer's voice trembled. It was unknown whether it was because of fear or excitement. But at this moment, the Resistance fleet had already approached the Imperial Army's orbital defense facilities. Their ultra-long range attack cruisers had already started firing plasma regiments to attack the Imperial Army's orbital defense facilities. At this moment, Aurelia opened his eyes calmly. After receiving the order, the adjutant immediately relayed Aurelia's order, and for a moment, the entire Imperial Army's fleet was mobilized. The engines of all the warships roared, and all the combat personnel were in position. Everyone's battle nerves were tensed up. Report. Lord Commander. The intelligence officer shouted loudly. Aurelia immediately sat up straight. For a moment, the entire Imperial Army fleet moved out. The engines of the warships spewed out long ion beams, pushing the huge warships forward. At this moment, the long-range attacks of the Resistance Army also began to take effect. Those high-energy plasma clusters continuously bombarded the Imperial Army's defensive structures. The shields of these defensive structures were on the verge of collapsing. The adjutant asked, "No rush. Let the orbital defense facilities attack automatically." Aurelia did not plan to rely on these orbital defense facilities from the start. These things were bait to attract the enemies. One after another, Gaussian railguns and hangar defense platforms were destroyed. This made the Resistance players happy. As Eamon's squadron had retreated to Zone D9, they could not return to the battlefield even if they wanted to. Hence, the Resistance had time to clear out these obstructing defense facilities. Damn it! Is that NPC commander an idiot? Why didn't she cooperate with the orbital defense equipment to defend against the enemy's attack? What is this now? Eamon was hopping mad on his own battleship. One of his underlings asked, "Forget it. Forget about that idiot commander's order." Eamon gritted his teeth and said, "The Imperial Army's player squadron had just arrived at Area D9, but before they could drink a mouthful of water, they turned around and ran back." It seemed like Area D9 was indeed a trap. These guys willingly became bait to lure us in. Seeing Eamon's squadron rush back, Ryan's face revealed a proud smile. It seemed that after this battle, his dream of replacing Eamon would take a step further. "Commander," the adjutant reported to Aurelia. "It doesn't matter. Let them come back." Aurelia smiled. She sent Eamon's fleets out mainly to attract the Resistance fleets to attack. Eamon's quick return would make the Resistance more confident in their judgment. This would speed up the pace of the attack and allow the fleet to move forward. At this moment, Aurelia's Imperial fleet had already reached close to the orbital defense facilities. If they moved any further, they would have to include the Resistance fleet in their firing range. Aurelia personally issued this encrypted order. Along with the order, they had already locked onto the target, and the fully loaded slaughtering cannon had also entered the firing sequence. Chapter 2716, 2716. Translator 549690339. Following a silent explosion, a slaughter warhead shot out from the cannon and headed straight for the targeted Area C4. It was said to be silent because there was no air in space and sound couldn't be transmitted. You could also imagine the terrifying roar in your mind. As a super weapon, the range of the slaughtering cannon was quite terrifying. The slaughtering cannon moved at warp speed, and in theory, it could hit any target within 1,000,000 light years. It was not a big problem to hit a planet with a relatively stable orbit. However, if it was aimed at a fleet outside a few galaxies, unless they had been waiting there all along, they would have long disappeared by the time the slaughtering cannon arrived. Fortunately, the slaughtering cannons were built in the middle of the Dominican galaxy, so they were not too far away from the C4 region. In just a few hundred astronomical units of distance, they could reach the C4 region in a matter of seconds under warp speed. In the C4 region, the slaughtering warheads detached from the subspace and detonated directly in the Resistance fleet. Because the warheads detonated immediately after they left the subspace, the Resistance fleet had no time to react. But this was meaningless to the slaughter warhead. The Resistance players had done well enough. If it was a warship that jumped out of the subspace, then it would immediately be blasted into pieces by countless main cannons. But what jumped out of the subspace was a slaughter warhead that no players had ever seen before. The slaughtering warhead detonated. Even Aurelia, who was far away in Region C3, felt the surrounding space shake. This was not the shockwave from the explosion of the giant nuclear bomb on Earth. Instead, the entire space shook violently from the explosion. In the violent explosion, at least thousands of rebel player warships were destroyed on the spot, causing devastating losses to the players of the rebel army. However, this was only the beginning. The power of the slaughter cannon was not limited to the power of the explosion. Other than those rebel warships that were destroyed on the spot, the slaughter cannon was not the only one. All the spaceships in Zone C4 were paralyzed due to the powerful electromagnetic interference caused by the explosion. This was the second kill of the slaughter warhead. For a moment, the players of the rebel army lost control of their battleships. The central control screen was flashing with snow. The battleships did not listen to the command and could only stay where they were. They could not do anything. Without 20 minutes, there was no way to remove it. And 20 minutes was neither long nor short. In a space battle, 20 minutes was probably just the main fleet turning around. At most, they would enter the firing range and complete a volley of shots. For the huge rebel fleet, although they would suffer heavy losses, they would not be completely wiped out. Unfortunately, the terrifying power of the slaughtering warhead was not limited to the first two items. When it exploded, it also released a stable phase beacon, which could provide a stable warp point for Aurelia's fleet. At this moment, Aurelia's fleet was already prepared. When the Resistance fleet was paralyzed, the Imperial fleet immediately began to warp. The short-distance warping time was extremely short. In just 2 seconds, the Imperial fleet appeared behind a Resistance fleet. Aurelia gave the order. At this moment, the Imperial fleet's captain and officers of all ranks were extremely excited. The Resistance fleet's warships were all paralyzed, and it would take at least 20 minutes for them to recover. And during this period of time, they were all fixed targets. The real 10,000 cannons were fired at the same time. The fleet under Aurelia's command was too huge, and its scale far exceeded that of the previous combined fleets, although the technology of these ships could not compare to the player warships. They could not miss when firing at close range. The most fatal thing was not how high the attack power of the Imperial Army warships was, but the warships of the players of the Resistance Army were all paralyzed at this moment, and their shield systems were all out of order. In front of the automatic cannons that mainly dealt kinetic damage, it was really like paper. One by one, the player warships of the Resistance were destroyed. At this moment, Ryan was almost grinding his teeth to pieces. He was so unwilling. He was so close to victory. He had even begun to imagine the scene when he surpassed Eamon and became the #1 player. In the end, reality knocked him to the ground. Eamon had indeed been transferred, but he had been fooled by a group of NPCs. Moreover, he was about to be completely wiped out. This kind of failure was a stain on Ryan's reputation. It was enough to make him unable to raise his head in the professional player circle, a stain that he would never be able to lift his head up. Being beaten up by a group of NPCs was something that no professional player could accept. However, reality was cruel. No matter how unwilling Ryan was, he had no choice but to accept the fate of being defeated. All the warships under his command were affected by the electromagnetic interference and could not move at all. The massive fleet of the Imperial Army had surrounded them. The automatic cannons that he once thought were toys were now constantly destroying his warships, one after another. 20 minutes had never been so difficult for Ryan. Finally, 20 minutes had passed. A portion of the warships with stronger electromagnetic abilities began to regain their mobility. However, at this moment, they were facing an enemy army that was indeed surrounded by layers. These warships with strong electromagnetic abilities were not the type with strong combat strength. Most of them were auxiliary warships. Ignore these auxiliary cruisers. Aurelia's goal was very clear. Then, these auxiliary cruisers with weak attack power would not be able to cause any waves at all. Space fireworks exploded one after another. Although the sound could not be transmitted over, those who saw the scene could almost imagine the loud noise that the warship made when it exploded. Eamon, who was trying his best to help, was dumbfounded. He had not even covered 1/3 of the distance, which was even further away from Zone C than Zone D9. However, at this moment, more than 2/3 of the Resistance battleships had already been lost, and the remaining battleships were almost all injured. Looking at this situation, it was a foregone conclusion that the entire Resistance army would be annihilated. Chapter 2717. 2717. Translator 549690339. The battle quickly entered its final phase. Before Eamon's fleet could even reach the battlefield, the battle had already ended. The remaining 30 to 50 rebel warships were fleeing toward the Stargate. However, Aurelia's fleet was holding them back. Based on the distance between the two sides, the rebel warships did not have the time to activate the Stargate. They would be completely destroyed. Damn it, what's going on? Is that NPC commander a genius or an idiot? And what kind of weapon was that just now? Isn't that too terrifying? It could destroy a fleet with one shot. Eamon was puzzled on his flagship. He could not understand how all of this happened in less than an hour. Space battles were never quick. In a battle between thousands of warships, it was impossible to determine the winner within a few months. In just a few minutes, after a superweapon, the Resistance fleet was crippled. Then, they turned off their shields and let the others fight as they pleased. The strongest defense of a warship was definitely not some high-tech alloy armor. No matter what kind of metal it was made of, or what proportion it was made of, its defense was limited. Even a powerful armor would not be able to withstand a single blow. The strongest defense method of a warship was a shield. As long as this thing had sufficient energy, it would be able to withstand the enemy's attack. However, the power of such a physical weapon was far inferior to the energy cannon. Hence, the armor alone could defend against it for a long time. However, once the warship deactivated its shield, it would be vulnerable to the destructive energy cannon. Hence, the Resistance fleet was almost wiped out in such a short period of time. The greatest power of the Slaughter warhead did not lie in the damage caused by the explosion. Instead, it lay in the powerful electromagnetic interference that it released. This would cause the enemy's warship to completely lose space-time in a relatively large airspace. The engines, shields, and weapon systems were all ineffective. In addition, the phase beacons carried by the Slaughter warhead were also very lethal. Because the Slaughter cannon used by Aurelia this time was relatively close to the attacking area, the function of the phase beacons was not too obvious. If this was a cross-galaxy attack on a planet, then the power of the phase beacons would be displayed. For example, Aurelia used the slaughtering cannon to aim at the capital planet of Azari's army, Minsk. Then once the slaughtering warhead reached its target and detonated in the outer space of Minsk, the consequences would be very terrible. First, the Vazari's warships near the slaughtering warhead would be destroyed. Secondly, the orbit defense facilities within the gravity well of Minsk and the other warships of Vazari's army would be rendered ineffective. Then, Minsk would become a stable phase beacon, allowing Aurelia's fleet to directly warp across the Empire's borders. They would not need to enter the Vazari fleet through the Stargate of the dominant galaxy. Then, they would attack little by little. Through the phase beacon of the Slaughter cannon, Aurelia's fleet could easily complete the decapitation operation and directly attack the capital of the Vazari fleet. This was the true purpose of the Slaughterer cannon. If it was not for Jiang Fei, Aurelia, and the others wanting to buy as much time as possible and not wanting to end the game as soon as possible, they would have already had the ability to destroy Vazari's army in one fell swoop and unify the entire universe. However, if that was the case, the game would completely lose the possibility of continuing to play. Once the game was shut down and the server was shut down, the entire universe would be threatened. At that time, Jiang Fei and the others would be finished. Therefore, for the sake of their own lives, although Jiang Fei and the rest had long had the ability to destroy the Vizari army, they had not made any moves. It was only until today that Aurelia could not help but show off his skills. He used the slaughtering cannon to take down the Resistance Army's huge fleet of players. After the Resistance Army's attack was thwarted and the entire army was wiped out, even if they were players, even if the development team tried their best to subsidize them. After all, these guys' battleships were not given away for free. They were bought with real money. However, they had to spend money to buy things. Not everyone was rich. Hence, after the warships were destroyed, many of the Resistance Army players went bankrupt. Without a certain amount of time, they would not be able to make a comeback. Aurelia's clean victory did not give the players on both sides of the Resistance Army and the Imperial Army the chance to earn money and experience. The Resistance wouldn't be able to form a counterattack squadron for a while. As for Eamon's side, they were similarly powerless to attack. This was because the Vasily Legion had built up a large number of defense facilities. If they wanted to grind through them bit by bit, they would need a lot more time. Commander, we should take advantage of our victory and chase after them. Eamon pleaded with Aurelia. Our universe empire is a country that loves peace. Aurelia's reply was righteous. However, anyone who heard it would roll their eyes. If this was said by a politician, it would be fine. Aurelia was the fleet commander who had invaded the Vizari army's territory several times. Why couldn't she remember this righteous speech? Eamon said, unwilling to give up. If you're willing to fight, then fight. The Empire's military expenditure is limited. Aurelia said, what? Eamon was completely dumbfounded. Up until now, he had no idea what Aurelia was doing. If one were to say that this fellow was an idiot, no one would be able to stop her when she was fierce. She actually turned a blind eye to such a rare opportunity, which made Eamon very puzzled. All right, there's no need to say anymore. After Aurelia finished speaking, she cut off the communication and then ordered the fleet to prepare to return. Eamon was so anxious that he slapped his thigh, but there was nothing he could do. A few days later, Aurelia's huge fleet retreated out of the Dominic system in batches and returned to their own garrison areas. Aurelia also brought her core fleet back to Skodastar. Aurelia did not forget to personally supervise the dismantling of the slaughtering cannon. Chapter 2718, 2718. Translator, 549690339 on the other side. Aurelia had taken care of the rebel fleet. While Eamon was frustrated that he did not get any benefits, Jiang Fei was also searching for the Mercury Man in the inheritance space. Although he knew that the Mercury Man was in the inheritance space and might even be waiting for Jiang Fei's arrival at his previous position, there were no landmarks in the inheritance space. There was also no sense of direction. Therefore, even someone as powerful as Jiang Fei would change his direction in the inheritance space. Generally speaking, if Jiang Fei lost his sense of direction on a certain planet, he could use his extremely powerful spiritual power to scan the entire planet. That way, he could go wherever he wanted. However, the problem was that the inheritance space was almost infinite. Although Jiang Fei's spiritual power was powerful, it could not cover the entire inheritance space. Compared to the entire inheritance space, it was not even a drop in the ocean. Under such circumstances, his spiritual power was clearly unable to help Jiang Fei. He could only rely on his instincts and fly in the right direction. That was up to fate. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he flew at full speed. According to the Mercury Man, Jiang Fei was not the only one who had an exit to the legacy space. There were other people who also had an exit to the legacy space. One of them was a gamma space person. Jiang Fei would be able to find the entrance to the gamma space. His soul would be able to enter the gamma space. When that time came, with the help of the carriers provided by Lena and the others, Jiang Fei would be able to truly enter the gamma space and find a solution to the danger of the three-dimensional world. Therefore, while Jiang Fei was looking for the Mercury Man, he was also paying attention to his surroundings, trying to find any clues about the others. Unfortunately, he did not know if it was due to his bad luck, or was the inheritance space too big. He did not know how long he had been flying for, but he could not find any information about the others. What is that? Suddenly, Jiang Fei noticed a few bright spots in the distance. His initially confused mind instantly cleared up. There's someone. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. Then, he flew in that direction. As the saying goes, a horse dies when it sees a mountain. Although Jiang Fei had discovered the bright spot a long time ago, after flying for half a day, the bright spot still seemed very far away. However, Jiang Fei would not give up at this time. This was the first time he had found traces of other people in the inheritance space. After flying for an unknown period of time, Jiang Fei was about to give up when he finally approached the bright spot. When Jiang Fei got closer, he found that the bright spot was a few boxes. There was no lock on the boxes. They were just quietly placed there. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. It was very obvious that this was the entrance to someone's inheritance space. The other party was obviously the same as Jiang Fei before. They thought that this space was exclusive to him. Therefore, he placed the treasure here without worry. When he comes in, I will be able to determine where this exit corresponds to, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he sat down quietly beside the boxes. The surroundings were quiet. Jiang Fei was very bored sitting here. Gradually, curiosity welled up in Jiang Fei's heart. On one hand, he was too bored. On the other hand, the boxes were not locked. Therefore, Jiang Fei became more and more curious about the things that were stored in the boxes. Open it and see, Jiang Fei said to himself. Once this thought arose in his mind, Jiang Fei could not hold it in anymore. It was as if there was a kitten scratching him in his heart. He really wanted to open the box to take a look. He looked around and found that the surrounding space was very stable. It did not seem like someone was going to enter. Jiang Fei stood up and walked to the front of the box. Then, he reached out and pulled the lid of one of the boxes. The box was opened. There was a pile of colorful gemstones inside. However, Jiang Fei could not feel any energy fluctuations from it. What is this? Jiang Fei was stunned. Although these colorful gemstones were natural and could be priceless in some places, to Jiang Fei, these things were no different from glass balls. However, when he saw these things, Jiang Fei was secretly disappointed. These gemstones clearly belonged to the three-dimensional world. Clearly, this exit corresponded to a certain location in the three-dimensional space. From the things that the other party had collected, this exit should correspond to a planet that was not very developed. Whether it was a cultivation system or a technological system, that planet clearly did not go into space, otherwise they would definitely not treat these ordinary gemstones as precious items. When he thought of this result, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little disappointed. After all, if this exit corresponded to such a planet, then it really would not be of much help to him. Forget it. Such an exit, even if I pass it, it would be meaningless. Just as Jiang Fei was about to give up, the surrounding space suddenly flashed slightly. Jiang Fei's sharp senses detected the fluctuation of the space. In the next second, a human figure flashed in. It's possible. Jiang Fei was shocked. The other party's physical body had entered the inheritance space and could move freely. This meant that he had mastered the method to change his form by touching the energy string. After all, this skill was something that Jiang Fei had only mastered after he had put in a lot of effort and had reached a certain level of strength. According to his previous analysis, this planet was now a low-level martial arts or low-tech world. How could such an expert appear? With this thought in mind, Jiang Fei stopped in his tracks and looked quietly at the entrance. Who's there? The other party had clearly noticed Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had only entered the inheritance space in his spiritual form, since the other party had such a space, the strength of his spiritual power would not be much weaker. Jiang Fei walked out directly. Since the other party had noticed him, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Who are you? The other party asked in fear. Actually, it was not his fault for being timid. If someone had come to the vicinity of Zhang Fei's exit before he met the Mercury Man, he would have been scared to death. Zhang Fei also felt that this space was his exclusive. No one else could enter or leave. Therefore, he had placed all the good things in this space. Chapter 2719, 2719. Translator, 549690339. Zhang Fei hesitated for a moment. He wanted to find a more reasonable excuse, but he did not want to tell the guy the truth. However, at that moment, the guy suddenly moved. I don't care who you are, but you have entered my space and found out my secret. The guy suddenly roared and pounced on Zhang Fei. F***CK. Zhang Fei took a step back and tried to distance himself from the man. However, the man refused to let go and pounced on Zhang Fei in an instant. The man used his spiritual power and tried to kill Zhang Fei's soul. At this time, no matter how good Zhang Fei's temper was, he could not just sit around and wait to be killed. Therefore, he used his spiritual power and charged the man. The two people's spiritual power collided. Then, they began to devour each other and kill each other. However, very soon, Zhang Fei realized that although this guy had a huge amount of spiritual power and its strength was not any weaker than his, he did not know how to use it at all. On the other hand, Zhang Fei had learned many spiritual attack methods from Tyrion. Moreover, he had also learned many skills. This showed the difference between the two of them. In the probing stage, the two of them were evenly matched. However, when they really went all out, the person was immediately no match for Zhang Fei. Who are you? The person's voice was filled with fear. Zhang Fei could clearly sense that the person wanted to escape. In the beginning, Zhang Fei did not have the slightest intention to kill him. However, now, Zhang Fei naturally would not let him escape. Therefore, when the person wanted to withdraw his spiritual power, Zhang Fei refused to let him go. As the battle of spiritual power continued, the guy was getting weaker and weaker. Soon, his spiritual power was completely devoured by Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei let out a long breath. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Why are you doing this? I did not intend to kill you. You are simply courting death." Actually, it was not the fault of this unlucky guy. No matter who had their biggest secret discovered, they would be anxious. It was normal for him to want to kill Zhang Fei to silence him. Unfortunately, his skills were not as good as his opponents. He could only be killed by accident. Zhang Fei had indeed gained a huge advantage. Not only did he devour a guy whose spiritual power was almost as strong as his, he had also obtained a lot of this guy's memories. Moreover, there was a ready-made carrier right in front of him. When Zhang Fei entered the inheritance space, he did not bring his physical body with him. As Maleki was still calculating the fluctuation code of the nucleus of will, Zhang Fei could not bring him into the inheritance space. Therefore, he left his physical body in the time house and only sent his consciousness into the inheritance space. Now, Zhang Fei wanted to go out through this exit and see what was happening outside. He needed a physical body. Otherwise, if he only used his soul to go out, it would be like a lonely ghost. It would be very dangerous. If he was taken in as an artifact spirit, Zhang Fei would really be in tears. This unlucky fellow was courting death. Not only did it increase Zhang Fei's mental strength, it also provided him with a complete physical body. Looking at the carrier floating in the air, Zhang Fei smiled and possessed it. When Zhang Fei was in the world of the 5 directions, he had read about this method in the ancient books. Although he had never used it before, he had a certain understanding of it. However, it was not a problem for a ready-made carrier like the Aperture. After his soul entered this carrier, Zhang Fei realized that this guy was actually quite handsome. However, his ears were much bigger than a human's. Moreover, his ears were slender and long. He looked like a legendary elf. However, it was not quite the same. After that, Zhang Fei closed his eyes and began to comb through the remaining memories of that unlucky guy. From these memories, Zhang Fei knew that this guy was called Carreras. He was a ranger who lived on a low-level martial arts cultivation planet. He was able to obtain such a large amount of spiritual power and open the inheritance space. It was all due to coincidence. After going through the memories of the unlucky guy, Jiang Fei realized that the people on this planet were still in a relatively primitive state. They did not have any understanding of the unexpected places on this planet. In their understanding, this planet was the entire world. I'll go and take a look at this planet first. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Fei decided to go and take a look at this planet. Although he was in a hurry to find the Mercury Man and the entrance to the Gamma space, he had finally found another exit with great difficulty. If he did not go and take a look, he would feel an itch in his heart. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei directly left the inheritance dimension through the exit. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei appeared in Carrera's world. A refreshing and elegant fragrance blew into his face. This was the fragrance that was carried by the extremely pure air. This planet has been protected too well. Jiang Fei thought to himself. The environment here was even better than the 5 directions, heaven and earth. Looking around, Jiang Fei was in the middle of a forest. The trees around him were very tall. Even the smallest one was surrounded by 2 people. Jiang Fei muttered. At this moment, other than his unusually large spiritual power, his strength was only around level 5 on Earth. His combat strength was about 10,000. He could be considered to be terrible. Moreover, as he had entered the legacy space with his soul, Jiang Fei did not bring anything with him. If he entered with his physical body, he could directly release the yacht and use the yacht to enter space. Then, he could pass through the star map. He could quickly lock onto the location of this planet. However, Jiang Fei did not have anything in his hands. With the power of his physical body, he could not leave this planet. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he prepared to return to the legacy space and bring his physical body over to take a look. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, a group of people suddenly appeared in the distance. Moreover, this group of people quickly surrounded him. These people looked very similar to Carreras. They were handsome men and beautiful women with long, thin ears. These people held weapons and bows in their hands. They were all aimed at Jiang Fei. It seemed that they were the ones who had captured him. The beautiful woman in the lead stepped forward and said. Jiang Fei shrugged. He really had nothing to say. Let's go. Follow me back. Stealing the Queen's treasure is already a felony. If you continue to resist, you will only die. The beauty said to Jiang Fei. Oh my God, no wonder this kid was so nervous. When he saw me, he was ready to kill me. Jiang Fei sighed. He had only read the remaining memories. Therefore, he thought that Carreras was a ranger. He did not expect that the ranger was just a cover. This guy's true identity was a thief. Chapter 2720-2720. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei asked. He did not expect Carreras to be a thief. He did not expect to be stopped the moment he came out. Don't waste your time, Carreras. The beauty on the opposite side did not answer. She waved her hand and said to the people beside her, Take him down. The warriors on both sides did not wait for an explanation. They went up and captured Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not resist. Although he could completely wipe out the people in front of him with his spiritual attack, his carrier was too weak. It would be a pity if he was killed by a stray arrow. Moreover, because Jiang Fei could return to the inheritance space at any time, he was not afraid of being captured. Therefore, he did not resist. Oomph. The beautiful lady came in front of Jiang Fei. Then, she moved her face closer to Jiang Fei and said, You are really brave. You even dared to steal Her Majesty's treasure. As she said that, the beautiful leader's hands were not clean. She directly hit Jiang Fei's lower abdomen with an elbow. Jiang Fei let out a muffled groan. This carrier was too weak. Being hit by the beautiful lady was really painful. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He did not expect Carreras to die, and he would have to suffer for that guy. The beautiful leader did not bother to explain further. She immediately had her subordinates bring Jiang Fei into the forest. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Jiang Fei still did not know anything else. After about half a day, Jiang Fei was brought to the bottom of a large tree. The size of the tree was beyond Jiang Fei's imagination. The diameter of the tree was at least the same as a city. It was definitely unusual. The beautiful leader knocked on the tree trunk 3 times. After a moment, a part of the tree trunk automatically split open and formed a large door. The beautiful leader walked in first. Her subordinates followed Jiang Fei in. After entering the inner part of the tree, Jiang Fei found that there was a different world inside. There were crisscrossing streets and hollow wooden houses. Moreover, these houses were not artificially carved. Instead, they were grown by the tree itself. As they passed through the bustling streets, the people led Jiang Fei through a few city walls that were guarded by soldiers. Then, they entered a heavily guarded castle. Everything that Jiang Fei saw was grown from the inside of the tree itself. This kind of magical scenery made Jiang Fei sigh in amazement. Take him to the cell. He's better off running away. I'm going to meet Her Majesty the Queen. The beautiful leader instructed her subordinates before she turned around and left. A few soldiers pushed and shoved Jiang Fei to a place that looked like a prison cell. Although everything was made of wood, this kind of wood was very strong. Even if the carrier that Jiang Fei was using now had a little bit of power, it was impossible for him to break free. One of the soldiers pushed Jiang Fei in and then closed the door. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he thought about whether he should meet the queen or leave now. Anyway, if he wanted to enter the inheritance space, no one could stop him. As he was considering whether to leave, Jiang Fei subconsciously glanced at the cell. Soon, he realized that he was not the only one in the cell. There was also an old man with a white beard and hair. However, this old man was just like the people here. He had long, thin ears. Hee, I didn't expect you to be caught as well, the old man said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Jiang Fei was at a loss. The old man clearly knew him. However, in Carrera's remaining memories, there was no information about the old man. What's wrong? The old man laughed coldly. Jiang Fei was even more embarrassed. This old man was probably Carrera's teacher. However, Carrera's had already died. He was only borrowing the carrier now. I've already said it before. That ability of yours might not be a good thing. How is it? The old man said to himself. He did not care about Jiang Fei's embarrassment and confusion. Back then, when I was adventuring, I encountered an ancient book. It recorded the things about this space of yours. This space is not as simple as you think. It is also the path to other worlds. Therefore, I warned you more than once. Do not use it. Do not use it. In the end, you did not listen. Now, it is a waste of your life, the old man said to himself. Jiang Fei stared at the old man. He did not know what the old man meant. Was it because Carreras had stolen the queen's things and was about to die? Or was it because he realized that Carreras was no longer the original Carreras and knew that his disciple had died? All right, I know that you are very confused now. Your guess is right. I know that my unlucky disciple has died. The old man seemed to be able to see through Jiang Fei's heart. Jiang Fei laughed. Since the secret had been exposed, he was calm. That disciple of mine just did not listen. The old man sighed. Then he asked Jiang Fei, Now, can you tell me, which universe are you from? Jiang Fei was stunned. The old man's question was very mysterious. The old man asked, How do you know that I'm not from here? Moreover, even if I'm not a creature from this planet, I can still be a creature from other planets in this universe. Jiang Fei said, Because your arrival was recorded in ancient books as early as 100,000 years ago. When I was still young, Carreras had not been born yet. I knew that you would replace him today, the old man said as he twirled his beard. What? Jiang Fei was really shocked this time. It seemed that the world he had accidentally entered was actually related to him. Was the person who left the ancient books the same person who created the Mercury Man? Chapter 2721, 2721. Translator, 549690339. According to the ancient records, a person named Jiang Fei will replace my disciple and come to our world. I believe you are that Jiang Fei, the old man said slowly. Jiang Fei did not speak, but his brows furrowed. The old man actually knew his name. The ancient records were too detailed. Judging from your expression, I should be right, the old man laughed. Jiang Fei asked, I don't know much. This prophecy was too long ago. Moreover, I did not manage to read all the ancient books. I only glanced at them a few times, the old man said. Zhang Fei said coldly, I don't have long to live. Even if you don't kill me, I will still be able to survive for less than 3 days, said the old man as he pointed at his chest. Zhang Fei followed the old man's finger and saw a bloody hole in the old man's chest. He could vaguely see that the heart inside had disappeared. If a vegetable has no heart, it will not die. The old man asked Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei stared at the old man. He was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked the old man, What kind of answer do you want to hear? Zhang Fei had heard of books and legends since he was young. Back on Earth, there was a book called the God Ascension Board. There was a prime minister in it. He had once received guidance from an expert. Later, he had his heart dug out by the demon concubine. He would use similar words to ask someone for a gag order. If the other party said that he could live, Zhang Fei would be able to keep his life. If the other party said that he would definitely die, Zhang Fei would not be able to live. Now that the old man had suddenly asked such a question, Zhang Fei was clearly not in a rush to answer. As expected, when Zhang Fei said this, the old man's eyes lit up. His eyes, which were filled with death, suddenly had hope again. The old man said. He could not tell Zhang Fei the answer directly, because if he did, the seal would be broken and he would die without a doubt. Then I say that you can live, Zhang Fei replied with a smile. He did not mind helping the old man, because the old man's strength was relatively average. Or rather, the overall strength of this world was very average. Therefore, Zhang Fei did not think that the old man could pose a threat to him. If he wanted to kill the old man, he only needed a thought and a normal spiritual power pierce. What did you say? The old man was stunned. I said, you can live, Zhang Fei said with a smile. Ah, the old man laughed loudly. Soon after, the bloody hole in his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The old man suddenly became lively. The old man held Zhang Fei's hand and thanked him. Zhang Fei asked, Okay. The old man nodded, then he said to Zhang Fei, It's like this. When I was young, I used to be a ranger. A few of my friends and I went on adventures around until I saw the ancient book in a ruin. When he said this, the old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of grief. Then he continued, But it was because of this ancient book that our brothers fell out. Through the old man's description, Zhang Fei had a rough understanding of the situation. Originally, there were 5 people in the old man's team. Their identities were different. It was because of their interest in adventures that they gathered together. It was not until they found the ancient book filled with prophecies that one of them had an evil thought. He suddenly swung his sword at his other companions. He was caught off guard. 3 of his companions were killed on the spot. The old man was heavily injured and escaped. However, the ancient book fell into the hands of that person. Later on, that person gave the ancient book filled with prophecies to the court. At that time, the originally weak Habsburg dynasty had used the power of prophecy to become the strongest among the countless city-states. They even found this world tree. Although the old man was the first person to discover the ancient book, he only had time to read a few pages before his companions rebelled. Therefore, he actually knew very little about the contents of the ancient book. Zhang Fei nodded after listening to it. Originally, he had planned to leave, but now, the ancient book had attracted his interest. If it was really as the old man had said, this was not the universe that Zhang Fei was in, then this place would undoubtedly become a new sanctuary. Then he could at least move his family and friends here. That way, even though the universe that they were in would eventually perish, at least his family and friends could be saved. Although Zhang Fei did not want to give up his universe so easily, it was still good to have another way out. After making up his mind, Zhang Fei gave up on the idea of returning to the inheritance space immediately. He stayed in the prison cell in peace and quietly waited for the queen's interrogation. After about half a day, the prison door opened. You, a soldier pointed at Zhang Fei and said, Oh, Zhang Fei nodded and walked out of the cell. Behave yourself. After coming out of the cell, Zhang Fei saw 2 fully armed soldiers. The 2 soldiers took a step forward and caught Zhang Fei in the middle. Zhang Fei nodded and followed the 2 soldiers into the palace. As Zhang Fei walked, he observed the palace. Although the palace was made of wood and was grown by the world tree itself, it was very beautiful. It could almost be described as a magnificent palace. After following the two escorting soldiers for about 20 minutes, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the door of a side hall. One of the soldiers warned Jiang Fei. Then, he went forward and handed over to the samurai in front of the hall. After that, Jiang Fei was handed over to the 4 samurai in front of the hall to escort. Whoosh! When you see Her Majesty, you'd better behave yourself. Her Majesty has not been in a good mood recently. Don't drag us down with you, the leader of the samurai in front of the palace warned. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the 4 samurai in front of the palace. After entering the palace, Jiang Fei found that there were already a few people here. There was a beautiful woman sitting on the throne in the middle. She must be the queen they were talking about. There was also the beautiful female leader who had captured Jiang Fei and 2 men in military attire. Your Majesty, the leading warrior in front of the hall said. The queen on the throne nodded slightly. After the 4 warriors in front of the hall received the order, they turned around and left the hall. Chapter 2722. Translator 549690339. How dare you? Carreras, why aren't you bowing when you see Her Majesty the Queen? When the beautiful leader saw that Jiang Fei was not bowing but was looking around, she scolded him on the spot. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head and made a normal bow. This was what he found in Carreras' memory. Greetings, Your Majesty, Jiang Fei said. The queen nodded. She did not pursue Jiang Fei's etiquette. Logically speaking, as a sinner, Jiang Fei would have to kneel before the queen when he saw her. However, the current Carreras was not the previous Carreras. The only people who could make Jiang Fei kneel were his parents. No one else could make him kneel. The queen's voice was very pleasant to hear. It was soft, making people feel comfortable. Therefore, although she was making an accusation, Jiang Fei did not feel the slightest bit of sternness. Your Majesty, I do not know what crimes I have committed, Jiang Fei said, pretending to be stupid. You stole the queen's most precious treasure, yet you still refuse to admit your crimes. The beautiful leader said angrily. Sister, you're so hot-tempered. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The female leader was angered by Jiang Fei on the spot. She flashed in front of Jiang Fei and slapped him. Jiang Fei accurately grabbed the female leader's wrist. Although his body was terrible, the female leader was still the same. With Jiang Fei's reaction speed, it was easy for him to grab the female leader's wrist. The female leader widened her eyes. She did not expect Carreras to dare to resist in the hall. You're so beautiful. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and let go of the female leader's wrist. After the female leader was let go, she was about to attack again, but was stopped by the queen. The queen's scolding made the female leader retract her hand that was about to attack again. All right, Edith. Since you have captured the person, there's nothing for you to do here. You may leave now, the queen said to the female leader. Edith nodded and turned around to leave the hall. Jiang Fei looked around. At this time, other than him and the queen, there were only 2 men in military attire left in the hall. Brother Gale, you can leave as well, the queen said to the 2 men. Said one of the men in military attire. He is not as dangerous as you think. Or rather, if he really wants to do something, you can't stop him, said the queen with a faint smile. Jiang Fei frowned. There was a hidden meaning behind the queen's words. The Gear brothers clearly did not want to continue like this. All right, there's no need to say any more. The queen's face darkened. The Gear brothers did not dare to say anything more. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they glared at Jiang Fei as a warning. Then they walked out of the hall. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He estimated that the queen had already known his identity. After all, an old man who had only read a few ancient books could already guess his identity. It was impossible for the queen, who had an ancient book, not to have thought of it. Indeed, the queen nodded. Then, she walked down from the throne and came right in front of Jiang Fei. The queen stood in front of Jiang Fei. She was very close to Jiang Fei. The 2 of them were almost face to face. Jiang Fei could even smell the faint scent of the orchid that the queen breathed out. Jiang Fei took half a step back without leaving a trace. He kept his distance from the queen. The queen smiled. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not know what was recorded in the ancient books. You don't have to worry. The queen smiled. Jiang Fei did not want to beat around the bush anymore. Asked the queen with a smile. Jiang Fei did not deny it. Asked the queen with a smile. Asked Jiang Fei. It's just some gemstones. Although they are beautiful, their value is far less than that ancient book, said the queen with a smile to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked. After the queen said that, her face actually turned a little red. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. He could not help but take 2 steps back. He thought to himself that even if he loved to attract women, it should not be so exaggerated. The queen's expression suddenly changed. The shyness from before instantly disappeared. She changed into a calm expression. Then she said to Jiang Fei, I was just testing you according to the records in the ancient book to see if you were the person in the prophecy. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and asked, What about the test results? The results are completely in line, the queen said with a smile. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Now, he was even more curious about the ancient book. Who exactly wrote the prophecy that even his reaction could be predicted? Now, let's talk about cooperation, said the queen. Jiang Fei looked at the queen in confusion. Of course. The queen rolled her eyes. Jiang Fei asked, I want to unify the entire licorice forest, said the queen as she looked into Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei was stunned. That's right. The licorice forest is where we live. In this forest, our Habsburg Empire is only one of the forces. Other than us, there are 3 other dynasties and some small tribes. I want to unify them, said the queen. Jiang Fei was at a loss. He could not find any relevant information from Carrera's memories. Oh, I forgot. You are not from our world. The queen looked at Jiang Fei's confused face and immediately reacted. Through the queen's description, Jiang Fei had a rough understanding of the planet. Other than the rivers and seas, the planet was mainly divided into 3 parts. The Luca mountain range in the north, the Kuchu plains in the middle, and the licorice forest in the south. The Luca mountains in the north were inhabited by barbarians. The Kuchu plains in the middle were inhabited by humans. The licorice forest in the south was the home of the fairies. Chapter 2723, 2723. Translator 549690339. Through the queen's introduction, Jiang Fei had a general understanding of the general structure of this world. Jiang Fei asked. The queen nodded. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to the queen in a very serious manner, My name is Jiang Fei. I come from another universe. I will help you unify the fairy race. However, in exchange, you have to give me that ancient book. The queen agreed immediately. However, let me be clear. Jiang Fei did not forget to threaten her in the end. Don't worry. Our fairy race is ultimately honest, said the queen. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Sophia, I heard that you caught the thief. At this moment, a series of annoying shouts came from outside the hall. The person who was shouting should be a man. However, his voice was hoarse and shriveled. It was very uncomfortable to hear. This is the first problem that you have to help me solve. He is the only son of the Great Elder. He is an annoying fly, said the queen helplessly. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and asked, The Great Elder has a lot of power in our Habsburg Empire. He even took away a part of my power. If you have the confidence to kill him, I don't really care if he is dead or alive, said the queen. Jiang Fei nodded and said to the queen, I don't like to call others your majesty. Sophia should be your name, right? Can I call you that? If you can help me solve this problem in front of me, then you can call me whatever you want, said Queen Sophia. Jiang Fei nodded. At that moment, the guy with the sour voice also walked quickly into the hall. The person asked. The fairies were generally good-looking, but this guy was clearly an exception. His face was not bad, but he had a pair of fangs in his mouth. Moreover, he even poked them out of his mouth. It was disgusting to look at. Trudeau, this is the palace. Queen Sophia had already sat back on her throne. Trudeau pointed at Jiang Fei and asked, If you point your finger at my nose again, I guarantee that you will regret growing such a hand, Jiang Fei said with a smile on his face. He was very busy at the moment. He did not have time to complete the quest bit by bit. That was why his methods were all simple and crude. However, they worked very quickly. Previously, Jiang Fei had thought of subduing Queen Sophia and forcing her to hand over the ancient book. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Fei gave up on that idea. He did not know what exactly was recorded in the ancient book. If it included his current predicament, the queen would definitely not give in easily. When that time came, it would be even more difficult for Jiang Fei to obtain the ancient book. Now, although the queen's request was not easy, it was not difficult for Jiang Fei to solve the problem with violence. This was because this world was a low-level martial arts world. This resulted in the absence of an expert who could fight against Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had borrowed Carrera's physical body, causing his own combat strength to be not very high, he still had his spiritual power. With his terrifying spiritual power attacks, Jiang Fei could easily defeat 10,000 people. With his powerful martial power, Jiang Fei felt that it would not be too difficult for him to help the queen unify the demon race. It would not take too long. It was precisely because of this thought that Jiang Fei agreed to cooperate with the queen. Under the influence of this thought, since Sophia did not care about Trudeau and the Great Elder's lives, what was there for Jiang Fei to be polite about? In the face of absolute force, killing people was the easiest thing to do. It was also the most efficient way to solve problems. After all, people were already dead. Naturally, there would not be any problems. How dare you, a thief, talk like that in front of me? Trudeau was used to being arrogant and domineering. When he saw Jiang Fei talking to him like that, he immediately flew into a rage. As he pointed at Jiang Fei, he could not stop cursing. In his eyes, Jiang Fei was a criminal. If he was not in a good mood, he could even have the queen execute this guy. Jiang Fei did not waste any time talking to this guy. He directly flashed to Trudeau's side and grabbed his outstretched finger. With the speed of Carrera's body, to Jiang Fei, it was as if he was moving in slow motion. However, in Trudeau's eyes, it was as fast as lightning. This guy did not even have time to react. Jiang Fei grabbed his finger. Jiang Fei did not waste any more time and directly broke this guy's finger. Trudeau let out an inhuman scream. Sophia's eyes twitched. There was no record of Jiang Fei being so brutal. In fact, Jiang Fei was not a petty person. Trudeau only pointed at him. Based on Jiang Fei's usual character, he would not do such a thing. However, this unlucky guy would not be in a hurry. Now, Jiang Fei needed to intimidate Queen Sophia so that she would fulfill her promise and not go back on her words. Therefore, Trudeau just happened to bump into the muzzle of the gun. He was treated as the chicken that was used to make an example. I told you not to point your finger at me anymore. Although Jiang Fei was still smiling, Trudeau's eyes were even more ferocious than the face of a demon. How can this guy be so brutal? Is it right or wrong for me to cooperate with him? That damned ancient book only recorded his appearance. As for what kind of person this guy is, there is nothing written in the ancient book. Sophia was also very troubled. Jiang Fei's brutality made her feel a little afraid. Just you wait. I will definitely tell my father. Trudeau was a spoiled person. Although he had been beaten up, he did not give in at all. As long as his father, the Great Elder, was around, no one in the entire Habsburg Empire would dare to bully him, not even the Queen. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he said to Trudeau, "Then you better work harder so that your father doesn't dare to make a move." As he said that, Jiang Fei massaged Trudeau's arm and thigh with his right hand. Following that, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. I want you to die a horrible death." I'll kill you." Trudeau's scream was mixed with the sound of bones breaking. For a moment, the entire hall became creepy. Chapter 2724, 2724. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei threw Trudeau to the ground. At that moment, all the bones in his body had been crushed. His entire body was like a pile of mud as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Queen Sophia was also a little uncertain about Jiang Fei. Get someone to invite the Great Elder. There was a faint smile on Jiang Fei's face. This method of using violence to directly resolve a problem was really satisfying. Sophia gritted her teeth and made up her mind. At this point, she could only trust Jiang Fei. As the saying went, it was easy to invite the gods, but difficult to send them away. If she had not gotten someone to capture Jiang Fei in the beginning, everything would have been fine. However, Jiang Fei had already arrived. Otherwise, this transaction would definitely go ahead. Moreover, it was too late for Sophia to regret. Trudeau was already in such a state. This matter had to be settled with the Great Elder. Soon, under Sophia's instructions, one of them left the palace and went straight to the Great Elder's official residence. When the Great Elder received the news that the only son's life was at stake, he did not delay for even a moment. He almost ran all the way to the palace. At the same time, he had a large group of guards behind him. Logically speaking, the guards of the First Elder could not enter the palace. However, his power was too great, to the point that he had already usurped the authority of the king. Hence, the guard of the palace did not dare to stop him. Just like that, they watched helplessly as the First Elder led a group of guards into the palace hall. "So, where are you?" The First Elder shouted loudly as soon as he entered the palace hall. Woo! Trudeau had been screaming for too long, so he couldn't make any sound. He could only whine in a low voice, but his voice still caught the First Elder's attention. When he saw his son become like this, the First Elder's eyes turned red. Who did this? Who did this? The First Elder almost went crazy. Trudeau was his only son. Trudeau had been his treasure since he was young. It was not an exaggeration to say that Trudeau was afraid of him. Otherwise, he would not have become so arrogant and domineering. "I did it," Jiang Fei said with a smile. The Great Elder turned his head and stared at Jiang Fei for a long time. He did not even know Carreras, let alone Jiang Fei. As for the ancient book, that was a secret of the royal family. Although the Great Elder was powerful, he did not know about it. "It does not matter who I am. What matters is that you are old. It is time for you to retire and return to your hometown," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Your Majesty." After the Great Elder heard Jiang Fei's words, he turned his head abruptly and shocked Sophia. The Great Elder had been standing in front of Sophia for a long time. Therefore, Sophia was a little afraid when he glared at her. However, after a moment, Sophia made up her mind. Then she said to the Great Elder, "Great Elder, you have worked hard. Now that you are old, I really can't bear to let you continue to work hard." Good, good, good. The Great Elder pointed at Sophia with his finger. His entire person was trembling in anger. At that moment, the guards around the Great Elder drew their weapons. It was obvious that as long as the Great Elder gave the order, these people would rush forward and kill Sophia. Then, they would appoint the Great Elder to the throne. In other words, they had been planning for this for a long time. "Yo!" Jiang Fei smiled slightly. The Great Elder roared. He did not even ask Sophia about it. He had already ordered the murder in the hall. The old man really did not care about the Queen Sophia. The guards did not wait for Jiang Fei to speak. They took out their weapons and charged at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. At the same time, he channeled his spiritual power. Plop! Before the guards could even get close to Jiang Fei, they fell one by one. Each of them was bleeding from their 7 orifices. They could only breathe in and out. The Great Elder was dumbfounded. He did not understand what had happened. Why were all of his guards dead? Could it be that someone had poisoned them? Great Elder, I don't know if you've heard of this saying. As the saying goes, listen to others and eat your fill. Jiang Fei shook his head and sighed. Who exactly are you? The Great Elder asked with a trembling body. It was unknown whether he was angry or scared. It doesn't matter who I am anymore. So what if I say a name that you've never heard of? You gave up your only chance to live just now. Now, I can only apologize to you. You still have your son. The two of you are traveling together on the road to the netherworld. This is not loneliness anymore, said Jiang Fei as he used his psychic power to pierce through the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's life was instantly taken away. Following that, Jiang Fei stabbed Trudeau again, completely fulfilling the wish of the two. Sophia, who was sitting on the throne, was dumbfounded. She never thought that Jiang Fei would be so bloodthirsty that he would kill all these people in the main hall. Your Majesty, why? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Then he continued. From the attitude of these people towards you, it is obvious that they have already turned against you. Although I do not understand the laws of your Habsburg dynasty, the crime of treason is almost always the death penalty, right? Sophia still wanted to argue. Your Majesty, at this time, we do not have time to be merciful, Jiang Fei said coldly. In fact, he mainly did not want to waste time. If he were to compete with the Great Elder in terms of intelligence and courage, it would be impossible to defeat his rebellion plot without bloodshed. That would not be possible without a month's time. Jiang Fei was pressed for time. He could only kill the Great Elder to solve the problem and reclaim his power. What Jiang Fei wanted to do now was to complete the transaction as soon as possible and get the ancient book. In the meantime, if anyone stood in his way, he could only apologize. The creatures in this universe, be it humans or the demons, they were still not as important to Jiang Fei as his family and friends. At this moment, Jiang Fei could no longer care about moral principles. Sophia asked. Now that the Great Elder was dead, there was no turning back. You gather the ministers and announce the Great Elder's rebellion. Jiang Fei said. All right. Sophia nodded. Everything that had happened today had indeed exceeded her expectations. Chapter 2725, 2725. Translator, 549690339. Under the summons of Queen Sophia, the ministers of Habsburg quickly gathered in the main hall. Of course, those who could enter the palace and enter the main hall were all high-ranking officials. Low-ranking officials were not qualified to enter the palace. Your Majesty, why are you in such a hurry to summon us? Did something important happen? Where's the Great Elder? Why haven't we seen him? Yeah, according to the Great Elder's temper, there's no way he would be late. After the officials entered the hall, they started discussing among themselves. No one knew what had happened. In a corner of the hall, the Great Elder and his son's bodies were lying there, covered with a piece of white cloth. Unfortunately, no one noticed at this time. At this moment, Queen Sophia and Jiang Fei were behind the screen. Sophia looked a little nervous. After all, for a long time, the authority of the Great Elder had been in the hands of the entire Habsburg Empire. Almost everything was in his hands. Although Sophia had the ambition to be a pro-government official, she had never thought of using this method to resolve the threat of the Great Elder. Don't be nervous. Just do as I say. If anything happens, I will help you solve it, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Looking at Jiang Fei's smiling face, Sophia felt much more at ease. In the end, she made up her mind. Now that things had come to this, it was too late to go back on her words. Moreover, Jiang Fei was the person who was predicted in the ancient books. If she did as he said, there should not be any problems. After taking a deep breath, Sophia walked out of the screen. A servant shouted loudly. The officials bowed one after another. For so many years, although the Great Elder had absolute authority, the Queen was still the Queen. In terms of etiquette, these officials did not dare to be as impudent as the Great Elder. Sophia waved her hand and sat on the throne. At this time, Jiang Fei also walked out from behind the screen. Who is this person? I don't know. I've never seen this young man before. Could he be the Queen's boy toy? It's hard to say. After all, the Queen is already at this age. The officials discussed among themselves. Although their voices were very low, the space in the hall was limited. Jiang Fei and Sophia could hear them clearly. Sophia's face turned slightly red, but Jiang Fei's face fell instantly. Impudent! How dare you frame Her Majesty the Queen? Jiang Fei suddenly shouted. The samurai in front of the palace roared and immediately stopped the two ministers. These samurai in front of the palace had already received orders from Sophia. Therefore, they immediately took action as soon as Jiang Fei gave the order. Your Majesty? All the ministers present were dumbfounded. Usually, the Great Elder had absolute authority. The Queen was just a decoration. Everyone respected her only out of courtesy. In fact, no one took her seriously. Only a few royalist factions were loyal to her. Moreover, over the years, there were actually quite a number of officials who spoke nonsense in the imperial court. However, they had the authority of the Grand Elder. Sophia had always pretended not to hear them. Therefore, these people did not take her seriously at all. They did not expect the Queen's boy toy to be serious today. Your Majesty, these people have no respect for the Emperor, Zhang Fei said immediately. This made Sophia a little nervous. After all, since the start of the cooperation, it had only been a few hours. However, Zhang Fei's killing intent was really shocking to Sophia. Sophia gritted her teeth. At this time, she definitely could not ruin Zhang Fei's reputation. Otherwise, once Zhang Fei gave up, she would not be able to clean up the mess. What? All the officials, including the royalist faction, were dumbfounded. Although they supported Sophia's personal politics, they did not expect to break with the Great Elder's faction right now. After all, many conditions were not ripe yet. After seeing Sophia nod, Zhang Fei waved his hand. The warriors in front of the hall dragged the two officials out of the hall. Once they were out of the hall, their heads would be moved. Wait, we want to see the Great Elder. You can't kill us. We want to see the Great Elder. When their lives were at stake, the two men remembered their backers. They were clamoring to see the Great Elder. Zhang Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. In their minds, as long as they saw the Great Elder, they would only be reprimanded and not allowed to do it again. After that, the matter would be settled. At that moment, Zhang Fei waved his hand. A few warriors in front of the hall immediately went to the corner of the hall and carried the two corpses to the center of the hall. Zhang Fei tore off the white cloth that was covering the two corpses. Zhang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he said to the warriors in front of the hall, "Their wish has been fulfilled. Retreat and kill them." The warriors in front of the hall did not wait for Zhang Fei to say anything. They dragged the two guys who had already lost their minds and walked out of the hall. At that moment, not to mention the two unlucky guys who were about to be killed, the entire hall was completely silent. The news of the Great Elder's death was too shocking. It caught everyone off guard. Everyone was a little stunned. The Great Elder had conspired with his son to rebel. Now, he's been executed, Zhang Fei said as he looked at the officials in the hall. The entire hall was silent. The heavy breathing of the people in the hall was particularly ear-piercing. The Queen's good name. We firmly support Her Majesty the Queen. The first to react were not the people from the royalist faction, but the few closest confidants of the Great Elder. These guys knew that once the Great Elder died, they would be the ones who would be in trouble. Moreover, now that the Great Elder was dead, it seemed that they had no chance to rebel. If they disowned the relationship with the Great Elder, they would end up like the two unlucky guys who were pushed out. At this time, the people from the royalist faction finally reacted. The other ministers also knelt down. Although the death of the Great Elder was a little sudden, not only was the Queen not ready, but the Great Elder was also not ready. It meant that the monkeys had scattered after the tree fell. Zhang Fei looked at Sophia. Then he said to the ministers, "Everyone knows what you have done before. Her Majesty is kind and will not pursue you. However, you must be grateful and do not have any thoughts that you should not have." Chapter 2726, 2726. Translator 549690339. After warning the Great Elder's henchmen, the next thing to do was to reward them. After all, it was not easy for the royalist faction. They had been following Queen Sophia from the very beginning. It would definitely chill the hearts of these people. After everything was settled, the entire Habsburg dynasty was peaceful. It was as if the death of the Great Elder had never happened. Queen Sophia easily took over the power that the Great Elder had once held. She did not meet with any resistance. The matter of the Queen ruling the kingdom was easier than Zhang Fei had imagined. All of this was due to the Great Elder's suspicious character. Because of the Great Elder's suspicious nature, he did not trust anyone, including his family. This resulted in his absolute leadership position in the party. He did not even have a second-in-command or heir. Because the Great Elder was too suspicious, he was afraid that the second-in-command or heir would threaten his power, so he tried his best to disperse the power of his subordinates. This led to his sudden death. His henchmen became leaderless in an instant. No one could stand out and reorganize their power. These guys, who appeared to be in a state of disunity, naturally did not dare to confront the queen. They obediently accepted their fate and handed over the power in their hands. In exchange, they would return to their hometown and enjoy the treatment of a peaceful life. This became their only choice. After all, although the business of rebelling was profitable, it was also risky enough. A state of disunity was not something that could be done. After helping Sophia obtain the throne that belonged to her, Zhang Fei only waited for one night. He was ready to mobilize his troops to attack the nearest fairy faction. Logically speaking, the easiest way to unify the fairy clan was to attack them from afar. The Habsburg dynasty was definitely considered as a powerful force in the entire Liquor Forest. Actually, unifying the Lyca Forest was not a difficult task. However, Zhang Fei did not have the time. In order to get the ancient book as soon as possible, he could only use a simple and crude method that was efficient. Therefore, the several generals of the Habsburg Empire gathered in the main hall of the palace the next morning. Everyone, let me introduce to you. This is the military advisor that I have invited for our Habsburg Empire. Sophia said to the generals. Zhang Fei had told her the title of military advisor. In fact, there was no such position in the entire fairy race. Speaking of which, Sophia was really bold. She had just taken back the throne that belonged to her, and she had already handed all the power to Zhang Fei. It was not easy to do what Sophia did. Military advisor? In charge of military and political power? All the generals were dumbfounded. They did not know what had happened to the queen. Yesterday, she had suddenly killed the Great Elder and taken back her royal authority. Today, she had given all the power to this guy who no one had ever seen before. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhang Fei. Please take care of me. Zhang Fei smiled and said his real name. Zhang Fei. A beautiful lady in the crowd frowned. She was the female leader, Edith, who had captured Zhang Fei. She was also the only general of the royalist faction. Edith looked at Zhang Fei and then looked at Queen Sophia. He had some guesses in his heart. This guy used to be called Carreras. Yesterday, he was captured and brought to the palace. In the end, the Great Elder was killed, then the queen took back the throne. Edith would not believe that it had nothing to do with him. All the generals bowed to Zhang Fei. After all, the queen had given all the military and political power to Zhang Fei. He was now the boss of these people. Although Edith was confused, she did not show it. She bowed to Zhang Fei like the others. Zhang Fei nodded and said to the generals, "Gather your men and get ready for the war." But we are not ready for war at all. Now, it was almost time for the autumn harvest. The people were busy harvesting and did not have time to send us food. Yides asked, "You don't have to worry about that." Zhang Fei smiled. Was there a need for supplies in a war? When Aurelia had entered the territory of the Vasari army alone, the Vasari army had caused a ruckus within the Vasari army without any supplies. This time, Zhang Fei planned to use the same method, which was to fight to sustain the war. The soldiers and horses would move first without any supplies. This meant that they had to fight for a long time. For a blitzkrieg battle, supplies were not very important. As long as they could quickly defeat the enemy, they could completely seize the enemy's supplies for their own use. Other than Edith, the other generals all nodded. Edith was still a little unwilling. "Edith, there's no buts." Sophia spoke at this moment. Yes. Facing Sophia's orders, Edith could not say anything else. The population of the fairy race was not very prosperous. The Habsburg Empire was considered a large force among the entire fairy race. However, the total population was only a few million people. The total number of regular troops added together was only 30 to 20,000 people. Therefore, it did not take too much time to gather. In just one day, the 30,000 fairy army had already lined up outside the World Tree. How about this? It would be troublesome if so many people were to march together. Leave 20,000 people to guard the imperial city and be prepared for any unexpected situations. Jiang Fei looked at the demon soldiers. Their weapons were mainly bows and arrows. A small number of strong demons held swords and shields. However, their strength was mostly average. Although they were much stronger than the Earthlings, they were not even considered as cannon fodder among the mainstream forces in Jiang Fei's universe. Their strength was not even considered as cannon fodder. The combat strength of these guys was mostly between 3,000 to 5,000. According to the standards of Earth, they were almost level 4 experts. However, if they were sent to the 5 directions, these people would only be sent to be fed to the ferocious beasts. Sophia said to Jiang Fei. She now placed all her hopes on Jiang Fei. At that moment, although Sophia had regained her royal authority, her foundation was not solid. She needed a glorious victory, a feat that could be remembered in the annals of history, in order to become a true queen, a great queen. In this feat, she hoped to unify the fairy race, control the entire Lycra forest. Chapter 27:27, 27:27. Translator 549690339. Your Majesty. Edith stood up and said. Queen Sophia looked at Edith. She originally wanted Edith to stay behind to defend the imperial city. After all, Edith was a loyal protector of the emperor. He was also her trusted aide. Sophia could feel more at ease. However, now that Edith had taken the initiative to ask for battle, it was obvious that she was worried about Jiang Fei. She was afraid that Jiang Fei, this mysterious guy, would mess things up. Just as Queen Sophia was hesitating, Jiang Fei nodded and agreed. It's the same for everyone. Just you, Jiang Fei said very casually. All right, Queen Sophia nodded. Naturally, she would not go and ruin Jiang Fei's reputation at this time. A very handsome young military officer stood out from the side. Sophia looked at the young military officer and then looked at Edith. Edith frowned but did not say anything. Chris was an ardent admirer of Edith. This was something that almost everyone in Habsburg knew about. Naturally, Queen Sophia also knew about this. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and agreed. After all, Chris was very powerful. With him on the expedition, the operation to unify the Lycra forest would increase their chances of winning. Although Sophia agreed to Chris' request, she still looked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Your Majesty, how can you leave me out of this? A bald man with short hair and a pair of boxing gloves stood out. This guy was a different kind of fairy. Almost all of the fairies were handsome men and beautiful women. However, this guy was born with a rough face. This face could not even be considered delicate when compared to humans. It could even be compared to the barbarians in the northern Rocky Mountains. Sophia glanced at the bald man. Then she whispered to Jiang Fei and explained, this guy's name is Celt. He's a hybrid between a demon and a barbarian. He has a rough personality and is extremely reckless. I'm afraid that if he follows me, he will cause trouble. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Then he said to Celt, all right, I'll take you. Really? Celt was so excited that he was dancing with joy. Although he had taken the initiative to invite Jiang Fei, he did not believe that the military advisor would bring him there. That was because he loved to cause trouble since he was young. Therefore, although he was powerful and brave, he was rarely entrusted with important tasks. Jiang Fei smiled. Military advisor. This time, I promise that I will not cause any trouble. In order to be able to join the expedition, Celt even swore an oath. No need. Jiang Fei laughed. Huh? Celt was stunned. The others were also stunned. Celt's ability to cause trouble was the best in the world. They really could not understand the advisor's plan now. All right, you each take 3,000 people. I will personally lead the 1,000 governors formation. Jiang Fei said with a wave of his hand. The 3 men who were called out bowed to Jiang Fei and went down to prepare. As they were only leading 10,000 men, the troops were assembled very quickly. By noon, the 10,000 elite troops had already assembled. The fairies were good at archery, therefore, 2/3 of the soldiers were archers. Only a few strong guys were in charge of melee combat with guns and shields. Before leaving, Zhang Fei said goodbye to Queen Sophia, who had come to send him off. Queen Sophia brought a glass of wine. "Your Majesty, prepare the ancient book. I will be back soon," Zhang Fei said with a smile. Queen Sophia said, because the prophecy in the ancient book had ended when Zhang Fei appeared, therefore, it was meaningless for the queen to keep the ancient book. She was happy to use a useless ancient book to exchange for the unity of the fairy race. Zhang Fei gave Sophia a high five. Then, he turned around and said to his soldiers, "Let's go." A team of 10,000 people set off from the imperial city of Habsburg. They walked eastward. 300 miles away, there was a small country of the fairy race called Corlin. The population, there was only 1/3 of the Habsburg dynasty. The number of troops, there was pathetic. This was Zhang Fei's first stop. Although the fairy race's soldiers were weaker than the mainstream warriors in Zhang Fei's universe, they were at least level 4 on Earth. Therefore, the 300-mile jungle journey was not too far for them. In just a day and a half, they arrived at the foot of the imperial city of Corylon. The Corylon dynasty was not as lucky as the Habsburg dynasty. They did not have the prophecy, so naturally, they could not find the world tree as the imperial city. Their city was more like a fortress to Zhang Fei. The city walls made of tree stumps were filled with the warriors of the Corylon dynasty. It was obvious that they had already known about the arrival of Zhang Fei's army. They did not deliberately hide themselves. Even if the enemy did not have any spies, the civilians who were out hunting had already discovered such a large group of people. Therefore, when Zhang Fei and the others were approaching the city, the enemy had already been prepared. Does our military advisor know how to fight? Coming here with such a big fanfare, are we going to forcefully attack the city? How many warriors would we have to lose? Yides complained from his side. Chris sighed as well. He was one of the more capable generals in the Habsburg dynasty. Not only was his personal strength outstanding, but he was also quite proficient in strategy and tactics. Zhang Fei's entire journey could be described as a layman's journey. I feel that our military advisor must have a way. Kel had a very good impression of Zhang Fei, so he kept saying nice things about him. At this time, Zhang Fei came to the front of the formation and said to Kelt. Kelt laughed loudly and ran to the front of the formation. "Trash from Corylon, listen up. The Habsburg army has arrived at the city gates." Kelt shouted loudly. "Kelt, did I ask you to persuade them to surrender?" Zhang Fei shouted at Kelt from behind. Chapter 2728, 2728. Translator, 549690339 Curse? Military advisor? Kelt turned around and asked. Zhang Fei rolled his eyes at Kelt. Kelt laughed loudly. He felt awkward when he said such a cliché. Zhang Fei's words had instantly freed his true nature. Kelt had half of a barbarian's bloodline. This made him a rude person. At the same time, he was also full of foul language. As for the fairies, all of them were gentle and refined. Even if they wanted to provoke the enemy, they would not say anything nasty. Just like what Kelt said just now, to the fairies, it was already very rude. However, now that Zhang Fei had freed Kelt from his nature, his next words were too nasty. Almost every word was like ashes in a furnace. Even his teeth were broken. Not to mention the people from the Kori Blue dynasty, even the soldiers on Zhang Fei's side could not stand it anymore. Kelt, shut up. Yides shouted at the top of his voice. What are you doing? Zhang Fei glared at Yides and then shouted at Kelt. Ignore them. Continue. Yes. Kelt was also extremely excited. He stood outside the shooting range of the Corylon soldiers and cursed at the city wall. The Corylon dynasty, from the king to the peddler, had been cursed at by him for 18 generations. Just as Kelt was getting addicted to cursing, the enemy's city gate opened and a large group of knights rushed out. These knights who rode on ferocious beasts brandished their swords, spears, bows, and arrows. All of them rushed towards Kelt. At this moment, the faces of these Kori Blue dynasty soldiers were flushed red, and their eyes were almost spitting fire. They had lived in a civilized society since they were young. So who had ever suffered such curses? At this moment, the king of the Corey Blue dynasty had been scolded so badly by Kelt that he had almost fainted. The entire dynasty almost wanted to swallow Kelt alive. Therefore, the Corylon army, who had originally planned to use the city to defend, rushed out. They could not care less anymore. They felt that they would not survive until nightfall. They would be angered to death. When Kelt saw that the enemy had killed thousands of people, he was so scared that he immediately turned around and ran. Although he was reckless and rude, he was not stupid. The enemy had thousands of people charging at him. What was the difference between this and suicide? Zhang Fei shouted loudly. On the other side, the Habsburg soldiers also felt that Kelt's scolding was too harsh. However, because they were not the ones being scolded, although everyone felt that it was harsh, they could still accept it. At this moment, when they heard Zhang Fei's battle order, the soldiers quickly picked up their weapons. The spear-shield warriors stepped forward, while the archers followed behind. Everyone drew their bows and swords out of their sheaths. Just when the Corylon army was within the firing range of the Habsburg dynasty soldiers, Zhang Fei suddenly shouted. Then, he used a mental attack, and the soldiers of the Corylon dynasty fell to the ground. Plop! The knights of the Corylon dynasty fell from their mounts as if they were dumplings. At that moment, Zhang Fei gave the order to attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Habsburg dynasty's soldiers fired tens of thousands of arrows at the same time. In an instant, the entire battlefield was covered. The knights who fell to the ground had no time to get up. Some of them were even pressed under their mounts. In the blink of an eye, they were all shot into hedgehogs. Zhang Fei waved his hand. The soldiers shouted and rushed toward the open city gate. Because the victory just now had been too easy, the soldiers of the Habsburg Empire were in high spirits. One by one, they roared and rushed toward the imperial city of Corylon. Quickly closed the city gate. The guards at the gate shouted loudly. A sharp arrow shot out from afar and accurately hit the officer guarding the city gates. The officer's body fell down. A few soldiers valiantly tried to close the city gates to stop the Habsburg dynasty soldiers from entering. However, a few arrows followed. A few soldiers guarding the city gates reached the end. In the distance, Edith put down the bow and arrows in his hands. At this moment, Chris had already brought the soldiers to the bottom of the city wall. Release the arrows. On the city wall, Corylon's officers were also organizing a counterattack. However, for some unknown reason, whenever the soldiers approached the city wall, before they could draw their bows, these soldiers would inexplicably fall down. Although the city wall was made up of tree stumps, it was still more than 10 meters tall. If they lost consciousness and fell down, there would only be one consequence. Their brains would burst open. Under Chris' lead, the Habsburg soldiers charged into the city gate and quickly occupied the city gate, allowing the following troops to enter smoothly. All of you get out of my way. At this time, Kelt had already changed his equipment. When he went to scold the battle earlier, he was light-armored. At this time, he had already put on his armor and gloves. The gloves made of pure steel were filled with ferocious spikes. If he was hit by Kelt's punch, not to mention a human, even a strong beast would not be able to withstand it. Kelt relied on his own powerful strength to lead his troops to rampage around the royal city of Corylon. This guy did not know where the king was, so he was shouting that he wanted to capture the king. Therefore, he could only wander around. Any Corylon who interfered with the resistance, be it soldiers or civilians, were all beaten to the ground. As for whether they were dead or alive, that would depend on one's own luck. How is it? Zhang Fei said to Edith unhurriedly. Oomph. Edith said disdainfully. After the battle just now, she could already tell that this military advisor was relying on the kind of magic that made the enemy faint for no reason. However, the enemy soldiers had collectively fainted. This matter definitely had something to do with Zhang Fei. Then, it would not be difficult for them to unify the demon race. After all, the current battle was as if the enemy was waiting to be killed if they did not fight back. Even if an idiot came to this kind of battle, it was impossible to lose. Chapter 2729, 2729. Translator 549690339. The street battles in the city did not last long. Very quickly, the Habsburg dynasty's soldiers cleared out all the remaining resistance forces in the kingdom of Coriolan. On the other side, the crazed Celt directly charged into the palace. He captured the king of the kingdom of Coriolan. Military advisor. Celt led his men and helped the king of Coriolan to come before Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei looked at the king from head to toe. Then he said slowly, "It's a pleasure to meet you, your majesty." "Hee, but I don't want to meet you in this way," said the king with a bitter smile. Although the king still addressed him as his majesty, he had already become a prisoner. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. "Sigh." King Coriolan asked back. "Of course. You can announce the merger of the Coriolan kingdom and the Habsburg Empire. Then you can temporarily take over everything in the Coriolan kingdom. Of course, this is only a name. We will leave a consultant and some security personnel here for you," Jiang Fei said with a smile. And then, the king of the Coriolan kingdom asked, although he had been reduced to a prisoner, as the ruler of a country, he was not that stupid. He knew very well the fate that he was about to face. That is hard to say. The main thing depends on Her Majesty, Queen Sophia. However, at least you can live for a little longer. Although Jiang Fei had a smile on his face, the threat was obvious. Sigh. King Coriolan sighed. Jiang Fei's intentions were very clear. If he agreed, it would be equivalent to giving up the independence of the entire kingdom. Moreover, once the political situation was stabilized, he might become an abandoned child and be killed. However, if King Coriolan did not agree, the result would be death. Moreover, in order to leave for the next fairy kingdom as soon as possible, Jiang Fei would definitely use the simplest and most brutal method of high-pressure rule. When that time came, the people of the Coriolan kingdom would definitely suffer. As the saying went, for the sake of his own life and the safety of his people, King Coriolan had no choice at all. He could only nod his head and agree. Then, he would bet on Sophia's mercy. He hoped that after he was finally relieved of his position as the king, he would be able to live a wealthy life. As for power, His Majesty no longer had any extravagant hopes. Very good. Jiang Fei smiled and bowed to King Coriolan. King Coriolan also bowed to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said to the few fairies beside him. This time, before he came out, he had specifically asked Sophia for a large group of administrative personnel. These people were in charge of taking over the conquered city-state after the war. Chris arranged for 500 people to be stationed in the palace. Jiang Fei turned around and said to Chris, "Yes." Chris nodded. Although Jiang Fei was talking about protection, anyone could understand the meaning of his words. These 500 people were clearly used to guard the king of Coriolan. If he did not obey, these people could take his head at any time. Although there were not many 500 people, Carolyn's main army had been completely defeated. Even if they gathered together, they would definitely fear the terror of the Habsburg army. On one hand, these people were afraid of taking action. On the other hand, they knew that they were not strong enough. If they angered the Habsburg Empire, they would cause great losses. Therefore, the probability of them continuing to resist was not very high. Jiang Fei did not care. At the very most, he could just fight once more when he won the battle. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei led his army and did not even spend the night in the Blue King city of Cori. They immediately set off for their next target. In just a short week, Jiang Fei had led his army to wipe out 4 small kingdoms. On average, there was only one in less than 2 days. Moreover, most of the time was wasted on the journey. Under the interference of Jiang Fei's powerful spiritual power, each battle lasted less than 2 to 3 hours. The armies of the small kingdoms could not organize any effective resistance and were completely wiped out. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others had a very smooth journey until they arrived at the imperial city of the Kingdom of Kaya. Unlike the previous kingdoms, the Kingdom of Kaya did not guard tightly. Even the city gates were not closed. However, there were no civilians coming and going at the city gates. Only 2 veterans were guarding the city gates. Jiang Fei looked up at the top of the city wall. There were a few military officers peeking out from the top of the city wall. However, there were not many soldiers on the top of the city wall. There were no defensive equipment. Joe, Jiang Fei sat on the back of a black panther. He looked up and down at his current appearance and bearing. He was more or less like Sima Yi. However, he did not know if there was Zhuge Liang on the other side. Jiang Fei's army came all the way to the city gate. The soldiers in the front row were less than 50 meters away from the city gate. If Jiang Fei gave the order to attack the city, it would be too late for the people of Kaya Kingdom to close the city gate. Jiang Fei waved his hand and gestured for his soldiers to stop. After spending a few days with Jiang Fei, all the soldiers were completely in awe of Jiang Fei. Therefore, his order had reached the point where it was forbidden in the army. The army of the Habsburg Empire immediately stopped in their tracks. "Chris, let the enemy's main general come out and answer," Jiang Fei said to Chris, who was beside him. Chris urged his mount and came to the front of the city gate. This time, Jiang Fei did not let Celts scold him again because he felt that the Kia Kingdom was different from the previous few countries. Therefore, he wanted to see what these guys were up to. "Hey, people of the Kia Kingdom, listen up. My military advisor has arrived at the city gate," Chris shouted loudly. The Kia Kingdom was silent. The two veterans were trembling at the entrance. However, they did not dare to run back. They could only stand there and did not dare to do anything. The military officers on the top of the city wall had all retracted their heads. Clearly, they did not want Jiang Fei to mistake them for the main general guarding the city. Chapter 2730. Translator 549690339. What the hell? Jiang Fei saw that all the officers had shrunk their heads. This really made him a little confused. Just as Jiang Fei was puzzled, a thin and small figure walked out from the city gate. His entire body was wrapped in a black cloak. 65 meters tall, his body was very thin and small. The figure slowly walked to the front of the two armies. From the way he walked, it could be seen that this guy was not even a warrior. He was just a commoner who did not know anything. Jiang Fei did not speak. He looked at the skinny figure calmly. At this time, the skinny figure had already arrived in front of Chris. He suddenly raised his head and revealed a beautiful face. "Dear General, I am the daughter of King Kia. My name is Doris. I think I should have the right to speak to your leader," the skinny figure said as he tore off his cloak. Doris was definitely a beauty. It could even be said that she was a rare beauty. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei had seen countless women. He had seen all kinds of beauties. Whether it was seduction or purity, Jiang Fei had come into contact with all of them. However, Doris was different from these beautiful women. She was simple and beautiful. Her facial features were exceptionally exquisite. Moreover, they were perfectly matched. Her skin was also fair with a tinge of red. If one had to describe it, it could only be said that Doris was like a computer-generated beauty. She had integrated the aesthetic characteristics of a normal person. There were no flaws, no flaws. She was so beautiful that she did not even look like a real person. Chris did not answer. He turned around and looked at Jiang Fei. On the other side, Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Chris brought Doris to Jiang Fei. Doris bowed to Jiang Fei. "Your Highness, there is no need to be so formal. Please forgive my armor." Although Jiang Fei said that he was not wearing any armor. "General, there is no need to be so polite. As the saying goes, the minister of the upper kingdom is the ruler of the lower kingdom. Since you have come to the kingdom of Kaya, your position is the same as my father's." "There is no need to return the greeting," said Doris with a smile. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, he did not show it on his face and said, "Your Highness, why have you come to see me?" "General, I am here to persuade you to withdraw your troops," Doris said. Jiang Fei smiled faintly and asked, "Princess, do you have any confidence in persuading me to withdraw my troops?" "No, I just brought a gift for you, General," Doris said. "Gift? I have gone through so much trouble to come here." Jiang Fei asked. "Me?" Doris smiled. She was very clear about her own beauty and knew her own fate. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Doris asked, "Beautiful. You are very beautiful. You can even be said to be the most beautiful woman I have ever seen," Jiang Fei said. Doris asked, "Unfortunately, the ruler of the Habsburg dynasty is Her Majesty Queen Sophia. Therefore, Offering a beautiful woman to her is not very tempting. As for me, I have enough women already. I don't want to cause trouble for myself anymore, Jiang Fei said with a smile. All right, since the general is not interested in this small gift of mine, then please forget what I just said, Doris said with a smile. She did not seem to be embarrassed or angry at being rejected by Jiang Fei at all. She was really not embarrassed at all. Of course, Jiang Fei said with a smile. It seems that my first quest has failed. Then, let me begin my second quest, Doris said as she took out a 1-foot-long scroll from her body. General, this is the letter of surrender from the kingdom of Kaya. On behalf of my father, I surrender to you and the Habsburg kingdom that you represent, said Doris as she raised the scroll above her head. A soldier beside her took out the scroll and opened it in front of Jiang Fei's mouth. The contents of the scroll were indeed the letter of surrender from the kingdom of Kaya. The seal of the king of Kaya was still on it. Clearly, it had the force of law. Oh, Jiang Fei quickly browsed through the surrender letter. The other party did not mention any conditions. General, your battle record has long been well known to us. Since the resistance was useless, why should we sacrifice ourselves for nothing? My father has already left the palace with my brothers and family. I will stay behind to help you stabilize the people's hearts and let the people of the Kaja kingdom live through this period of turmoil peacefully, Doris said with a smile on her face. However, Jiang Fei could not help but sympathize with this beautiful girl. Obviously, Doris was the biggest sacrifice of the kingdom of Kaya. If she could be exchanged for Jiang Fei's retreat, everyone would be happy. After this wish was shattered, the king took the princes and fled. Doris was left as a hostage and had to help them clean up the aftermath. As for Doris' future fate, it was obviously not within the consideration of the king and the princes. As the saying goes, if one was unlucky enough to be born into a royal family, especially a girl, regardless of whether the kingdom was strong or weak, their fate was often destined to be a tragedy. If your father and brothers are well behaved, then I will not mind the wealth they took away. They can be rich men anywhere, but the condition is that they are not allowed to enter the imperial city of Kia for all eternity, Jiang Fei said with a smile. However, Doris could feel the killing intent in Jiang Fei's words. Doris bowed to Jiang Fei. Then she asked, "What about me? After my mission is completed, what do you want to do with me?" "Miss Doris, I have to congratulate you." Jiang Fei paused for a moment. Then he continued, "From now on, you are the governor of Kaya, a subordinate of the Habsburg dynasty. You can make your own decisions about the whole of Kaya." Doris was stunned. Not only her, but even Chris and Edith were stunned. Chris interrupted. "There's no need. Her Majesty will agree," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Chris and Edith looked at each other. Although they had reservations about this, they did not dare to refute Jiang Fei. "Lady Doris, are you willing to take the governor's seal? As long as you and Kia have no intention of rebelling, I guarantee that you and the people of Kia will be safe," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Chapter 2731, 2731. Translator, 549690339. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Doris looked at Jiang Fei meaningfully and emphasized the word you. Obviously, in Doris' eyes, Queen Sophia was not a wise and ambitious person. However, Jiang Fei, the military advisor, had the power to conquer the entire Lycra forest. Therefore, Doris had two meanings behind her words. First, she was telling Jiang Fei that Doris could serve the Habsburg Empire. However, it was not because of Queen Sophia, but because of Jiang Fei. The second meaning was more intriguing. If Doris had said this to Jiang Fei in private, it might have been to show her loyalty. However, when she said this in front of everyone, it was as if she was trying to sow discord. However, Jiang Fei did not care about it. He did not have any intention of usurping Sophia's throne. He also did not care about any power on this planet. Once the other party's gamma space failed, he would transfer his family, friends, and as many people as he could to this place. However, ever since the ancient prophecy appeared, Jiang Fei's goal had changed. He believed that as long as he obtained the ancient prophecy, he would be able to obtain information about the mysterious person who created the legacy space. He could even use the ancient prophecy. He would be able to find the entrance to the gamma space. Once Jiang Fei entered the gamma space, he was confident that he would be able to protect his universe. He could still do many things with his powerful mind power. With this kind of thinking, Jiang Fei was not interested in the power of this world at all. All he cared about was the ancient book. However, although Jiang Fei did not care, Yides and Chris frowned. They did not know Jiang Fei's identity. He was just Carreras who had changed his name. Although they did not know what kind of a witching potion he had fed the queen as the backbone of the royalist faction, the two of them were always on guard against Jiang Fei. Although Yides and Chris were listening to Jiang Fei's orders, if Jiang Fei showed any intention of usurping the throne, the two of them would immediately aim their weapons at him. Chris, leave 500 soldiers to protect Yides. At the same time, post a notice in the imperial city of Kaya. If the king and prince of Kaya are found entering the city, the informant will be heavily rewarded. Jiang Fei instructed Chris. Yes. Chris nodded. Very quickly, he arranged for someone to escort Doris back to the imperial city of Kaya. Yides asked, No need. Doris will do very well. Jiang Fei smiled and said. Yides frowned and asked, I don't know her well, so there's no need to talk about trust. I only know that the threat of Habsburg is right beside me. The kingdom of Kaya will not be in chaos. Doris does not want to go back to the days when she could not control herself. She has to obediently work for the Habsburg dynasty. Jiang Fei smiled and said, All right, I hope your guess is correct, Yides said. Don't worry. As long as we maintain a winning attitude, the kingdoms that we have occupied will definitely not turn against us. On the contrary, if we lose the battle ahead, no matter how many people we send to station, these people will definitely not be at ease under our rule, Jiang Fei said. Yides nodded. All right, it's time for us to set off. We haven't opened for 2 days, Jiang Fei said with a smile. They had been on the road yesterday. They had thought that they would have a big fight in the kingdom of Kaya today. They did not expect to take down the kingdom of Kaya without any bloodshed. Chris asked, I'm not interested in war. I just want to complete the agreement with the queen as soon as possible, Jiang Fei said with a smile. After that, Jiang Fei's army once again set off on their journey to the next fairy kingdom. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Jiang Fei and the Habsburg Empire's army were invincible throughout their journey. At this time, Jiang Fei still had less than 5,000 people with him. It was more than half of what they had when they came out. Those warriors did not die in battle. Jiang Fei had to leave a few hundred men to watch over the local king and officials. Therefore, he had scattered his men along the way. I miscalculated. Jiang Fei sighed. Military advisor, we can send a letter to the imperial city and ask them to send reinforcements, said Chris. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Jiang Fei said. Yes. However, the kingdom of Raiden among these 3 factions is comparable to our Habsburg Empire. With just a few thousand of us, we won't be able to defeat them, said Chris. It's all right. Jiang Fei smiled. All right. Chris nodded. If someone else had said something like that, he would have scoffed. However, he could not refute Jiang Fei's words. After all, Jiang Fei's demon technique was too powerful. Soon, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the first small kingdom's imperial city. After the example of the Kia kingdom, there were a few kingdoms that had surrendered. This small kingdom was no exception. The king had been waiting at the city gate for a long time with a surrender letter in his hand. The next thing was simple. They left a few hundred people to monitor the king. After sending some administrative officials, Jiang Fei and the rest went straight to their next target. He and his army did not even enter the imperial city. Although the second small kingdom resisted for a while, in front of Jiang Fei's immense spiritual power, their resistance was more like a symbolic gesture. Almost in a single encounter, the army of this small kingdom collapsed. Then, Jiang Fei and the rest easily occupied this place. After taking care of the 2 small kingdoms, in order to rush the time, Jiang Fei ordered his troops to travel night and night. Finally, they arrived near the imperial city of the kingdom of Raiden a day later. Before Jiang Fei and the others could get close to the imperial city, they saw flags fluttering in the distance. Almost 50,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of Raiden had already gathered at the foot of the city. Oh, Jiang Fei smiled. However, the soldiers and officers around him became nervous. Although they had been invincible throughout the entire journey, the kingdoms were generally smaller and did not have many troops. With Jiang Fei's nefarious magic helping them, it was very easy to fight. However, the Raiden kingdom was different. They were as powerful as the Habsburg dynasty. Moreover, they were fighting on their own territory. With all the troops gathered together, the number of people alone was more than 10 times that of Jiang Fei's troops. Chapter 2732 2732 Translator 549690339 Charge. Just as Jiang Fei and the others arrived, a loud shout came from the army of the Kingdom of Raiden. Then, 50,000 soldiers rushed over with overwhelming force. Not bad. Jiang Fei was also shocked by the opponent's attack. Jiang Fei had already fought more than a dozen large and small battles since he left Habsburg Royal City. The fairies were still more disciplined when it came to fighting. Usually, after the two armies met, the main general would first come up to announce his name and then announce his family background. After both sides had gotten to know each other, the main general would fight a few rounds. If one side's main general lost, the other side would take advantage of the situation to kill. Although there were occasional changes, it was basically the same process. However, when it came to the Raiden Kingdom, the rules suddenly changed. The other party did not even bother to report their name and did not come forward to make small talk. Instead, they directly attacked with the entire army. It was obvious that they were bullying the other party because they had more people. Moreover, the 50,000 people in the Kingdom of Raiden were all fresh blood. They had long known that the Habsburg dynasty's army was coming. Therefore, they had made sufficient preparations at home. Today, after having a good meal, they were ready to fight to the death with the Habsburg dynasty. They were just waiting to fight to the death with the Habsburg dynasty's people. On the other hand, the people that Jiang Fei had brought could be said to be a tired army. Although they did not encounter much resistance along the way, they had still fought their way here. Moreover, the daily march of the army had exhausted these soldiers. Therefore, according to normal circumstances, the strength of the two sides was not equal. As long as the Raiden Kingdom's army charged forward, they would be able to completely destroy the Habsburg dynasty's army. After that, it would be a one-sided massacre. It could be said that the Raiden Kingdom's army had the right timing, the right place, and the right people. The only winner of the Habsburg dynasty's side was Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Then, he watched as the army of the Kingdom of Raiden closed in on him. The cavalrymen at the front held their sabers flat. Their mounts had already increased their speed. On Jiang Fei's side, there were almost no cavalrymen. Other than the spear-shield warriors in front, there was a large group of archers. If these valiant cavalrymen were to close in on them, they would not even need to wave their sabers. Just by relying on the height and impact of their mounts, they could kill all the soldiers of Habsburg with their flat sabers. Military advisor, Yadi shouted anxiously. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and then ordered loudly, "Spear-shield warriors, raise your spears." Although they were a little afraid, these spear-shield warriors were after all well-trained elites. After receiving the order, they immediately stabbed the tower shields in their hands into the ground. The bottom of the shield was directly embedded into the ground. Then, the long spear in their hands pierced through the groove on the shield. The tip of the spear was pointed straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, a strong defense was erected in front of the Habsburg dynasty's army. At this moment, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to attack. He did not attack the knights, but the mounts. Arg! The mounts suddenly bled to death. Under the effect of inertia, the mounts suddenly fell to the ground, and the knights were thrown out. Ah! It's just me. A series of cracking sounds accompanied by screams rang out in front of the Habsburg army. The knights that were thrown out directly crashed into the spear-shield warriors' forest of spears. Instantly, they were pierced through like candied haws. Archers. Edith did not need Jiang Fei to remind him. He ordered the ranged attackers to start attacking. The arrows flew like locusts towards the follow-up troops of the Kingdom of Raiden. The archers of the Kingdom of Raiden were slow and had not reached the battlefield yet. More and more warriors were hit by the arrows and fell to the ground. However, more and more soldiers of the Kingdom of Raiden rushed forward. The gap between the number of people on both sides was too big. As a result, the archers of the Habsburg dynasty had used up all their quivers. The fingers that were pulling their bows were already twitching. However, there were still more than 20,000 enemies charging forward. At the same time, the archers from the Kingdom of Raiden had also entered the battlefield. They skillfully pulled out their arrows from the quivers on their backs and knocked their bows. Sigh. Zhang Fei sighed. Previously, he had deliberately avoided direct killing. Therefore, he did not use any overly powerful spiritual skills. However, he could not do it now. Then, as long as he fired a volley of arrows, Zhang Fei and the others would become hedgehogs. Because the difference in numbers between the enemy and himself was too great, the archers alone had more than 3 times the number of Zhang Fei and the others. With a wave of arrows, Zhang Fei and the others would not be far from being wiped out. As Zhang Fei shouted, a wave of mind power radiated out. The speed of the spiritual energy rippled was extremely fast. The archers of the Kingdom of Raiden had already drawn their bows. However, before they could let go of their bowstrings, Zhang Fei's spiritual attack had already arrived. Almost all the soldiers of the Kingdom of Raiden felt their vision go black. They had lost all consciousness. Plop! The soldiers of the Kingdom of Raiden fell to the ground one after another. Those with better physiques would have to lie down for a day or two before they could get up. Those with poor physiques would be considered useless for the rest of their lives. They would be vegetative for the rest of their lives. Chris was dumbfounded. He looked at Zhang Fei as if he was looking at a monster. At the same time, he held his weapon tightly in his hand as if he was hesitating about something. Yaides also stared at Zhang Fei. Damn, military advisor, you are too strong. With your ability, you don't need to bring us along. Kelt was very excited. This kid had half of a barbarian's blood in him. Therefore, he worshipped the strong. Don't worry about these details. I'm not interested in authority at all. The reason why I helped the Habsburg Empire unify the Liquor Forest was mainly because I made a deal with Sophia, Zhang Fei said with a smile. With your strength, you could easily take over the entire Liquor Forest, let alone a mere Habsburg Empire? I really don't know what kind of bargaining chip our queen can offer you, said Chris as he stared at Zhang Fei. He felt that Zhang Fei was too terrifying. Although he was on the same side as him now, once he rebelled, who would be able to stop him? Hee. I said that Sophia can use herself as a bargaining chip. Zhang Fei asked with a smile. Chris actually nodded very seriously. At this moment, he really could not think of anything else that could tempt a powerhouse like Zhang Fei other than himself. Chapter 2733, 2733. Translator, 549690339. All right, Chris. I'll leave the rest to you, Zhang Fei said to Chris, who had yet to regain his senses after killing all the soldiers of the Kingdom of Raiden. Yes. Chris nodded blankly and began to make arrangements for the rest of the matters. As all the armed forces of the Kingdom of Raiden had been destroyed in this battle, they no longer had the strength to resist. Chris led his men into the city easily. The next step was to appease the people and take over the kingdom. Zhang Fei brought professionals with him, so he did not need to worry about these things. Moreover, the Kingdom of Raiden was already the last country in the Liquor Forest. Once it was pacified, the entire Liquor Forest would be under the rule of the Habsburg Empire. Although these countries that had just been annexed might not be able to live peacefully in the short term, because of Zhang Fei's powerful deterrence, these countries did not dare to rebel easily. After a long time, the people would get used to the rule of the Habsburg Empire. Those who wanted to restore their country would have no hope at all. However, this was not important to Zhang Fei. He did not even care how long the Habsburg dynasty's unification would last. Perhaps it would be like some of the ancient dynasties on Earth, enjoying their country for hundreds of years. However, it was also possible that it would be like the Qin dynasty. Although it had created an era, it was quickly replaced by other dynasties in a short span of more than 10 years. These were all insignificant matters to Jiang Fei. He only cared about one thing, and that was the ancient prophecy book that Queen Sophia had promised him. Chris, you stay here and clean up the mess. Jiang Fei did not even enter the capital of the Kingdom of Heaton because he did not care at all. The reason why he brought Edith back was very simple. He needed a witness. After all, if he went back and told Sophia that he had already unified the entire Liquor Forest, she might not believe him. However, bringing Edith was different. She was a loyal royalist and a close friend of Sophia. Therefore, Sophia would definitely believe her words. At that moment, Edith's attitude towards Jiang Fei was much more respectful. I have finished my business. I have to go back and get my reward, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Military advisor, although Her Majesty the Queen is incomparably beautiful, you don't have to be in such a hurry, right? Even if you rush back now, there's still many procedures to go through to get married to Her Majesty the Queen, Edith said. Just like Chris, both of them believed that the Queen had promised Jiang Fei. Otherwise, how could a powerful person like Jiang Fei serve her? Jiang Fei did not bother to explain to these people. He immediately turned his mount and ran toward the capital of the Habsburg Empire. Sigh, we are already at the entrance of the kingdom of Raiden. Yides pouted in dissatisfaction. Don't worry. Now, the entire Liquor Forest is ours. You have plenty of time to play in the future. Chris laughed from his side. TSK, what a sarcastic remark. Yides rolled her eyes at Chris. Then, she turned her mount and flew in Jiang Fei's direction. 3 days later, Jiang Fei and Yides returned to the capital of the Habsburg Empire. After entering the World Tree, Jiang Fei quickly met Queen Sophia in the palace. Your Majesty, I have completed my mission. I have unified the entire Liquor Forest, Jiang Fei said to Queen Sophia. Queen Sophia's eyes were filled with excitement. Actually, there was no need to unify the entire Liquor Forest. Sophia knew that the territory of the Habsburg Empire had expanded several times. Just her name alone was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Yes, I think you can be crowned as Sophia the Great at any time, Edith said with a smile. Your Majesty, my mission is complete, Jiang Fei asked. Sophia looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Edith was shocked. She thought that Jiang Fei and Queen Sophia had something to do on the spot. Yes, Sophia nodded. She did not want Edith to know about the ancient prophecy book. However, if she asked Edith to leave, it would further confirm Edith's guess. Yes. On the other hand, Sophia and Jiang Fei had not done anything yet. Edith's face was red with embarrassment. She jogged away from the main hall. At the same time, she muttered, Do you have to be so impatient? This is the main hall. You guys are too open. Although Jiang Fei heard Edith's muttering, he did not care. He only wanted the ancient book. Once he got the ancient book, he could leave. Sophia looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and said, she needed this powerful man. If possible, she was willing to use herself to keep him. Let's talk about it in the future. I'm very busy right now, said Jiang Fei tactfully. Sophia knew that Jiang Fei did not directly reject her. He was giving her face, so she did not say anything more. She turned around and took out a beautiful box from behind the throne. Then, she opened the box. Inside was a book made of goatskin paper. This is it. Sophia handed the ancient book over with both hands. Jiang Fei smiled as he took the ancient book and flipped through it. He had to confirm that the ancient book was real. After flipping through the ancient book, Jiang Fei found that the ancient book was like a history book. It briefly recorded some things in the Liquor Forest. Initially, this was not unusual. However, the book was formed before these things happened. This was terrifying. Jiang Fei did not believe in prophecies. This was because he believed that time was irreversible. Although the flow of time could be changed, the vector of time was fixed. However, some things later on made Jiang Fei's confidence waver. He had seen more than one prophecy event. He had even personally returned to the 5 directions of heaven and earth hundreds of thousands of years ago. This experience made Jiang Fei have to admit that time was reversible. However, Jiang Fei had no idea how it worked. Soon, Jiang Fei flipped to the part of the ancient book that was related to him. There was not much information about him. It was about a person called Jiang Fei who had transmigrated from another universe during the era of Queen Sophia. He had occupied the body of a thief called Carreras. He would assist Sophia in becoming the ruler of the Liquor Forest. Chapter 2734, 2734. Translator 549690339. After looking through the ancient book for a long time, Jiang Fei still could not find anything about the inheritance space. He could not help but frown. Jiang Fei asked, "Mr. Jiang Fei, our cooperation is based on trust. This is the ancient book that I am in charge of. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do," Sophia said as she looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei nodded and walked out of the palace. Queen Sophia looked at Jiang Fei's back as he left. She did not say anything. There was no expression on her face either. Other than herself, no one else knew what she was thinking at this moment. After Jiang Fei left the palace, he went straight to the prison outside the palace. This was the place where he was previously imprisoned. The reason why Jiang Fei came here was very simple. He wanted to meet Carreras' master. He wanted to verify the authenticity of this ancient book from him, because the old man was one of the few people who had seen this ancient book. The few guards outside the prison quickly bowed to Jiang Fei when they saw him. These guys' legs and stomachs were spinning. After all, Jiang Fei had been in prison here before. Although they did not bully Jiang Fei, who knew if this military advisor would take revenge on those who had seen him make a fool of himself? "Open the door. I want to go in," Jiang Fei said. Yes, the two guards did not waste any time and opened the door. Then, Jiang Fei walked into the prison. After entering the prison, Jiang Fei went straight to the old man's cell. Soon, he found Carreras' master among the haystacks. Although the old man's heart had been dug out, he was still in good condition. It seemed that Jiang Fei's gag was quite effective on him. The old man looked at Jiang Fei and smiled. "I'm here to bring you out," Jiang Fei said. "No need. I'm fine here." The old man waved his hand. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. "I've lived to this extent. I've even lost my heart." The old man smiled and said, "All right, I'm not going to waste time with you." Jiang Fei threw the ancient book to the old man. The old man took the ancient book and flipped through it carefully. After a long while, he raised his head and said to Jiang Fei, "This ancient book is real." Jiang Fei frowned. This ancient book was actually real. However, there was actually nothing about the inheritance space on it. "But this is only the first half of the book," the old man continued. "The first half?" Jiang Fei immediately asked. "Yes, these two books are placed together. The content of the second half of the book is written in a strange language. I can't understand it at all," the old man said. "Then where is the second half of the ancient book?" Jiang Fei asked. "No, I had the second half of the ancient book. The guy who injured me did not find it," the old man said. Jiang Fei asked. "It's still in the ruins. I hid it in a crack in the stone." The old man lowered his voice and told Jiang Fei the location. "Thank you very much." Jiang Fei asked. "No, I'm fine here. It would be great if you could remind them to help me improve my food," the old man said with a smile. "No problem. What do you want to eat? Just order from them." Jiang Fei nodded and left the prison. When he reached the door of the prison, Jiang Fei instructed the jailers to take good care of the old man. They could not afford to be negligent. All the expenses would be paid from his salary. Anyway, Jiang Fei did not plan to stay in this world for long. As a military advisor, he had a lot of salary. Therefore, it was not bad to be able to improve the old man's food. Jiang Fei did not care at all. The old man did not care at all. As long as he ate well and drank well, it would be fine. After that, Jiang Fei brought a mount out of the imperial city of Habsburg. After identifying the location, he flew away at the speed that the old man had mentioned. The location that the old man and the rest had explored in the past was actually not in the Liquor Forest. This location had already entered the central Kachu Plains. It was considered to be the border between the Kachu Plains and the Liquor Forest, but it was leaning towards the side of the Kachu Plains. However, the fairies were still relatively harmonious with the humans. The boundary between the two sides was not particularly strict. Therefore, there were often ferries around here. After Jiang Fei came to the small town that the old man mentioned, he did not attract anyone's attention. This was also the first time Jiang Fei had seen the humans here since he came to this planet. They looked similar to the Westerners on Earth. They were all hairy and had a body odor. Moreover, the living conditions here were very ordinary. People did not bathe very often, so these guys had a bad smell. In comparison, Jiang Fei preferred the cleaner ferries. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was not here for a vacation. He was here to look for the ruins. However, because the old man had only dictated a rough location, he needed to find a guide for himself. Soon, Jiang Fei found a tavern in the small town. After handing his mount to the waiter at the door, he pushed the door open and walked in. The tavern was very noisy. It was even a little annoying. The customers were sitting around the table, drinking very low-quality ale. The pungent smell made Jiang Fei frown. After looking around, Jiang Fei found an interesting thing on one of the walls of the tavern. It was a board. The board was covered with notes. The contents of the notes were very similar. They were all quest requirements and rewards. Jiang Fei smiled and went to the bar counter. "Mr. Demon, what would you like to order? We have pure moonlight wine here. This is your hometown's fine wine. Would you like to try it? It's just that the price is slightly higher," the waiter said enthusiastically. "All right, I'll have a glass," said Jiang Fei with a smile. The waiter immediately poured Jiang Fei a glass of wine. The wine was very refreshing and exuded an alluring fragrance. It was a stark contrast to the ale that the burly men drank. "Come, let me ask you something," said Jiang Fei as he gestured to the waiter. The buddy came over. Jiang Fei asked, Chapter 2735, 2735. Translator, 549690339, the waiter asked. Jiang Fei nodded. As Jiang Fei was very generous, the waiter was especially enthusiastic. Jiang Fei smiled. He did not lack money. After all, he had worked for a few days in the Habsburg Empire's military. That was a powerful figure in the military and political power. He would definitely not be short of this little bit of money. "Look at what you're saying. There's no need to be polite with me." The waiter's face was full of smiles because he saw that Jiang Fei had taken out a handful of money from his body. It was almost equivalent to his salary of a month working in a tavern. "I want to go into the mountain." "I need a guide," said Jiang Fei. "Enter the mountain? The Liby's mountain at the back?" "Sir, I have to remind you that the mountain is not peaceful. Occasionally, there will be demonic beasts. Many powerful rangers and warriors have died there," said the man. He even tried to persuade Jiang Fei. "It's okay. Just some demonic beasts are not difficult for me," said Jiang Fei with a smile. Because he had obtained a part of Carrera's memory, he knew what demonic beasts were. This thing was similar to the low-level, ferocious beasts of the Five Directions. However, it was much weaker. However, compared to normal wild beasts, these guys were much stronger. "All right, I will help you to issue a quest," the waiter asked. "This will do," Jiang Fei said as he took out a handful of money. The waiter looked at the money. This money was about twice the money that Jiang Fei had given him earlier. "Since there is danger in the Liby's mountain, of course, I have to pay more," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Sir, if it were not for my old mother at home, I would not have been able to take this risk with you. I want to accept this quest. It is rare to see such a generous employer like you." The man looked at Jiang Fei and said, "All right, hurry up and help me get it done." Jiang Fei smiled. The waiter nodded. Then, he quickly wrote a quest list and posted it on the quest board. "Sir, if you have time the next 2 days, please come and take a look. I will inform you when I have news," said the waiter to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he was ready to find a place to stay. However, before Jiang Fei could stand up, someone behind him shouted, "What are you doing in the next 2 days? Someone is accepting the quest now." The waiter frowned. Jiang Fei turned around and asked. At the same time, he was also sizing up the guy named Duncan. This guy named Duncan was not quite what Jiang Fei had imagined. Although his voice was rough, he was very thin, 7 meters, and his body was even more fragile. Jiang Fei did not even believe that he could walk into the mountain on his own. "This guy is a corpse picker," Sir, you'd better ignore him. It's too bad luck to walk with him. The waiter frowned and said to Jiang Fei. Because Jiang Fei had given him a lot of tips, he naturally considered for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was stunned. Didn't I tell you just now? The Libis Mountain is very dangerous. Many rangers and warriors have died there. However, after the demon beasts kill these people, they would at most eat them up. However, the demon beasts are not interested in the equipment and items of these people. Therefore, the profession of corpse picker was born. They spend all year round in the Libis Mountain, looking for the equipment and items of the dead rangers or warriors. Once they are found, they can make a fortune, explained the waiter. Jiang Fei asked, Yes, they are familiar, but these people are too unlucky. Who will be willing to go with them? The waiter said as he glanced at Duncan. Then, he lowered his voice and said to Jiang Fei, Moreover, these people usually sell the equipment and items that they picked up from the mountain. If they secretly harm you, they will come out later to sell your equipment and items. No one will suspect them. Jiang Fei smiled at the waiter and then gave him a tip. Jiang Fei was very touched that the waiter would risk offending someone. So, I advise you not to go with him. The waiter continued to persuade him in a low voice. Jiang Fei nodded. Hey! Duncan walked over to Jiang Fei. Then, he ignored the waiter and looked at Jiang Fei and asked, What? Are you going into the mountains? Jiang Fei said. Duncan looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Jiang Fei asked, TSK, you're asking me that. There's no place in the mountain that I haven't been to before. Duncan said. Jiang Fei frowned. Originally, after listening to the man's words, he did not want to hire Duncan anymore. Although he was confident that he would not be tricked by others, as the saying goes, listen to others and eat your fill, there was no need for Jiang Fei to take such a risk for no reason. However, Duncan's words made Jiang Fei change his mind. This was because the kid had mentioned the word ruin. According to the old man, although there were many demonic beasts in the Libis Mountain, there was only one ruin. Moreover, it was hidden very deeply. Even if he went there by himself, he might not be able to find it. However, Duncan had actually said the word ruin. This meant that he had really seen the ruin. Although he might not be able to enter the inner part of the ruin with his ability, at least this kid could find the location of the ruin. What? You don't believe me? Duncan saw that Jiang Fei was hesitating and immediately stepped forward and said, Did that guy tell you that I'm a corpse hunter? Are you afraid that I'll secretly harm you? I don't care if I'm a corpse hunter or not. I'm just afraid that you're bragging. Jiang Fei did not mention the ruin. Heh, I'm not afraid to brag to you. Duncan said arrogantly. Jiang Fei asked. Duncan pouted and said, All right then, this is a part of the deposit. You go and settle down. We'll meet here tomorrow morning. Jiang Fei said. What are you still doing tomorrow? Let's go now. Duncan rolled his eyes at the waiter and pulled Jiang Fei out. The waiter called out to Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei only gave him a reassuring look and then followed Duncan out. Chapter 2736. 2736. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei asked as he looked at the setting sun. So what if it's getting dark? Libis Mountain is so big. You won't be able to find what you're looking for in a day. It's inevitable that you'll spend the night in the mountain. Duncan asked. That's true. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the two of them left the small town and headed straight for Libis Mountain. Jiang Fei asked as he walked. We, the corpse hunters, have always only brought things from the mountain. It's embarrassing to bring items into the mountain, Duncan said with a disdainful tone. Jiang Fei asked, Are all you demons so annoying? What food do you bring? Duncan rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. I'm the employer, okay? Jiang Fei was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He had never seen such a bossy guy. You are the employer, but your money is only for me to lead the way for you. It doesn't include answering questions, Duncan said. Jiang Fei took out a large amount of money. He really did not care much about these things. Anyway, after he had gotten all the ancient books, he was ready to leave this place. That would be many years in the future. I'm sorry, I'm not a prostitute in a brothel. Duncan pushed Jiang Fei's hand that was holding the money and said. Jiang Fei was stunned. This Duncan seemed to be very unusual. He actually did not want the money that he had obtained. The description of a corpse hunter by the tavern staff was quite different. What? Do you think that we corpse pickers are all for profit? Duncan asked. I have been in the liquor forest for a long time. I don't know about your profession. Jiang Fei smiled and said, That's true. If you were like those people, if you looked at us like that, you might not have dared to ask me to bring you into the mountains. Duncan shook his head and said. After that, Jiang Fei and Duncan chatted as they walked. Sometimes, when Duncan was in a good mood, he would reply to Jiang Fei with a few words. When he was in a bad mood, he would directly rebuke Jiang Fei. He really did not treat Jiang Fei as his employer. He did not hold back at all. After about 2 hours, the two of them entered the mountain. After entering the mountain area, Duncan felt as if he had returned home. The various rugged mountain paths were like flat land to him. Fortunately, the body that Jiang Fei used had some strength. Otherwise, he might not have been able to walk on such a rugged mountain path. All right, tell me, what are you looking for in the Libby's mountain? Duncan turned around and asked. No, I'm not interested in demonic beasts. I don't want to hunt them either, Jiang Fei said. Oh, Duncan asked. Jiang Fei said. Ruins? Duncan asked with a confused look. All right, stop pretending. As a demonic beast in the Libby's mountain, don't you know that there's a ruins here? Besides, you spilled the beans to the pub just now. Jiang Fei said angrily. What? What did you say? Duncan was shocked. He could not help but take 2 steps back. All right, we have already entered the mountain. Stop pretending. I already know that you're not a human. Why are you so nervous? Jiang Fei shrugged. However, his spiritual power was still there. As soon as Duncan appeared, he could see that the frequency of this guy's spiritual power fluctuation was completely different from the others. Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to check and found out about this guy's background. It was just like how ferocious beasts could transform. The demon beasts in this world also had this ability. However, the difficulty of transforming a demon beast was much lower than that of the ferocious beasts in the 5 directions. According to the standard of the 5 directions, Duncan's combat power value was less than 100,000. He was only at the beginning stage of enlightenment. He could not even be considered as the cub of a low-level ferocious beast. However, in this low-level martial arts world, he was already considered a first-class expert. Moreover, he could transform. Who exactly are you? Duncan frowned as he stared at Jiang Fei. Although he could sense that Jiang Fei was not very powerful, he could vaguely sense a terrifying feeling from Jiang Fei. There was no basis for this feeling. It was just pure beast instinct. I have already told you. I'm the same as you. I'm not a human. Jiang Fei shrugged. Then he said, Look, we both have the word demon in our names. We can be considered relatives. Duncan asked. Jiang Fei was slightly surprised. As he had already spread out his spiritual power, he could sense that a large number of demonic beasts were rushing over. It was no wonder that a large number of rangers and warriors died in the Libby's mountain every year. With a demonic beast in human form like Duncan as a guide for those guys, the deaths of those people were not unjustified. From the looks of it, none of the so-called corpse hunters were human. They were probably transformed demonic beasts. After all, other than the demonic beasts themselves, how could other people move freely in the Libby's mountain? These transformed demonic beasts moved around the small town. On one hand, they were here to find out about the rangers and warriors entering the mountain. On the other hand, they were here to sell the equipment and other things so that they could buy some things that the demonic beast could use. Duncan stared at Jiang Fei and asked, It doesn't matter who I am. If you bring me to the ruins, this matter will be over, Jiang Fei said. At that moment, many demonic beasts appeared around the valley where Jiang Fei and the rest were. These demonic beasts had different forms, but most of them were in the form of beasts. Jiang Fei smiled and said to Duncan, You seem to be a little fearless. With your strength, I can kill you 100 times. Not to mention, I have so many companions around me. Duncan frowned and asked, if it was any other time, he would have already called his subordinates to swarm over and eat Jiang Fei. However, today, he vaguely felt that Jiang Fei was very dangerous, so he did not dare to act rashly. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and said, All right, if I don't show you some real skills, I'm afraid you won't cooperate with me obediently. What are you doing? Duncan suddenly felt a sense of danger. His hair stood on end. As Jiang Fei shouted, Duncan suddenly felt as if his head had been smashed by a heavy hammer. His vision went black, and he instantly fell to the ground. As soon as Duncan fell, the other demonic beasts became anxious. They rushed down from the hillside. It seemed that they wanted to fight Jiang Fei to the death. Chapter 2737. 2737. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei roared at the demonic beasts that were charging down. After that single sentence, time seemed to have stopped. The demonic beasts all stopped in their tracks. None of them wanted their leader to die because of their own impulses. Woo! At that moment, Duncan stood up shakily. Jiang Fei did not hit him too hard just now. His goal was to teach Duncan a lesson so that he would not be too arrogant. He did not want to kill him. After all, it was easy to kill these demonic beasts. However, who was going to lead the way for Jiang Fei? You. Duncan looked at Jiang Fei with fear in his eyes. Duncan was considered one of the top experts on the entire planet. Although there were people who were stronger than him and could even kill him, they would not be like this until now. Duncan did not know how he was defeated. This fear that came from the unknown made him feel a little afraid of Jiang Fei. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I'm not interested in hunting demon beasts, Jiang Fei said calmly. Duncan asked Jiang Fei carefully. In the face of an enemy that he could not fight, he did not want his underlings to stay here anymore, because it was too dangerous. Of course, I've said it before. I'm not interested in hunting demonic beasts, Jiang Fei nodded and said. Duncan waved his hand at the demonic beasts that could not transform. The demonic beasts were a little worried and refused to leave. Duncan roared. At this moment, he had no time to explain to his underlings. Who knew if the terrifying fellow in front of him would go back on his word? Once he regretted it, Duncan and his underlings would not even have the chance to escape. The demonic beasts roared into the sky and scattered into the forest. All right, your little brothers have all left, Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Duncan asked, Of course. Jiang Fei asked, All right then, but that is a cursed place. I will not go in, Duncan said. His eyes even revealed a hint of fear. Jiang Fei nodded and asked, What do you mean by the curse? Duncan was stunned. Nonsense. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at him. Duncan did not dare to say any more nonsense. Jiang Fei's strength had left a deep impression in his heart. He did not dare to provoke Jiang Fei. According to Duncan's description, the ruins had been left behind for an unknown period of time. However, it had been discovered for hundreds of years. During these hundreds of years, countless rangers and warriors had gone to explore the ruins. However, these people did not have a good ending. They either fell out with each other in the ruins or died because of various things. In any case, no one could have a good ending. Therefore, the story of the ruins curse had spread. Jiang Fei nodded. Among the people he had come into contact with, there was one who had entered the ruins. It was the old man in the prison. It was just like what Duncan had said. The old man and the others did not end up well. They had fallen out with each other in the ruins. A guy had betrayed everyone. He had almost killed all of his companions and took the first half of the prophecy. Although the old man was lucky enough to survive, his heart was eventually dug out. Although he was lucky enough to get Jiang Fei to keep his mouth shut and save his life, he had to hide in prison for the rest of his life. In the end, he died there. This was definitely not a good ending. However, although there were bloody examples before his eyes, Jiang Fei did not really care. Because he knew the curse very well, he was not afraid. To those who did not understand the principle of curses, it sounded illusory and formless. It was really scary. However, to Jiang Fei, curses were just a type of triggered spiritual energy trap. Jiang Fei had learned many techniques to use spiritual energy from Tyrion. One of them was curses. Therefore, he rarely used this method to attack his opponents. A curse was a type of curse that could be directly or indirectly implanted into the target's body through a medium. There were many types of such traps, but they were mainly illusion type, interference type, and attack type. Among them, when an illusion type mind power trap was activated, The target would be immersed in the illusion and unable to extricate himself. To outsiders, this guy was crazy. After the interference-type spiritual energy trap was triggered, it would magnify a certain negative emotion in the target's mind, causing the suspicious person to suspect that the person next to him would harm him, causing the greedy person to be unable to control his own desires, etc. This was most likely the case for the old man's companion. His greed was rapidly magnified, causing him to not hesitate to attack his teammate in order to snatch the prophecy book. On the other hand, the attack type was the easiest. Once triggered, it would directly launch a spiritual attack on the target. If it succeeded, the target would most likely bleed to death from all 7 orifices. Other than these types, there were also some small types of spiritual traps. However, these types were not often used. After all, setting the spiritual coordinates to attract specific creatures to attack them, and so on. As a psychic expert, Jiang Fei was naturally not afraid of psychic traps. Therefore, curses were nothing to him. All right then. Duncan saw that Jiang Fei was determined. He did not dare to go against him. So he took Jiang Fei and set off. As a demon beast, Duncan was very familiar with the Libes Mountain. He led Jiang Fei through the forest with ease. Soon, they arrived at the depths of a swamp. The old man had mentioned this before. Therefore, Jiang Fei knew that Duncan was not lying to him. It's just ahead. There are 3 big trees there. The entrance to the ruins is in the middle. I won't go there, Duncan said to Jiang Fei. I hope you're not lying to me. Jiang Fei suddenly turned around and threatened. Duncan was shocked. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and walked forward. Who exactly is this guy? Duncan looked at Jiang Fei's back. He touched the clothes on his back. At this time, Duncan's back was completely soaked in cold sweat. Chapter 2738. 2738. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei did not care about Duncan's thoughts. At that moment, he had already arrived at the middle of the 3 trees that Duncan had mentioned. With a slight sweep of his spiritual power, Jiang Fei found the entrance to the ruins. Then, he easily opened the entrance. As the entrance to the underground ruins opened, a rotten and damp smell assaulted him. Jiang Fei used his hand to fan the air in front of his nose. However, at that moment, his spiritual power suddenly sensed a powerful invasion. Oh, I haven't even entered yet. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. The strength of his spiritual power was much stronger than the strength of this spiritual power trap. Before the invading mental strength could hide in his body, it was disintegrated by Jiang Fei's huge mental strength. Jiang Fei shrugged and then walked into the underground ruins. After entering the ruins, the old man's guidance became quite detailed. Jiang Fei followed the old man's guidance and easily arrived at the place where he hid the lower half of the prophecy book. It was not hidden well. Jiang Fei shook his head. In fact, he knew the process of the old man's heart being dug out. Suddenly, his mind went blank. He called the Great Elder by his nickname when he was young. Moreover, it was not a very elegant nickname. The Great Elder was very embarrassed. Therefore, he was caught by the furious Great Elder after the incident and lynched him. The old man's mind suddenly went blank. Clearly, the curse had been triggered. Moreover, even if the Great Elder did not kill him this time, he would still go crazy and offend big shots in the future until he died. Although the old man did not understand the nature of the curse, he understood the rules of how the curse worked. Therefore, after saving his life, he decided to hide in prison so that he would not go crazy again after he got out. At the same time, when he thought of the old man's encounter, Jiang Fei opened a broken tile that he had hidden in the lower part of the prophecy. The lower part of the prophecy lay there quietly. It had not been disturbed for decades. It was as if it was waiting for Jiang Fei's arrival. If everything was really a prophecy, then from the moment Jiang Fei appeared in this world until he received the prophecy, everything had been arranged, including Carrera's identity. There was also the old man in the prison cell. They were obviously waiting for Jiang Fei's arrival. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. If that was really the case, then he was no different from the NPCs in the game. Everything that he did was done according to the plans of others. Even if it was his current thoughts, it was probably planned by others. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he picked up the second half of the prophecy. He did not leave the ruins. He simply found a place to sit on the ground. Then, he picked up the second half of the prophecy and began to read it. Jiang Fei did not mind reading it. After just one glance, he felt a chill run down his spine. His entire body was frozen in place. Unlike the first half of the prophecy was written in the language of the demon race here. Although Jiang Fei could read these words through Carrera's memory, it still looked very unfamiliar. However, the second half of the prophecy was written in Chinese characters. The familiar square characters made Jiang Fei's body go numb. After leaving Earth, Jiang Fei rarely saw the Chinese characters that he was once familiar with. That was because other than Jiang Fei and the girls that he brought from Earth, no one else knew these Earth characters. Whether it was the Vizari army, the Merchant Alliance, or later the Universe Empire, they all had perfect interstellar language. Jiang Fei had only learned this later. As for the girls that Jiang Fei met after leaving Earth, none of them could recognize this type of Chinese character that Jiang Fei had used since he was young. However, the second half of the prophecy book in Jiang Fei's hands was actually written in this type of concept language. How could Jiang Fei not be shocked? Looking at the familiar words in front of him, Jiang Fei quickly browsed through the contents of the book. The more he read, the more shocked he was. The more he read, the more confused he became. After reading the entire book, Jiang Fei still did not know who had created the inherent space. However, the book did record something about the gamma space exit. According to the records in the book, everything that happened when Jiang Fei arrived here was actually planned. What was even more terrifying was that this world was designed by humans. Was to wait for Jiang Fei's arrival. This meant that this world was actually like a game, and Jiang Fei was the only player. He was playing a single-player game here, and the reward for clearing the level was this prophecy book. Unlike the Gamma Space people who treated Jiang Fei's universe as a game, Jiang Fei's universe existed naturally or was created by someone else. However, it was definitely not the Gamma Space people. They had only discovered Jiang Fei's low-dimensional space and used their dimensional advantage to invade that place. This world was created by someone else. Its purpose was to wait for Jiang Fei's arrival. Who is the person who has such a huge amount of money? Why does he value me so much? Jiang Fei was very confused. Jiang Fei waved his hand, and the prophecy book began to burn. In an instant, it turned into ashes. At that moment, the contents of the prophecy book had already been memorized by Jiang Fei. The way he burned the prophecy book was also required by the book. The author requested that Jiang Fei burn it immediately after reading it. Although he did not know why, Jiang Fei could not help but do it. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei returned to the inheritance space. Then, he left Carrera's physical body at the exit, along with the treasure that he had stolen. After leaving Carrera's physical body, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was completely released. Then his spiritual power began to vibrate. Jiang Fei's spiritual power was constantly changing the frequency of the vibration. He kept trying from low to high. However, after trying for half a day, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jiang Fei muttered to himself helplessly. The prophecy had recorded the method to find the entrance to the gamma space. However, that required some data. These data were the ones that Maleki was trying to crack. Only then could Jiang Fei quickly find the entrance to the gamma space. Just now, Jiang Fei only wanted to give it a try. He felt that he should be able to find a frequency by constantly probing from low to high. However, reality proved that he still had to follow the prophecy. Chapter 2739, 2739. Translator 549-6903. After many failed attempts, Jiang Fei completely gave up on blindly trying. He began to fly towards his own spatial exit. If it was before, even if Jiang Fei wanted to go back, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Because the inheritance space was empty, there were no landmarks. Therefore, it was not easy to find the way home. However, it was different now. After Jiang Fei mastered the second half of the prophecy, he had found a way to identify the path in the legacy space. According to the prophecy, to identify the path in the legacy space, he had to adjust his mind power to his special frequency. Then, he only needed to adjust his mind power to the same frequency as his universe. Every space had its own unique vibration frequency. Moreover, this frequency was unique. Just like a person's fingerprint, it represented all the information in this space. For people with strong spiritual power, they could sense the vibration frequency of the space. For example, Zhang Fei was very sensitive to the vibration frequency of the space. However, in the past, he did not know what this frequency represented. He also did not know what it could do. However, now, Zhang Fei had found a way to use this frequency. That meant that as long as he had been to a certain space once, he could find the entrance to this space in the inheritance space at any time. However, for those spaces that he had not been to before, Zhang Fei could only calculate the frequency of that space according to the method recorded in the prophecy to find the exit. The formulas for calculating the frequency of the other dimensions were hidden in the huge data that Zhang Fei had obtained by activating the nucleus of will. As long as he could decipher this data, Zhang Fei would be able to obtain the formulas. From there, he could calculate the frequency of the dimension that he wanted to go to. Therefore, at this moment, it was no longer a problem for Zhang Fei to go home. He quickly adjusted his spiritual frequency. Zhang Fei immediately felt a call from afar. This feeling was very strange. It was as if something was summoning him. According to the direction of the call, Zhang Fei sped up. After an unknown amount of time, he saw the things he had stored in the distance. There were also the prisoners. Phew! After returning to his own territory, Zhang Fei, who was still a little skeptical, completely believed the contents of the prophecy book. With a flash of white light, Zhang Fei returned to his universe. As he was in the time house, Zhang Fei appeared in the time house. Zhang Fei asked. Maleki replied. What? Zhang Fei was shocked. 7 months in the outer universe meant that he had been in seclusion in the time house for 210 months. That was almost 18 years. Zhang Fei immediately made a judgment. However, the time flow in the inheritance space was almost negligible. Moreover, he had definitely not stayed in Queen Sophia's universe for more than a month. From this, it could be seen that the difference in the flow of time between the two universes was very large. Zhang Fei remembered something important. I have deciphered a part of it, but there is still a part that is being calculated, Malachi replied. Give me the part that has been deciphered first. Then, you can continue to calculate, Zhang Fei said. Malachi then uploaded the cracked part to Zhang Fei. After getting the data, Zhang Fei was not in a hurry to look at it. Even if he counted the time in the outside world, he had already left for 7 months. He wanted to go out and check on his home first. After coming out of the time house, Zhang Fei found that everything seemed normal on Skodastar. It seemed that nothing had happened during the few months that he had left. Zhang Fei first sent Aurelia a message. Phew! Aurelia heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Fei immediately asked. Judging by Aurelia's expression, it was obvious that something had happened at home. Something has happened. Fortunately, Han Tianyu is here, Aurelia said. Brother, Zhang Fei was stunned. You should ask Han Tianyu about the details. He is still on Skodastar, said Aurelia. Zhang Fei was stunned. Han Tianyu was no longer alone. He had a wife and children in New China. It was not easy for him to stay on Skodastar for 7 months. Yes, it's still in the same room as before, Aurelia said. Okay, I'll go find him now. Tell everyone that I've finished my seclusion, Zhang Fei said to Aurelia. Aurelia nodded. Then, Zhang Fei went straight to Han Tianyu's room. Zhang Fei gently knocked on the door. Han Tianyu's voice was heard. However, there was a hint of fatigue in his voice. Zhang Fei pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he met Han Tianyu, he realized that Han Tianyu was about to lose his appearance. As someone who paid attention to his appearance, his beard was unkempt. He had lost a lot of weight. His eyes were a little detached. F***CK. Han Tianyu immediately jumped up from the sofa when he saw Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei asked with concern, Are you okay? Han Tianyu rolled his eyes. Zhang Fei's return had relieved him of a great burden. His entire state of mind was finally relaxed. Jiang Fei asked, "Kid, do you know that I only gave you 7 days to negotiate with Nina? Boy, you've been gone for 7 months. Do you know how I've spent these 7 months?" Han Tianyu shouted at Jiang Fei. It had indeed been difficult for him for the past 7 months. Every day, he had to think of a way to get rid of Lena. He could not anger these people. Just thinking about it was already exhausting for him. Not to mention, he had other things to worry about. "I'm sorry, Brother Yu." Jiang Fei apologized sincerely. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. How was the result of your closed-door training? If you don't get anything, I will really quit," Han Tianyu said. He had been using his mouth to stall Lena and the people behind him for the past 7 months. How many brain cells did it take to do that? Han Tianyu had really risked his life for this. Chapter 2740. Translator 5496903. I have gained a lot. It can be said that everything is ready. Jiang Fei said, F***CK. Han Tianyu jumped up immediately. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. "All right," Han Tianyu said excitedly. Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu, looking at Han Tianyu's haggard appearance. He knew how difficult it had been for this usually frivolous guy. "All right, there's no need for us brothers to talk about this. I won't tell you the details of what happened between me and Lena. Anyway, these guys can't wait any longer. Their plan should be going into effect soon. They have given you an ultimatum. If you don't come out in 7 days, we will plan to wake you up," Han Tianyu said. "All right then," Jiang Fei said. "All right, she'll probably be here soon. She's been coming here almost every day," Han Tianyu said. "All right then. Brother Yu, take a rest first. I'll go check on Bella and the rest," Jiang Fei said. "All right, go on. I'll get someone to call you later," Han Tianyu nodded and said. As soon as Jiang Fei left, Han Tianyu did not even close the door. He fell asleep on the bed. He was really exhausted during this period of time. It was only when Jiang Fei returned with good news that he finally felt at ease. When the pressure on his shoulders was relieved, endless fatigue came to his mind. Han Tianyu finally could not take it anymore. He fell asleep on the bed as if he had passed out. In the past few months, he had really overworked himself. After Jiang Fei came out from Han Tianyu's place, he first went to his parents' place to inform them that he was safe. Then, he went straight to his own living room. At that moment, Bella and the rest were already waiting for Jiang Fei. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the living room, he saw the beautiful faces of the girls. Some of the girls even had tears in their eyes. It had been 7 whole months. Although the pressure from Lena had been borne by Han Tianyu, the Universe Empire was also facing countless troubles. The girls had also started to take action. When Jiang Fei was not around, they had supported the entire empire. After a long separation and reunion, it was inevitable for them to share their feelings. Jiang Fei and the girls cuddled together and told each other how much they missed each other. Time slipped away without them realizing it. As everyone had endless love talk, they did not realize that it was already dark outside. At that moment, a waiter knocked on the door of the living room. Jiang Fei asked, "Grand Marshal, Governor Han Tianyu invites you over," said the waiter. "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that it was Lena. After sending the waiter away, Jiang Fei said to the girls, "I'll go and settle some business first. Then, I'll come back to accompany you. Go." Bella took the lead and said. At this time, they had already received the good news that Jiang Fei had brought back. They knew that there was hope for Jiang Fei to enter the Gamma space. Their universe might be saved. Jiang Fei smiled at Bella and the others. Then, he stood up and left the living room. He went straight to Han Tianyu's room. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei arrived at Han Tianyu's room. At that moment, Han Tianyu and Lena were already waiting for him. The current Han Tianyu was completely different from the person that Jiang Fei had met before. His beard was now completely clean. His face was also washed clean. His hair was meticulously groomed. Other than the dark circles under his eyes that had not disappeared, his entire appearance had recovered a lot. "Brother Yu, sorry to keep you waiting." Jiang Fei smiled as he walked in. "I'm the one who's waiting, okay? What happened to a week?" Lena asked unhappily. "Sigh. it's difficult to accurately grasp the timing of cultivation. If it's a little fixed, a few years might pass. Jiang Fei was not very polite to Lena because he knew that Lena and the others could not wait any longer. During the few months that Jiang Fei disappeared, he did not believe that Lena and the others did not look for other influential people. If they found someone who could replace Jiang Fei, how could Lena come to him every day? As for Lena and the people behind him, the reason why they did not touch Jiang Fei's family and did not attack the Universe Empire, other than Han Tianyu, the main reason was that they found Jiang Fei irreplaceable. In order to obtain enough souls to form their own clone army and launch a coup d'etat, Lena's father could only place his hopes on Jiang Fei. There would definitely be some clues. At this moment, the ruler of the Gamma Space had already begun to suspect him. For Lena's father, it was already like an arrow in the bow. He had no choice but to take action. If the matter was exposed, he would not be able to hold on to his position as a magistrate. He would not even be able to save his life. Since ancient times, rebellions had always been a highly profitable and risky activity. Although if they succeeded, they could change the dynasty and become the ruler of the land. But if they failed, they would definitely die. They could not tolerate the existence of a traitor. Therefore, right now, Lena's father could only hope that Jiang Fei would return quickly and provide him with enough souls. He did not even have the time to probe. He had to start immediately. All right, let's stop talking nonsense. Lena became even more impatient. Jiang Fei sat down on the sofa calmly. After sensing Lena's emotions, he became even less anxious. We had an agreement before. As long as you provide us with enough souls, we will give you 50 carriers. Lena said, 100,000 souls? Jiang Fei asked. You don't have to worry about that. You just need to lure 100,000 people to the Gamma Space. We will complete the specific steps personally. However, you have to be careful. These people must be willing to go, said Lena. Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that the soul transfer technology in the Gamma Space was based on the premise of being willing. However, these people would definitely erase the memories of those souls. Once these 100,000 people had gone, they would not be able to control them at all, said Lena. But I want to inspect the goods. Jiang Fei suddenly asked. Lena was stunned. That's right, Jiang Fei said calmly. Chapter 2741. 2741. Translator 549-6903. Jiang Fei nodded. Lena frowned. I know someone else in the Gamma Space. Place the carrier at the designated location. Jiang Fei did not dare to say that he would personally inspect the goods. He could not let Lena and the others know that he had a way to enter the Gamma Space while preserving his memory. If that happened, he would be taking a huge risk. Once Nina and the people behind her felt that Jiang Fei was the biggest threat, they would not hesitate to give up on the coup d'etat and stop Jiang Fei from entering the Gamma Space. Then, Jiang Fei's plan would be ruined. I see. Nina did not dare to agree without permission. Okay, at this time tomorrow, I will wait for your news here, Jiang Fei said. Nina nodded and went offline with the white light. She had to discuss this with her father. Ah Fei, things have come to this point. I'm suddenly a little nervous, Han Tianyu said. Now, Jiang Fei was just one step away from entering the Gamma Space. It could be said that success or failure depended on this one move. All right, brother Yu, don't be so nervous. Even if we don't succeed this time, we still have another chance, Jiang Fei comforted him. However, he knew very well that this was his best chance. Okay, Antienyu pata Jiang Fei's shulde. I've been doing this job for a few years. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He did not want to be the savior. If it was not for his family and friends being threatened by the Gamma Space in this universe, Jiang Fei would not have bothered to make a move. Therefore, Jiang Fei was definitely not the savior out of righteousness. He only wanted to protect himself and his family. As for saving the world, it was just a side job. After coming out from Han Tianyu's place, Jiang Fei found an empty meeting room and sat down. He still had important things to do. After sitting down quietly, Jiang Fei began to look at the information that Maleki had sent him. This was the result of the pulse data that was produced when the nucleus of will was activated by his spiritual power. The more Jiang Fei looked at it, the more he felt a headache coming on. Although he had some understanding of the mainstream science in the universe, he was not a mathematician or a physicist after all. He could not understand these complicated data at all. Jiang Fei had no choice but to ask Maleki to help. Fortunately, this guy was a high-level artificial intelligence. He could multitask. It did not delay him from cracking the remaining data. After Maleki appeared, he began to explain the data and formulas to Jiang Fei line by line. Through Maleki's explanation, Jiang Fei knew that this was a complicated set of physics formulas. The complexity of it was beyond imagination. Even a large computer would need to spend a few hours to deduce it. Only a high-level artificial intelligence like Maleki would be able to calculate these formulas. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have to wait for years before he could do it. Jiang Fei asked after listening to Malachi's explanation. Malachi said, "Physical constants." Jiang Fei nodded secretly. It seemed that he had to bring Han Tianyu back to New China. Now, Lorna and Aisha had completely become people in the three-dimensional universe. Moreover, they were very close to Han Tianyu. Therefore, Jiang Fei could rest assured about the information they provided. Jiang Fei also knew that although Lorna and Aisha were born poor, they had received basic education. Therefore, it should not be a problem for them to master these familiar things. The situation is becoming clearer and clearer. As long as I have some more time, I will definitely be able to enter the gamma space. Jiang Fei clenched his fists tightly. Previously, because Jiang Fei had received incomplete information, he had thought that the three-dimensional universe that he was in was developed by the gamma space people. It was just like the game that he used to play on Earth. Later, Jiang Fei came into contact with more information. He began to think that the three-dimensional universe that he was in was naturally formed. However, the gamma space people had found a way to enter. Therefore, these guys had transformed this place into their game ground. Once upon a time, Jiang Fei was even worried that when the gamma space people's game ended and the server was shut down, the three-dimensional universe that they were in would be finished. It was not until he obtained the second half of the prophecy that Jiang Fei understood the operation of the three-dimensional universe did not require the gamma space people to maintain. They were never the gods who created the world. They were just a bunch of evil gods who played with low-dimensional life forms. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei entered the gamma space and found the development team, he would completely destroy all their data records about the three-dimensional world. The gamma space people would never be able to find the entrance to the three-dimensional universe again. Then, they would no longer be able to influence this place. However, although many things have been cleared up, there were still many things that Jiang Fei did not understand. For example, who was Natasha? Why did the development team let the apostles that they had bribed to kill and kill in this universe? If the three-dimensional universe was simply a game ground, then the development team only needed to maintain the game balance and make money from the players on both sides. Why were they so keen on killing in the three-dimensional world? Moreover, they had to borrow someone else's hands. Although there were still many things that he did not understand, Jiang Fei believed that as long as he entered the gamma space, these questions would be solved one by one. When that time came, he would be able to come into contact with these troubles for his own world. After calming himself down, Jiang Fei went back to reunite with the girls for a while. Around noon the next day, Lena returned. "How is it?" Jiang Fei met Lena in Han Tianyu's room. "We agree to your request in principle. However, we have a condition," said Lena. "Tell me about it," Jiang Fei said calmly. He was not in a hurry now, because Maleki still had some formulas to calculate. Moreover, he had to go back with Han Tianyu to ask Aisha and Lorna about some physical constants. Therefore, he had all the time in the world. However, it was different for Lena and the others. They were currently pressed for time. They had no time to waste with Jiang Fei. Chapter 2742, 2742. Translator, 549-6903. After some research, we have agreed to let you inspect the goods. However, there's one thing. The time for this inspection is up to us. You can choose the location, said Lena. Jiang Fei snorted. After the inspection, you can no longer use any excuses to delay. said Lena. Jiang Fei nodded. As long as he entered the gamma space, who cared about the subsequent cooperation? Therefore, for Jiang Fei, as long as the inspection was completed, everything would be over. Lena nodded. All right. When the time comes, you can look for Brother Yu. He will contact me, said Jiang Fei. Lena frowned. No, Ipromiza, said Jiang Fei. Lena nodded and went offline. She still had too many things to do. Other than arranging a carrier for Jiang Fei to inspect the goods, she also had to prepare for the coup d'etat. The soul would be in place. When that time came, Lena's father would have an army of 100,000. Who would be afraid of him? Han Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go, Brother Yu. Yang Fei pulid Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu asked. To your house, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu was stunned. I have something to ask my sisters-in-law, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Then you can ask me. They have told me almost everything they know, Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei was stunned. Han Tianyu rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. Then, Jiang Fei began to ask Han Tianyu about the physics constants of the gamma space. F*CK. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Han Tianyu rolled his eyes. Then it settled. Jiang Fei shrugged. Who knew that you would ask such a perverted question? Not to mention the constants of their space. Even if it was the stuff that we learned in high school, I would have returned it to my teacher a long time ago, Han Tianyu said as he pursed his lips. All right, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Fei pulled Han Tianyu and left the residence. After leaving the residence, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu went straight to the airport. At that time, Jiang Fei's yacht had already been repaired. Aurelia, I'm going to New China. You can say hello to Bella and the others, Jiang Fei said to Aurelia before they left. Okay. Aurelia nodded and personally guided Jiang Fei out of the airport. After leaving the airport, Jiang Fei's yacht immediately entered the phase transition state and headed straight for New China. A few days later, the yacht docked at New China. As soon as Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu returned to the ground, a car came to pick them up. Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, and Han Tianyu was the local emperor of New China. Naturally, the two of them were given the highest treatment. However, this time, because Jiang Fei had something to do, there was no road at all. After Han Tianyu had dismissed the officials and the others who came to welcome him, he brought Jiang Fei back to his official residence. Aisha, Lorna, Han Tianyu ludli. Aisha walked out of the room. As soon as she saw Han Tianyu, she rolled her eyes at him. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed as he watched the couple argue. Speaking of which, Han Tianyu did not come back for a few months because of him. Therefore, Jiang Fei felt very awkward at that moment. All right, don't be angry. I'm back now. Han Tianyu smiled and hugged Aisha. Aisha struggled slightly and did not resist anymore. She allowed Han Tianyu to hold her in his arms. By the way, where's Lena? Aisha asked. I fell out with her, Han Tianyu said. Aisha was stunned. Different paths lead to different strategies. That guy is a spy. Han Tianyu did not lie, but he did not explain some things in detail. Aisha was also wise after the event. She had sympathized with Lena previously. All right, wife. Fei has some questions to ask you. After returning to the living room, Han Tianyu asked Aisha, I'm not bad in the arts and sciences, but I'm not good in science. Lorna is better at those, Aisha said. Han Tianyu asked, she will take care of the child later. Aisha rolled her eyes at Han Tianyu and said, all right, when I'm done with my business, I'll properly apologize to your mother, Han Tianyu said with a smile. Aisha said with a change of heart. Call Lorna over first. Let her hand the child over to the nanny first, said Han Tianyu. Aisha nodded and turned around to leave. Brother Yu, thank you for your hard work, Jiang Fei said. We're all brothers. Han Tianyu waved his hand. After everything is settled, I'll serve you a drink to thank you, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu le kid. At this moment, Aisha walked in with Lorna. Lorna was slightly plump, but her face was filled with maternal radiance. Lorna smiled at Jiang Fei and then came to Han Tianyu's side. Brother Tianyu, you're finally back, Lorna said lovingly. It's been tough on you during the time I was away, Han Tianyu said as he looked at the haggard look in Lorna's eyes. It's okay. Lorna smiled and then asked Jiang Fei. I heard that you have a question to ask me? Yes. Jiang Fei asked the physics constants one by one. Why are you asking all these? When we were in the gamma space, we did not use these things except for exams, Lorna asked curiously. Jiang Fei laughed. Lorna laughed. She thought that Jiang Fei was joking. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Although her studies in high school were fine, she did not have the money to go to university. After graduating from high school, she abandoned them. Those physics studies were only for Lorna. She had only used them during her exams in school. Other than that, she really did not know what else these numbers could do. Chapter 2743, 2743. Translator, 549-6903. All right, Lorna. Fei is not joking with you. He really needs these numbers, Han Tianyu said from the side. Lorna stopped smiling. I really do, Jiang Fei said seriously. All right then. I don't know how much more I can remember. Lorna suddenly felt a little nervous. After all, this matter was of great importance. If anything happened because of her, she really could not explain it to Han Tianyu. Think about it carefully. Aisha, help me think about it too, Han Tianyu said. All right, I'm even more knowledgeable about these science subjects. But if you want me to help you think about it, then I'll give it a try. Aisha nodded and said. Soon, Lorna and Aisha wrote 2 sets of data respectively. However, Aisha only gave a very small part of the answers. She could not remember most of the constants, but Lorna's side was not bad. Almost all of the constants were answered. However, 2 or 3 of them were different for what Aisha had written. Take a look. It's been too long since I last used it, Lorna said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. He was already very satisfied with so much data. Moreover, his source of information was not only Lorna and Aisha. It was in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. There were also a few souls from the gamma space that were imprisoned. This guy should at least remember some of them. Previously, Jiang Fei did not want to ask about the souls that were imprisoned because he was afraid that these people would cheat him. However, now that he had a set of data in his hands, Jiang Fei was confident. He only needed to give a consistent answer. After all, these constants were very accurate. There were even a few digits behind the decimal point. If he could blindly guess the exact number, then Jiang Fei could only admit that his luck was so bad that he could not even drink cold water. Brother Yu, I still have something to do. I'll leave first. I'll come and look for you later. Jiang Fei stood up and said. Aisha asked, Sister-in-law, when I'm done with this period of time, I'll have to come and disturb you. However, I won't bother you today, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Business is more important. Go do what you need to do. Aisha nodded. After that, Jiang Fei greeted Han Tianyu and Lorna before turning around and leaving. After leaving Han Tianyu's mansion, Jiang Fei found an empty corner and directly entered the legacy space. Once he entered the legacy space, Jiang Fei directly found the souls that he had imprisoned. Come on, let's talk, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Please, don't torture us anymore. Unintentional was on the verge of breaking down. Sure, Jiang Fei said with a smile. As long as he got those constants, these guys would be useless. As long as he entered the gamma space, the other questions would not be a problem. All right, you can ask, Simon said. He had been caught for a long time. After experiencing endless loneliness, he now had a death wish. Jiang Fei waved his hand and isolated all these people. Then, he began to ask them about the constants. Soon, all of the data was calculated. These guys were like Lorna. Many of the constants had been forgotten because they had not used them for many years. However, they could still remember some of them. After getting the data, Jiang Fei compared them one by one. Soon, he had all of the constants in his hands. All right, we have answered, Simon and the others said. All right, Jiang Fei nodded and began to devour the souls of these people. Very soon, the souls that were imprisoned by Jiang Fei were completely destroyed. Phew, Jiang Fei nodded. Ever since he knew that this inheritance space did not belong to him, he did not plan to continue storing important items and imprisoning souls here. After all, if anyone came here when he left, the consequences would be unimaginable. After dealing with the imprisoned souls, Jiang Fei came out of the inheritance space. He could not stay in there forever. If that happened, Maleki would not be able to continue calculating the remaining formulas. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Now, he only needed to wait for Maleki to complete the data calculation. After that, he could discuss the matter of inspecting the goods with Lena. Although Lena had said that the time was up to them, Jiang Fei had plenty of reasons to delay until Maleki's work was done. Let's go meet Natasha. We're about to enter the Gamma space. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and asked Little Nine to send him to the Five Directions world. Bella returned the 9 rotating astrolabe and Little Nine to Jiang Fei. After returning to the Five Directions heaven and earth, Jiang Fei first went to see the Phoenix Spirit. He had been in closed-door training in the outer universe for 7 months. This was 7 years in the Five Directions heaven and earth, which had 12 times the time difference. He had not come to see the Phoenix Spirit for such a long time. He did not know how she was doing. After returning to the dragon race's territory, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was as usual here. Ever since the players who had completed the previous quest, the Five Directions heaven and earth seemed to have returned to its usual calm. Sage Lord. Greetings, Sage Lord. All the dragons who met Jiang Fei along the way bowed. After Jiang Fei dismissed them, he went straight to the bedroom. Wind Spirit's face was full of resentment. Her stomach was already very big. It looked like she was about to give birth. Jiang Fei asked. Moreover, it will take at least 3 to 5 years, said Wind Spirit. The growth rate of the child in her belly had already exceeded her expectations. However, it was still a dragon after all. Therefore, it was impossible for it to be born in a short period of time. Jiang Fei nodded secretly. He estimated the time. If nothing unexpected happened, he seemed to be able to catch up with the birth of the baby. Asked the Phoenix Spirit. Nothing. I did some calculations, Jiang Fei said with a smile. According to Jiang Fei's expectations, he should be able to enter the Gamma space in 2 to 3 weeks. On the other side, he felt that it would not take long for him to complete the seal on the three-dimensional world. When that time came, he would be able to return. Phoenix Spirit was overjoyed when she heard the news. When that time comes, I will bring them all in or take you out. Jiang Fei said. Chapter 2744, 2744. Translator, 549-6903, said the Phoenix Spirit as she snuggled into Jiang Fei's embrace. Jiang Fei chatted with the Phoenix Spirit for a while. As she was in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy, the Phoenix Spirit was a little lethargic. After she fell asleep, Jiang Fei came out of the bedroom. Sage Lord, the Great Elder invites you to the main hall for a meeting, said a servant as he ran to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had been gone for several years. Now that he had finally caught the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen, how could they let him go? They did not drag him away immediately and even left him alone with the Phoenix Spirit. This was already giving him enough face. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei was already comfortable enough as a manager. He had almost never bothered with the matters of the entire Dragon Clan. It had always been the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen who were in charge. However, there were some problems. It was necessary for him, the Sage Lord, to be in charge. Although such matters were relatively rare, it could not be helped. After a few years, Jiang Fei had accumulated a lot of government affairs that he owed. This time, after Jiang Fei returned to the dragon race's territory, the Great Elder immediately called for a meeting of the dragon race's higher-ups. They had to take advantage of Jiang Fei's time to solve the backlog of problems. If they missed this opportunity, Jiang Fei did not know when he would be able to return again. When Jiang Fei walked into the main hall, all the Dragon Clan's elders greeted him. Jiang Fei nodded. He saw that there were a few new faces among the Dragon Clan's elders. Moreover, judging from their auras, these people were not pure-blooded dragons. Sage Lord, these are the alternate elders that we have proposed. If you agree, they will be officially granted the title and authority of elders, said the Great Elder. In fact, the dragon race had already acknowledged the identity of the mixed-blood dragon race. However, after these people joined the dragon race, they did not have the slightest say in it. This made the mixed-blood dragon race very dissatisfied. Because of the previous player incident, the Great Elder was injured. This caused the dragon race's prestige to suffer a setback. As a result, many of the mixed-blood dragon race members had defected. However, in the end, Zhang Fei did not pursue this matter. He allowed the mixed-blood dragon race members who were unwilling to join the dragon race to become independent. However, the strong mixed-blood dragon race members who continued to stay in the dragon race had ambitions in their hearts. Since the pure-blood dragons were not as strong as they were hundreds of thousands of years ago, why couldn't the mixed-blood dragons fight for more rights for themselves? The pure-blood dragons were definitely opposed to this at the beginning, but because the number of mixed-blood dragons was much more than the pure-blood dragons, they were instigated by the top experts of their own race to obey the orders of the dragon race, both overtly and covertly. This made it impossible for the dragon race's government orders to reach the basic level. In desperation, the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen discussed for a while and decided to give the mixed blood dragons some say and give them a few elder seats. The Great Elder and the Dragon Queen were very cautious. After all, the highest power of the dragon race was still in the hands of the pure-blooded dragons. Not only that, although the Great Elder and the Dragon Queen allowed those powerful mixed-blood draconid elders to enter the circle of power, they only gave them the title of Substitute Elder. After all, Zhang Fei, the Sage Lord, was not around. The Great Elder and the Dragon Queen were not qualified to give them the title of Elder. Zhang Fei nodded. He also knew that these mixed-blood draconids were not easy to manage. Although they had joined the dragon race, they had been bullied for so many years. How could they have any sense of identity with the dragon race? Although when they were first accepted by the dragon race, they felt a sense of satisfaction as if their long-cherished wish had finally come true. However, as time went by, they realized that they were still the ruling party. However, among the dragon race, these mixed-blood dragons still did not have any right to speak. As such, the weaker mixed-blood dragons were still fine. However, the stronger mixed-blood dragons would not accept it. Although their bloodlines were not pure, they were all ancient mutants who had the bloodline of the dragon race. Their strength was not weaker than the average dragon elder. Naturally, they would not be willing to be managed by someone of the same level. Let's do as you say. Zhang Fei thought for a moment. It was normal for these half-blood dragons to fight for their rights. The half-blood dragon experts stepped forward and bowed. At first, they were still worried. No one knew what the Sage Lord was thinking. What should they do? Continue to resist? They were definitely not a match for the legendary Sage Lord. However, if they gave up just like that, the pure-blood draconids would definitely look down on them even more. Just as these people were in a difficult situation, Zhang Fei agreed to promote them to official elders. How could these people not be happy? Zhang Fei waved his hand and asked. The Great Elder stood up again and began to dig out the administrative affairs that Zhang Fei had been holding back for many years. Zhang Fei knew that this was his job, so he did not complain. He just dealt with them one by one. Sometimes, he would ask for the opinions of the elders below him. Sometimes, he would just make the decision himself. Zhang Fei was very efficient. On average, it took him less than 10 minutes to make a decision from the first elder's report to his decision. Even so, the huge backlog of government affairs took him almost 2 days to complete. After all the government affairs were done, Zhang Fei stretched his back. At this time, the elders below him were so tired that they had dark circles under their eyes. Zhang Fei waved his hand and said. The elders bowed to Zhang Fei and then left one by one. When everyone had left, Zhang Fei was already sitting on the throne in the main hall. He looked up at the ceiling and said to himself, "Girl, I've been looking at it for a long time. Why aren't you coming down? Isn't it uncomfortable sitting there?" Natasha removed her invisibility and jumped down. "Of course. I thought that you would not be able to sit still and come looking for me soon. I didn't expect you to sit there for so long," Zhang Fei said with a smile. When I looked from above, I realized that you were very handsome. So, I looked at you for a while longer," Natasha said with a smile. You're just a little bit older." Zhang Fei laughed. In his eyes, Natasha was just a little girl. "TSK, you're just like my brother," said Natasha as she pouted. All right. although Jiang Fei said that, his tone was still as if he was coaxing a little child. Chapter 2745, 2745. Translator, 549-6903. All right, why are you free today? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, he went to work. I came here secretly to play. I didn't expect you to be here. Handsome. Natasha smiled. Jiang Fei said. Natasha was of course willing. Jiang Fei asked. Follow you, handsome? Natasha said. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he asked Little Nine to send them to Qinxing. It was spring all year round here. The weather was pleasant. Naturally, the scenery was the best. After arriving at Qinxing, Natasha asked. Jiang Fei rode on his sword and brought Natasha with him. Although the Qingying sword was not very big, Natasha was still a child and her body was smaller. Therefore, it was not crowded at all for Jiang Fei to bring her along. Then, Jiang Fei brought Natasha on his sword and walked around the famous mountains and rivers of Qinxing. The two of them did not land. They just flew in the air and enjoyed the beautiful scenery below. Natasha leaned against Jiang Fei and let the strong wind blow on her little face. However, she was very happy. Handsome, it's been a long time since you played with me, Natasha said to Jiang Fei. Yeah, I've been busy recently, Jiang Fei said. Natasha suddenly asked, Huh? Jiang Fei was stunned by Natasha's question. He had never mentioned this to Natasha. Handsome, don't hide it from me. I know that you want to come to our world. You want to stop them from using your world as a playground, Natasha muttered. At this time, her tone had completely lost the appearance of a child. Instead, she sounded like a wise woman. This did not match her age at all. All right, since you already know, I won't hide it from you. That's exactly what I think, Jiang Fei said. Then handsome, why didn't you tell me earlier? I might have been able to help you, Natasha said. Jiang Fei fell silent. He did not want to lie to Natasha, but he could not tell her directly. If he did not believe her, Natasha would definitely be sad. Because I'm from the Gamma space, Natasha muttered. Jiang Fei could not refute her. Although he already trusted Natasha enough, this girl was still from the Gamma dimension. Who could guarantee that she would not spread Jiang Fei's secret? Handsome, you don't have to explain. I understand, Natasha said as she leaned back, making herself closer to Jiang Fei. Said Jiang Fei. However, you are right not to tell me. My brother often monitors my activities in the game. So, if you tell me, he might know, and he will definitely stop you, said Natasha. What? Jiang Fei was stunned. If that was the case, wouldn't his plan be exposed? Handsome brother, don't worry. My brother is no longer monitoring me. Otherwise, I would not have said it in person, Natasha said. Jiang Fei asked. I don't know either. Recently, he's been very busy. Occasionally, I heard him talking on the phone. Natasha said. What? Jiang Fei was shocked again. It seemed that the rebellion between Lena and his father had been known by others. Moreover, it seemed that they had already made their own pockets and were waiting for them to crawl into it. I'm not very clear about the details. I only heard about it from my brother when he was on the phone with others, Natasha said. So, your brother must be a very important person, Jiang Fei said. Natasha blurted out. Development team. Jiang Fei had really suffered a lot today. These important news came one after another. He was really caught off guard. Suddenly, a person appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. The 11 Apostles Simon. When he first came into contact with Simon, Jiang Fei could feel from his words that Simon hated him very much. However, he did not want him to die because of someone. All the apostles' cheats were written by him. Moreover, Jiang Fei had also guessed that he was a member of the development team. Now that he had contacted Natasha, it was very likely that Simon was Natasha's brother. As he did not want to hurt his sister, he did not kill Jiang Fei directly. He even wanted to bring him into the Gamma space. However, Jiang Fei had refused at that time because he did not want his memory to be erased. This development team does not look like a game company. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Even Natasha's brother knew about the rebellion of the security officers. Clearly, this development team was inextricably linked to the ruler of the Gamma space. They might even be serving the ruler of the Gamma space. Jiang Fei suddenly asked. Natasha said, But your brother doesn't seem to want me to come, Jiang Fei said. Then let's meet secretly, Natasha said with a smile. At the same time, she gave Jiang Fei a sly wink. Okay, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Natasha asked. She just thought that Jiang Fei was joking with her. I am, Jiang Fei said with a nod. He did not know why, but he did not want to lie to Natasha. Natasha gave him the feeling that she was his biological sister. Even though he had been an only child since he was young, he had only known her for a few days when she died of old injuries. Then, handsome, when you come to our world, you must come and find me. I live in the core area, number 3 of Crystal Street. It's very easy to find, but you'd better come in the afternoon. My brother is usually not at home at that time, Natasha said to Jiang Fei. Okay, I will remember it, Jiang Fei said. Natasha said with a smile. Of course, Jiang Fei said shamelessly. Natasha was also giving him face. Chapter 2746, 2746. Translator, 549-690-3. Jiang Fei played with Natasha for a whole day before she logged off happily. After Natasha left, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He looked up at the sky and recalled the information that Natasha had told him. The sheriff's intention to rebel has been exposed. It's a pity that he doesn't know it yet. His every move must be closely monitored. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although I should have a very strong combat power in that world with my huge spiritual power, I still don't know much about the situation there. What if they have equipment that can counter me? Jiang Fei began to plan his action in his mind. Moreover, in Jiang Fei's opinion, he could not keep dragging Lena and her father. The sheriff could be captured at any time. Once he was captured, the clones would definitely be seized. At that time, Jiang Fei's carrier would be ruined. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to get the carrier before anything happened to the sheriff. He had to enter the gamma space and do what he wanted to do while the sheriff failed to rebel and the entire gamma space was in chaos. Jiang Fei asked. It's hard to say the exact time, but it will take at least a few weeks, Maleki replied. A few weeks? Jiang Fei nodded. Because China Star did not have such equipment like the Time House, and it would take too much time to rush back to Skoda Star, he planned to continue staying in the world of the 5 directions. Although the time flow deficit in the world of the 5 directions was only 12 times, far less than the 30 times of the Time House, it was still better than nothing. If he returned to Skoda Star, it would take a few days on the road alone. This was not worth it. Moreover, according to Maleki, he still needed a few more weeks. However, if the 12 times time flow in the world of the 5 directions was included, it would only take a few weeks outside. The time that Jiang Fei and Lena had agreed on was about the same. Therefore, for the next period of time, Jiang Fei stayed in the world of the 5 directions to accompany Phoenix Spirit in peace. At this time, Phoenix Spirit was already in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy. She really needed Jiang Fei's company. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Maleki's calculations had come to an end. Meanwhile, Natasha did not log into the game during this period of time. It was unknown if her brother had grounded her, or perhaps it was for some other reason. One day, Jiang Fei was taking a stroll in the garden with the Phoenix Spirit when Natasha suddenly appeared. Natasha shouted. Jiang Fei was stunned. Hurry up and go out to take a look, Natasha said and quickly went offline. It was obvious that she was here to deliver a letter to Jiang Fei. Phoenix Spirit, you take care of your baby, Jiang Fei said to Phoenix Spirit. Natasha was so anxious to deliver a letter to him. Something must have happened. Okay, you can go back in peace. Although Phoenix Spirit was reluctant to leave, she could not hold Jiang Fei back at this time. Okay, I'll try my best to come back, Jiang Fei said to Phoenix Spirit. Phoenix Spirit waved her hand and turned to go back to her room. Jiang Fei said to Little Nine. Little Nine nodded and sent Jiang Fei out of the 5 directions. After returning to the main universe, Jiang Fei was still on planet China. Then, Jiang Fei used teleportation to return to Han Tianyu's official residence. Jiang Fei opened his spiritual power and quickly found Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, "The dominant galaxy has fallen." Han Tianyu said, "How is that possible?" Jiang Fei asked. Eamon and his men have tried their best to resist, but it's no use. The enemy is like a cheat. When we fired our energy cannons, they were deflected back. The same goes for the missiles. Not only could they not hit the enemy, they would also return and blow up their own spaceship, Han Tianyu said. Zhang Fei asked hurriedly. He already knew the problem. From Han Tianyu's description, Zhang Fei could guess one person, Judas. Only this guy's cheat ability had such an effect. When Zhang Fei fought Judas, he was almost bullied to death by this guy. In the end, this guy somehow left on his own. Later, Zhang Fei found out that this was because Bella and the others had actually threatened the development team. Aurelia has already led the fleet to the front line. They will probably arrive soon, Han Tianyu said. Nonsense. Call her back. Zhang Fei knew very well that Judas was a cheat. With the blessing of this cheat, not to mention Aurelia leading the fleet to the front line, even if Zhang Fei went, it would be useless. D*M in it. Zhang Fei frowned. If he did not get rid of Judas, the current situation would not be resolved. Judas Cheater was almost unsolvable. Zhang Fei racked his brain, but he could not think of a way to get rid of Judas. At that moment, a white light flashed and Lena appeared in the hall. It turned out that when Zhang Fei was in the 5 directions, Lena had already returned to Planet China. Oh, they're all here. When Lena saw that Zhang Fei was also there, she immediately smiled. Clearly, she did not realize that their plot had been seen through. We've already made the arrangements. Lena looked at Zhang Fei and asked. The day after tomorrow, Zhang Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He could not solve the problem of Judas in the 3-dimensional world. However, he could get someone to solve the problem of playing Judas in the gamma space. Lena frowned. It's a very simple condition. Help me solve a person from the gamma space, Zhang Fei said. Lena asked. Killing a person was indeed not a problem for them. It's that apostle named Judas. He has already joined the development team. You have an informant in the development team, right? Zhang Fei said. Lena asked. Zhang Fei said. Chapter 2747, 2747. Translator, 549-6903. All right then. I'll go back and discuss it. Wait for me here for a while, said Lena to Zhang Fei. All right. As long as you guys get rid of that Judas, I guarantee that the deal between us can continue, said Zhang Fei. I hope so, said Lena. They were already on the bow. Then, she and her father would not have a good ending. After all, rebellion was a serious crime no matter where it was. Don't worry. I never joke about my own head, Zhang Fei said with a smile. Lena said and went offline immediately. Han Tianyu asked as soon as Lena left. Zhang Fei nodded. Then he said to Han Tianyu, that Judas cheat is very sick. At the very least, I don't have any countermeasures against it at the moment. Perhaps I can think of a way in the future. However, I don't have the time. Therefore, at times, isn't it better to be simple and crude? Ah Fei, you have really changed. Han Tianyu looked at Zhang Fei and said, people change all the time. If you don't change, I won't be able to live until now, Zhang Fei said. That's right. Others have only seen your achievements at this moment. They have never thought about how you've come this far. Han Tianyu nodded. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Lena should be back soon. They have already reached the festival. Let alone killing someone, they will agree to even more difficult things, Zhang Fei said. Han Tianyu nodded again. Then he asked, do you think that the rebellion between Lena and her father will succeed? No chance, Zhang Fei said with a cold smile. From Natasha, Zhang Fei learned more information. The rebellion of Lena and the others had long been exposed to the ruler. It was just that they did not know about it yet. You're so sure? Han Tianyu came over and asked. Brother you, it's not that I don't trust you. Zhang Fei waved his hand. I understand. Han Tianyu nodded. Zhang Fei moved his head closer to Han Tianyu's face. Han Tianyu lowered his voice as well. I will enter the gamma space very soon. Lena and her father's rebellion will definitely fail. When that time comes, she will definitely be captured by the ruler of the gamma space. The ending will not be too good. Zhang Fei asked. Although Lena had appeared beside Zhang Fei and Han Tianyu as a spy, she had still had a love affair with Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu hesitated for a moment. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "If you can save her while you're at it, save her. If it's troublesome, or if it might threaten your safety, don't worry about it. I'm just putting on a show with her. You don't have to take it to heart." Even though he said that, Jiang Fei could see a hint of pity in Han Tianyu's eyes. Although Han Tianyu was known to be a person who never touched a single leaf, he was not a heartless person. Seeing how Lena was about to end up like this, he could not remind her. He was still a little sad. "Okay, I understand." Jiang Fei nodded. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu chatted for less than an hour before Lena returned to the hall. "How is it?" Jiang Fei asked. Although Lena tried her best to act as calm as possible, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were very clear. At that moment, Lena and her father were equally anxious. Jiang Fei promised. "All right then, in 3 days, we will take care of that guy." Lena asked. "I just need to never see him again in this dimension," Jiang Fei said. Lena said. Jiang Fei asked. "Yes, the deal continues." Lena said and went offline. "Brother you, I won't stay any longer." Once Lena left, Jiang Fei said goodbye to Han Tianyu. As Maleki's calculations had not been completed, he had to return to the 5 directions. That way, Maleki would have more time. Han Tianyu nodded. Then, Jiang Fei waved his hand and asked Little Nine to send him back to the 5 directions. Little Nine asked after they returned to the 5 directions. "Let's go back to the Dragon Clan. I'll go and accompany Phoenix Spirit," Jiang Fei said. Little Nine agreed and sent Jiang Fei directly back to the Dragon Clan's territory. Phoenix Spirit was very surprised to see Jiang Fei. From the time Jiang Fei walked to his return, it had only been a total of 2 days. I'm back now that I've settled everything," Jiang Fei said with a smile. Phoenix Spirit asked. "About a month," Jiang Fei said. He had agreed to 3 days with Lena, so it would be a little over a month in the world of the 5 directions. Phoenix Spirit was overjoyed. Jiang Fei had never been alone with her for such a long time. Yes, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a little sad. Lena had been pregnant for so long, and he had not been able to spend much time with her. For the next period of time, Jiang Fei did not go anywhere. He just stayed in the bedroom obediently. He stayed by Phoenix Spirit's side all day long, doing his duty as a husband. A month passed in the blink of an eye. When Jiang Fei had accompanied Phoenix Spirit for the 28th day, Maleki finally gave him good news. All the formulas had been calculated by him. "Great. Fill in all the data." Jiang Fei immediately gave Marleji the physical constants that he had obtained regarding the gamma space. Marleji replied and began to calculate. This time, Marleji did not spend too much time. In just 3 hours, he had calculated the vibration frequency of the gamma space. Jiang Fei clenched his fists tightly. On the 29th day of accompanying the Phoenix Spirit, Natasha went online. She immediately found Jiang Fei and brought him another message. "Handsome." Natasha was always so happy when she saw Jiang Fei. "Hee, it's been a long time since you went online," Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Chapter 2748, 2748. Translator, 549-6903. Yes. Recently, my brother has not allowed me to play at all. Moreover, he has always been watching over me at home. It was not easy for him to go out today, said Natasha. "You came to me in such a hurry," Jiang Fei asked. "Handsome brother, let's go out and play," said Natasha as she looked at the Phoenix Spirit and the maid in the room. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he signaled the Phoenix Spirit with his eyes and followed Natasha out of the Dragon Clan's territory. Natasha said to Jiang Fei. After Jiang Fei had Little Nine send them to fluorescence, he summoned the Chungying sword and brought Natasha around. "Handsome, if you really want to come to our world, you must not come for the time being," Natasha suddenly said as she leaned into Jiang Fei's arms. Jiang Fei asked curiously. "The Gamma Dimension has been in chaos recently," Natasha said. Jiang Fei was even more curious. "A person died yesterday. He was once my partner, but he did not come with us anymore," Natasha said. A figure appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. "He was killed at home. My brother said that it was the sheriff and the others who did it," said Natasha. "Sheriff? Isn't he a vigilante? Jiang Fei asked despite knowing the answer. However, he laughed in his heart and said, "It seems that Lena and the others acted quickly. Didn't I tell you?" Natasha said. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. He did not continue to dwell on this topic. If you were to get to the bottom of it, what would the sheriff's rebellion do to a loser who played games? However, Jiang Fei clearly could not say these words to Natasha. This was because it would not be so easy to end the conversation once the topic was raised. My brother said that the sheriff would only be around for a few days, so he did not let me go out, said Natasha. Then you should stay at home. It might be very dangerous outside, said Jiang Fei. Okay, I know. So, I came to say hello to Handsome and tell you not to come for a few days, said Natasha. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Yes, Natasha nodded. Then, she changed her position to make herself more comfortable. Jiang Fei accompanied Natasha for half a day on Mars. Because she was worried that her brother would suddenly come back, Natasha did not play for long. She took the initiative to go offline. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. The news that Natasha brought was very important. The first thing was to tell Jiang Fei that Lena and the others had fulfilled their promise. Judas was already dead. That way, Aurelia would not have to face this invincible cheat anymore. Without the help of the cheat, whether it was the players of the Resistance Army or the fleet of the Vizari Army, they were nothing in front of Aurelia. They were not on the same level as Aurelia. Aurelia could crush them with one eye closed. With the threat in the three-dimensional universe removed, Jiang Fei could enter the gamma space with ease. Seeing that the biggest problem was about to be solved, Jiang Fei began to feel excited. At the same time, he was a little nervous. After all, this was his first time trying to enter a high-dimensional space. He did not know if he would be able to adapt to it. Regardless, his long time of hard work had finally paid off. He had finally seen the hope of saving his universe. Come on, Jiang Fei clenched his fist and let Little Nine send him out of the 5 directions, heaven and earth. Once he was out of the 5 directions, heaven and earth, Jiang Fei appeared in Han Tianyu's living room. Joe, Aisha, who was fiddling with the flowers in the living room, glanced at Jiang Fei. Asked Jiang Fei. Aisha guessed. Said Jiang Fei. Asked Aisha. I'll eat here. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Oomph. Don't you dare provoke such a troublesome woman like Tianyu, said Aisha as she glanced at Jiang Fei. Then she turned around and left. It seemed that she had quite a strong opinion of Jiang Fei because of the matter with Lena. Jiang Fei shrugged and went straight to Han Tianyu's study. Jiang Fei did not knock on the door and walked straight in. You're back. Han Tianyu looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Han Tianyu stood up immediately. Yeah, Jiang Fei said. Aurelia has sent a message. She said that the monsters in the Resistance had suddenly disappeared. Now, she has started to recover the lost land, Han Tianyu said. Yeah, I know. Judas is already dead. It should be Lena and the others who did it, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu like it. Of course, Jiang Fei laughed. Han Tianyu patted Jiang Fei's shoulder and said. Jiang Fei nodded. At noon, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu had a meal at home. Although Aisha did not treat Jiang Fei well when she spoke to him, she did not neglect him. She personally cooked a table full of dishes. It could be considered as giving Han Tianyu enough face. After the meal, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu drank tea in the living room. The two of them chatted nonstop first, mainly waiting for Lena's arrival. In the evening, as a faint light flashed, Lena went online. Joe, you're here. Lena saw Jiang Fei immediately. Yeah, I'm waiting for you. Jiang Fei smiled and said. We've already taken care of the person for you, Lena said. Jiang Fei nodded. Lena stared at Jiang Fei and said, Of course. Jiang Fei smiled and said, Okay, I'll check the goods tomorrow. You can decide on the location, Lena said. Sure. It's at the Crystal Street in the core area. There's a coffee shop there. Bring the carrier to the alley behind the coffee shop, said Jiang Fei. Said Lena with a smile. Although Jiang Fei said that he only knew some things about the Crystal Street in the entire Gamma dimension. Moreover, he had only heard about it from Natasha. Chapter 2749, 2749. Translator 549-6903. Then we have a deal. However, after your people have finished inspecting the goods, the deal between us cannot be delayed any longer. If you do not immediately get those people to voluntarily go to the Gamma space, we will definitely not let you off, said Lena to Jiang Fei. Don't worry. Jiang Fei laughed. All right, I'll go back first. I'll look for you after the inspection tomorrow, Lena said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Lena went offline in a flash of white light. Han Tianyu cupped his fists at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he asked Han Tianyu for a secret room and walked in. As he needed to change his body to enter the Gamma space, Jiang Fei could not bring his body there. Therefore, he had to leave his body here. After entering the secret room, Jiang Fei sat down cross-legged. Then, he called Maleki out and checked the vibration frequency of the Gamma space again. After confirming that there was no mistake, he took a deep breath. Jiang Fei muttered to himself, Bella, wait for me. After clenching his fists tightly, Jiang Fei closed his eyes. Following that, the aura on Jiang Fei's body gradually faded. If anyone were to observe him now, they might even think that Jiang Fei was already dead. After his consciousness entered the inheritance space, Jiang Fei directly activated the nucleus of will. He also adjusted the frequency of his spiritual power to the same frequency as the Gamma space. The invisible summoning was formed in Jiang Fei's mind. After determining the direction, Jiang Fei's soul flew in that direction. There was no concept of time in the legacy space. There were no landmarks. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not know how long he had flown. He did not know how far he had flown. The invisible summoning was not far in front of him. Just as Jiang Fei was about to work harder and reach the exit of the Gamma space, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It's you? Jiang Fei was stunned. The person who appeared in front of him was none other than the Mercury Man he had met previously. The Mercury Man asked. Jiang Fei asked. The Mercury Man asked back. Jiang Fei frowned. I have no intention of stopping you. However, there's one thing I need to remind you of, the Mercury Man said. Remind me. Jiang Fei was stunned. The Gamma space might not be as simple as you think. Don't think that you can move freely in the Liquor Forest. You can do the same in the Gamma space, the Mercury Man said. Ah. Jiang Fei was stunned. He had received information from many people in the Gamma space. Whether it was Aisha, Lorna, or the souls that Jiang Fei had captured, none of them had mentioned the existence of an expert in the Gamma space. The Mercury Man said as he gave Jiang Fei a vibration frequency. Jiang Fei asked, a place that can help you, the Mercury Man said. Jiang Fei frowned. The time that he had agreed to with Lena was almost up. He could not go to another dimension. It doesn't matter. The time there has a deficit with your world or the Gamma dimension. As long as you can end things there in a week, there will be no delay, said the Mercury Man. Jiang Fei frowned. That person seemed to value him very much, but it also seemed like he was toying with him. He had planned everything well. He had even arranged everything for himself tens of thousands of years ago. When he thought about it carefully, it was simply too scary. I'm sorry. I can't say it, said the Mercury Man as he shook his head. Forget it. Jiang Fei sighed. He had many questions to ask the Mercury Man, but it was no longer important. At this moment, it was not only Lena and his father who were on the line. Jiang Fei was the same. If he missed the carrier that Lena and the others provided, it would be difficult for Jiang Fei to enter the Gamma space again. Although theoretically he could kill the guy who had mastered the entrance to the Gamma space, it would not be easy. The other party also had the same powerful spiritual power as Jiang Fei. Moreover, he might not be as easy to deal with as Carreras. Once the guy also mastered the spiritual power technique, Jiang Fei would not be able to succeed in one move. The other party would be able to escape back to the Gamma space. If that happened, Jiang Fei would be in deep trouble. He did not have the time to waste with that fellow. Once that fellow did not enter the inheritance dimension for a long time, Jiang Fei would be foolish enough to wait. His old home would be gone. Therefore, The carrier provided by Lena and the others was the safest way for Jiang Fei to enter the Gamma Dimension. He would not easily miss it. Go. You will get help there, said the Mercury Man. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he had only met the Mercury Man twice, he still chose to trust this guy because he had a feeling that this guy was there to help him. Although this guess was groundless, Jiang Fei felt this feeling very clear in his heart. After that, Jiang Fei adjusted the vibration frequency of his mental power. As expected, the invisible summoning changed direction. Jiang Fei cupped his fists at the Mercury Man and then headed in that direction. This time, Jiang Fei did not fly for long. Soon, he arrived at the exit of the space. Moreover, there was a carrier lying quietly near the exit. This guy's appearance was a little strange. He had blue skin. His figure was almost the same as a human, but he was shorter and stronger. His face was a little like an elephant. In the middle, there was a long trunk, but it was hard. Jiang Fei had never seen such a creature before. However, he had seen the pig-headed people on Planet Pig. There was nothing that he could not accept. After sending his spiritual power into the carrier, Jiang Fei stood up shakily. After getting used to his new body and taking over the other party's memories, Jiang Fei was ready to enter this mysterious space. Through the monster's memories, Jiang Fei knew that this guy was faceless. He came from another parallel universe. His memories were very limited. He only provided some basic information about that world. It seemed that it was specially created for Jiang Fei to enter that space. Chapter 2750-2750. Translator 549-6903. If it was in the past, Jiang Fei would definitely be suspicious if he encountered a carrier that looked like it was specially prepared for him. However, after the incident with Carreras, Jiang Fei was already used to it. The guy who created the Mercury Man seemed to know everything. He was like a real god. He had arranged everything. Jiang Fei was like a game character in his hands. He followed the script that he had designed. He went to carry out the mission that he had designed. Jiang Fei did not have any other choice. He wanted to live. If he wanted his family to continue living, he had to follow the script to the end of the game. After entering this carrier, Jiang Fei knew that the world that he was about to enter was called the Delta Dimension. The name of this carrier was Vizax. The Delta Dimension was the same as the Gamma Dimension. Both were four-dimensional spaces. The Mercury Man had allowed Jiang Fei to enter this four-dimensional space that had nothing to do with him. Clearly, he wanted him to adapt to the four-dimensional world in advance. This guy looks no different from a creature in a three-dimensional world. What is the fourth dimension? Jiang Fei frowned. Among the spatial knowledge that he had come into contact with, time did not belong to the spatial dimension. Time and space were two different concepts. Time existed in any dimension of space. It was not the condition that defined the spatial dimension. According to the spatial knowledge that Jiang Fei had come into contact with, the fourth dimension was the product of the three-dimensional space being curled up. For example, when a two-dimensional plane was curled up, it would form a three-dimensional solid. On the other hand, the fourth dimension was formed after the three-dimensional space was curled up. However, Jiang Fei, a three-dimensional creature, could not understand or imagine the additional dimensions. What Jiang Fei did not know was that Vizax's body was indeed four-dimensional. However, because Jiang Fei's scope of knowledge was limited, his projection in Jiang Fei's knowledge was ignored by one dimension. It only showed the three-dimensional space that Jiang Fei could recognize. This was just like how the world, in the eyes of humans, was colorful. In fact, this world was far more colorful than what we saw. Creatures who could recognize more subtle differences in color. In their eyes, this world was even more beautiful. However, it was the same world. However, due to the limited ability of humans to recognize, they could only see the world formed by three primary colors. Similarly, Vizax was a four-dimensional creature. However, even if Jiang Fei entered his body and controlled his movements, Jiang Fei could only sense three dimensions. The fourth dimension was right in front of him. However, he could not identify it at all. It was as if he was holding a colorful painting for color blindness to see. Forget it. Although Jiang Fei did not find anything special about Vizax, he was still very curious about the four-dimensional space. He would definitely be very disappointed. With a flash of light, Jiang Fei entered the Delta dimension. TSK, didn't they say the fourth dimension? As expected, after entering the Delta dimension, Jiang Fei was extremely disappointed. Actually, Jiang Fei could not understand the concept of the fourth dimension even if the people from the Delta dimension explained it to him, let alone using his own eyes to observe. It was just like how color blindness described red and green. Even if you said flowers, he would not be able to understand it. Sigh. Forget it. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he was disappointed, he still had something to do. According to the Mercury Man, he would have to stay here for a week. Although the Mercury Man did not tell Jiang Fei what he was going to do here, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry at all, because according to the character of the person who created the Mercury Man, the quest would definitely come to him. As Jiang Fei appeared in the middle of a forest, he began to walk out of the forest according to his memory. After about 2 hours, Jiang Fei finally left the forest. There was a small village not far ahead of him. Jiang Fei did not walk far when he saw movement in front of him. He instinctively moved to the side and saw a few figures running towards him. Jiang Fei realized that these people looked very similar to the demons in Carrera's world. They were all handsome men and beautiful women with sharp ears. In fact, these people did not look like what Jiang Fei had seen. However, Jiang Fei was able to identify them. Who was hiding there? As soon as the people approached, they noticed Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had already hidden himself, well, these people clearly had some kind of detection ability. Jiang Fei shrugged. He did not want to alarm these people. After all, Vizak's memory was too small. He had not fully understood the situation in this world. However, now that he had been discovered, Jiang Fei could not hide anymore. Therefore, he walked out of the invisible place. Faceless One, damn it! The leader of the old man was shocked. The two young men behind him were even more frightened. Jiang Fei wanted to speak. He had obtained the language of this world from Vizak's memory. Therefore, he could understand the words of these people. He made an unpleasant hissing sound. Clearly, the faceless carrier that Jiang Fei was using did not have the ability to speak. Isn't this dry? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. However, with his appearance, no one could tell that he was rolling his eyes. This was because there was no rolling of the eyes in the faceless carrier's eyes. I'll block it. You guys run. Go back and tell everyone to hide. The old man roared and told the two young men behind him to run. The young boy pulled the girl and ran towards the village. However, the girl was clearly frightened. Her legs were not working properly. Although her brother was dragging her, her speed was still not fast. At this time, the old man was also extremely scared. He pulled out the short knife at his waist and tried to block Faceless One in front of him. However, he knew in his heart that there was no way he could block him. The only thing he could do was to delay for a while and use his old life to delay. What's the situation? Jiang Fei had not figured out the situation yet. It seemed that these guys who looked like demons were very afraid of him. The old man gestured with his dagger as he retreated. At that moment, his grandchildren had already run far away. He was also looking for an opportunity to run away. However, it seemed like the faceless one in front of him had no intention of attacking him. Chapter 2751, 2751. Translator, 549-6903. Although Jiang Fei did not intend to attack, the old man took a few steps back and ran away. What? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although his appearance was not very beautiful, it was not that scary. Just as Jiang Fei was confused, the village in the distance became chaotic. Soon after, the village was filled with gongs, drums, and firecrackers. A large number of villagers rushed out with hoes, pitchforks, and other weapons. Jiang Fei was even more confused. Don't go. Don't go. That's Faceless One. The old man had just reached the village entrance when he met these villagers. Master Cole too, don't be afraid. Leave this guy to us. Isn't he just a savage who ran out of the forest? We've chased him away several times, said the leader of the robust villagers. It's different. This is Faceless One, not some wild man. All of you together are no match for him. Provoking him will bring disaster to the village, said the old man. He tried his best to stop the villagers from charging at Jiang Fei. Although the group of villagers were stopped by the old man, Jiang Fei, who was curious, walked over. F***CK. He's like a mute. Jiang Fei was worried. He could understand what these people were saying, but because Faceless One did not have vocal cords, he could not say it out loud. Suddenly, Jiang Fei had an idea. Although he could not speak, he could use his mental strength. He could use his mental strength to express his thoughts. Jiang Fei, who was secretly happy, came forward. He was about to communicate with these people, but as soon as he came over with his stiff facial muscles, these people exploded. F***CK. Suddenly, as one of the villagers shouted, the other villagers immediately exploded. These villagers had heard the old man's brief introduction. They knew that Faceless One was very powerful and very fierce. They were afraid, but Jiang Fei came over with a ferocious face. Actually, Jiang Fei wanted to laugh. However, the problem was that Faceless One's face was very stiff. He could not make any expression at all. Therefore, when outsiders opened the door, he barked his teeth and rushed over. Moreover, the appearance of Faceless One was indeed a little strange. He had a long nose on his face. Although it was hard, it was somewhat similar to an elephant. However, the words of the villager were too harsh. Jiang Fei's nose almost went crooked from anger. In a fit of anger, Jiang Fei pulled the villager over. He wanted to ask this guy what a guy with a long face was like. However, what Jiang Fei did not expect was that not only was he too strong, but his nails were also too sharp. With his claw, the villager did not come over, but his arm was torn off. Help! The injured villager fell to the ground and screamed. Murder! The other villagers were in a mess. Some of the villagers were really anxious. They were not on good terms with the injured villager, but they were simply too afraid. At the peak of fear was anger. The attacks caused by hesitation and fear were very irrational. However, for people with weak willpower, this was something that they could not control. A few guys with hoes and rakes rushed at Jiang Fei. They raised their weapons high up in the air, trying to kill Jiang Fei. But was this possible? Jiang Fei really did not want to get involved with them. He only used one hand to defend himself. In the end, his sharp claws easily cut off the crude weapons in the hands of the villagers. Run! The villagers were scared out of their wits. They did not care about the unlucky guy who fell to the ground and was injured. They ran back to the village like a swarm of bees. It was as if they would be protected once they entered the village. Jiang Fei did not expect this to happen. He just wanted to ask for directions. At that moment, other than the injured, unlucky guy in front of Jiang Fei, it was the old man from before. He was trembling as he helped the unlucky guy up. Jiang Fei could see that the old man was scared to death. He knew more than the villagers, so he was even more afraid of Jiang Fei, the Faceless One. However, no matter how afraid he was, the old man did not run away with those people, because he knew that if the Faceless One wanted to kill people, it would be useless to hide back in the village. Instead, it would implicate the other innocent people in the village. If the Faceless One was really hungry and wanted to eat people, then the old man would go all out. With him and the injured villager, it should be enough for the Faceless One to eat his fill. At that time, the guy would also leave. Although he and this unlucky villager would not survive, at least he could protect the village and his grandchildren. Come on, if you're hungry, just eat me. The old man shouted at Jiang Fei. Hey, although the villager was in extreme pain, he could not help but rebuke the old man. Don't tell me you can run away. The old man glared at the fellow. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei with fear and determination in his eyes. Jiang Fei was finally convinced. He really could not be bothered to waste his breath on these two self-righteous fellows. Therefore, he directly used his spiritual power to speak. Huh? Who is speaking? Could it be? The old man looked at Jiang Fei in shock. He had never heard of Faceless One having such abilities. Nonsense. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. As he was still angry, his words were not very polite. However, to the old man, being able to communicate with Jiang Fei was a great thing. As long as he could talk, there was hope for survival. There was no communication between the two sides. Faceless One also ate people. This was the scariest thing. The faceless one in front of him did not seem hungry. Moreover, he could still talk. This gave the old man a chance to live. Then, the old man asked with a trembling voice. Zhang Fei asked, "You?" The old man was stunned. He had never seen a faceless one who wanted to leave the jungle. "Yes," Zhang Fei said, as if it was a matter of course. Although he did not know what his mission was, there would always be more opportunities in a crowded place. "You'd better kill us." The old man had a strong sense of justice. He thought that Zhang Fei wanted to go to the human world and kill the innocent. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.